Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was trapped 200 years in the past. Here is short summary. Voldemort's spell backfires, sending Harry 200 years into the past. Now, he must navigate history, uncover hidden truths, and find a way back, before time runs out. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Graduation was, naturally, a solemn, dignified affair. At least, it might have been, had it not been the graduation of James Potter and Sirius Black. As head boy, it was tradition for James to give the opening speech. Aries had never doubted Dumbledore's sanity as much as when he learned this. The prankster's address actually started out rather well. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and families, honored teachers and mentors, I bid you welcome, Potter began. Today is a grand day for all of us. We students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stand before you on the brink of the future. After we have accepted today the proof of our completed education, we will go forth into the world, to bring about great things and to help mankind. We will no longer be children, but adults, free to make our own decisions and accept their consequences, as have generations before us. When I look back on my 7 years here at Hogwarts, it doesn't seem like very long at all. Indeed, I cannot imagine how the time has passed so quickly. The idea that it has all ended so soon fills me with a touch of fear deep inside, fear that I haven't learned what I will need to know, fear that I am not yet ready to leave. But greater than that fear is the excitement of the new horizon, approaching so quickly toward us. Though these last 7 years seem so short, I know that they were long enough, and that I am ready. At this point, several people were dabbing at their eyes with handkerchiefs. McGonagall couldn't have looked prouder. However, the Gryffindor wasn't done. I'm sure many of my teachers would disagree, saying that the day when I leave couldn't come soon enough. I have caused enough trouble here to last them for several decades, I'd imagine. But after today, there will be no more pranks on teachers, no more duels in the halls between classes, no more hexed food in the Great Hall. Tomorrow, the mischief at Hogwarts will be gone, or at least toned down a little. Tomorrow, but for today, I've got one more for you. He brought his wand in a sweeping arc over his head, shooting some unknown spell over the assembled students. A bright light flashed, almost blinding in its intensity, but when everyone could see again, they all groaned loudly. Somehow, the Marauders had managed to hex them with the skin of their house emblem. The Slytherins were scowling irritably at their scaly hands, the Ravenclaws had feathers everywhere, the Hufflepuffs had dark brown fur with black markings, just like a badger, and the Gryffindors were all sleek and golden, the boys even had manes. McGonagall's indignant shout of, "Potter!" seemed to be the breaking point for the audience, who broke into raucous laughter. James, who had a scruffy black mane of his own, bowed graciously and took his place in line. As Lily stepped up to the stand, she just shook her head in exasperated amusement. Amazingly enough, after Potter's prank, everything else went on without a hitch. The speeches were inspiring and the traditional music gave everything a very ceremonial feel, even while half the students were sweating beneath fur coats. Still, Potter had apparently planned it well. As each student took hold of their diploma, the spell ended, turning them back to normal just in time to have their picture taken. Whenever a student's name was called, his or her family would clap loudly, allowing everyone to know who was related to whom. When Bellatrix Black was called up, for instance, all her relatives from Andromeda, who sat off to one side with her husband Ted, to the newlywed Narcissa and Lucius Malfoy, who sat with the rest of the Black family, stood and clapped. Aries wasn't expecting anything when he was called to the front, but to his surprise 2 people stood up for him. One was a dark-haired man, big-boned, but not fat, and the other was a thin woman with dark blonde hair. Aries recovered from his shock quickly and waved, wondering who these people were and how much Dumbledore must have paid them to do this. Charles's name came right after his, and 3 people stood up for the redhead. A red-headed man, an auburn-haired woman, and a strawberry blonde girl who looked to be about 13. Aries supposed she must have been there as Charles's little sister, Anne, who had been invented during the winter break. They were a perfect example of Muggle wealth, and the brunette couldn't help but wonder if they actually were Muggles, and if so, how on earth the headmaster had been able to persuade them. Dumbledore didn't seem like the type to find 3 unsuspecting Muggles and put them under the Imperius, so they must have known what they were doing. He'd have to ask Charles later, assuming the other boy actually found out. Soon enough the ceremony was over. All the students had been given their diplomas and the house elves were already getting the chairs ready for a giant outdoor banquet. Most of the graduates were gravitating toward their families. He could see Sev exchanging awkward pats on the back with a young man who must have been his brother, so Ares followed suit and searched for his family. He found the dark-haired man standing with the bee-owned woman by one of the many trees that dotted the grounds, squinting out over the crowd as if searching for someone, which, indeed, he was. When the man spotted Ares, his face lit up and he started waving animatedly, gesturing the new graduate over. "Hi," Ares tried to say, "Dad," but it got stuck in his throat. Besides, he wasn't even sure that was who the man was supposed to be, so he settled on saying, "Hi guys. What's up?" Luckily, the man came to his rescue immediately. "Not much," he said with a broad grin. "Your mum and I were just watching our only son graduate with honors. We couldn't be prouder, Ares." The brunette felt something hitch in his chest at the words. He glanced at the crowd and saw his F.A., James holding Lily's hand and introducing her to his family. Sirius lurked near his friend, looking melancholy. Ares decided to be grateful for what he had, and turned back to his parents. "Thanks, Dad." Charles had quickly found his fake family. The red hair was as distinctive as the Weasleys and pulled them far away from the crowd so they could speak privately. Along the way to a secluded copse of trees, they chatted about various inconsequential things. He asked about the family business. His father replied that it was going quite well, and they were planning on opening a new venue in California. He also found out that Anne was excelling at the Salem Witches Institute, which, unlike its boys' counterpart, was a high-quality educational facility. However, once they were far enough away that no one could overhear, Charles's whole demeanor changed. He took a step back from where he'd been standing chummily at the man's shoulder and stared at them coolly. "I assume Dumbledore put you up to this," he stated. Yeah," the man said, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden directness of the conversation. "He didn't tell you then?" Charles shook his head ruefully. "Ah, well, in that case, let me introduce myself. I'm Ted Baker, accountant, and this is my wife Jessica and our darling niece Lorraine. We're extremely distant relatives of a wizarding family, the Weasleys, I believe, so we are aware of magic, but Lorraine's the first magical family member in several generations." Albus tracked us down and explained the situation. He even gave us a pamphlet of all the family information you came up with. "You've invented quite a life for yourself." It took a while for Charles to absorb that information, particularly the part about the Weasleys. However, he soon decided that, Weasley relatives or no, they were still there to verify his story, well-wishers in that they wished him no specific harm. He cracked a smile. "You always told me I had a good imagination, Dad." The Bakers laughed, breaking the tension that had built up. Settled into the situation, the 4 of them wandered back toward the crowd, chatting aimlessly about their made-up lives. Lorraine, or Anne, as Charles forced himself to think of her, quickly got bored and entertained herself by skipping and watching the house elves busily setting up the hundreds of chairs. Unfortunately, in watching the house elves, she was not watching where she was going, and it only took a few minutes for her to trip over someone. Someone who turned around furiously and whipped out his wand, flinging his white bee-owned hair. Lucius Malfoy. Charles groaned mentally as he placed himself dutifully in front of his father's wand. He hated being a Gryffindor. Honestly, how did Ares stand it? "Come now," he drawled at the sneering aristocrat, "surely there's no need to resort to hexes over a simple mistake." Malfoy cocked an eyebrow, apparently thrown by the idea of someone speaking so reasonably after acting so incredibly rash. He withdrew his wand, though Charles was well aware that a dangerous hex would still be just a flick of the wrist away, allowing the redhead a chance to turn around and extend a hand to his sister. "You should be more careful, Anne," he admonished gently, Perhaps you should apologize to Mr. Malfoy, the other wizard supplied gracefully. Lucius Malfoy. And please, apologies aren't necessary. Do forgive me for my overzealous reaction to your sister. And you are Charles Higgins III, Charles supplied, inclining his head politely. Higgins, Malfoy repeated, turning wary, I'm not familiar with the family. You probably wouldn't be, here in England, said Charles's father, coming up behind him. We're American, you see. Indeed, Lucius sneered, his nostrils flaring. He obviously didn't think much of Americans. Well, you must excuse me, I believe dinner is starting. With the barest nod in their direction, Malfoy took hold of Narcissa's arm and led her away. Charles sighed in relief. He had been afraid he might have to reveal that his parents were squibs to get rid of him, which might have created a whole new set of problems. His father chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, understanding, at least, the reluctance to stick around the Malfoys, if not Charles's whole reason. Well, come on, let's eat. Anne tugged Charles's sleeve impatiently, so he and the rest of his family were soon seated at the long tables, awaiting the arrival of the feast. As Ares led his family back to the tables, which were now prepared for dinner, he was suddenly tackled on the side. Taking a few stuttering steps to regain his balance, Ares turned his head and found the source of the attack. "Epi," he exclaimed, laughing. "What are you doing here? My older brother is graduating. He's a Ravenclaw, so I doubt you know him. He sure looked funny covered in feathers. Wasn't that Potter's spell neat?" It certainly was. Interesting, Ares grudgingly admitted. His family came up beside him and his father put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be sore, son," the man said with a grin. "I thought your mane was quite handsome." Ares rolled his eyes, lips twitching into an involuntary grin as everyone laughed. "So, who is this young man, Ares?" "Ah, this is Epi, Dad, he helped me practice pulling," Ares introduced. "Epi, these are my parents." They exchanged a few pleasantries, arguing mildly about whose was the pleasure of the meeting, before Epi turned his attention back to Ares. "So did you pass your apprentice test?" the brown-haired boy asked excitedly. "Yep, and not a little bit thanks to you and your friends. I'm a journeyman now." Epi's face scrunched up in confusion. "Does that mean you're going to be going on a journey now?" "No, that's not what it means," Ares laughed, "though I may go on a few trips someday in the future. Being a journeyman just means that I can be paid for any spellsmith work I do now." "Oh," Epi said, a comprehending expression on his face. "That's cool, it's like you've got a job already." "Not quite," Ares' father put in. "He has to find someone who needs a spellsmith. After all, no one's going to pay him for work they don't ask for." "What about your brother, Epi? What are his prospects like?" "He's applying for a job in the ministry," said Epi. "He wants to help them research ancient magical artifacts." "That's quite a job," Ares' mother commented, sounding impressed. They continued to talk as they moved over to the tables, sitting down next to Epi's family. Ares ended up next to Epi's brother, who, he learned, was named Nicandros. "Call me Nick," the Ravenclaw added in a whisper. "For the love of Merlin, please call me Nick." Ares laughed at the thought that their mutual disgust over their names must have been a bonding point for the brothers. Nick was actually one of the many who had applied for the spellsmith apprenticeship, as well as one of the few who had applied out of any actual interest in the subject. They talked through most of dinner about the art of spellsmithing, and Ares promised to owl Nick as soon as he was settled in. All in all, it was a good day. The next morning, while the rest of the students were riding the carriages to the school train, Ares and Charles were sitting in the headmaster's office, sipping tea. They had woken that morning with notes on their trunks telling them to make yourselves at home in my office at 11 this morning. I will join with you shortly thereafter. The gargoyle hadn't needed any prompting to stand aside at their arrival, and a tray of tea and biscuits had awaited them in the office proper. Fox, probably barely a day old from his burning, squeaked pleasantly from his place in a corner of the otherwise round room, perched on the same stand Ares remembered from his second year and looking more like a fuzzy apple than a phoenix. As if summoned by the cry of his bird, Dumbledore appeared suddenly from an area hidden from the students' view by a large bookshelf. "Hello, boys," the headmaster said brightly, "how good to see you again. Would you care for a drop?" Aries shook his head with a smile. Dumbledore would never change. Charles, however, accepted, slipping the sweet into his mouth and beeping happily. The brunette stared at him like he'd grown another head. "What?" Charles demanded around his treat. "It's good." "Yes indeed," Dumbledore agreed with his customary twinkle. "Muggles are quite talented at making sweets, aren't they?" Now Charles looked like he'd swallowed a. Aries quickly turned his laugh into a polite cough and, as Charles glared at him, not at all fooled by the coughing, turned to the aged professor. "If you don't mind, headmaster," he asked politely, "why have you asked us here?" "Ah, straight down to business then," Dumbledore sighed. "Pity. Well, to put it succinctly, I have called you here to ask about your living arrangements. Did you have any plans of your own?" "Well," Aries began, "the family you arranged to come to graduation offered to let me stay with them until I earned enough to get out on my own, but I had hoped to work something out with Rosmerta at the Three Broomsticks. I don't have anywhere to live, per se," Charles added, "but I'm already lined up for a job at the ministry. A few weeks of that and I'll be able to get a place of my own." Dumbledore twinkled at them and leaned back in his chair. "I see you've already planned, but I'd still like to extend the invitation for you to stay here at Hogwarts for a short while. We have enough jobs to do during the summer, just for regular maintenance, that you could both leave here in a month with a few more galleons to your names." Aries frowned in thought. It would be difficult to pursue his contact with Sev's brother if he stayed at Hogwarts for too long, but would just 1 month hurt? At the very least, he'd be able to earn enough to stay somewhere besides Hogwarts afterwards. "What kind of jobs are you talking about? And what sort of pay?" he asked finally. "Well, it's been several years since Hogwarts had a spellsmith look over her wards," the headmaster replied, "and I believe the going rate for such services is 15 galleons per day. Given the size of Hogwarts' wards, I'd estimate you'd probably be working no less than 4 weeks, with breaks on weekends, so about 20 days, or 300 galleons. Aries blinked, shocked. 300 galleons. That was the equivalent of 1,500 liras. He could rent a flat in London for that much, and still have enough to buy any necessities for long enough that he could find a new job. "And for you, Charles," Dumbledore continued, "we always have need of another of-age wizard to help out. So long as you don't mind working with your old professors, you could probably earn 30 galleons a week, just doing odd jobs. And of course, while you're staying here your room and board would be completely free, and you would both have free rein to do as you like during the weekends. After all, you're hardly students anymore." Aries braced himself for the tirade that was sure to come. Charles would not take well to making less than half as much as his friend. But the redhead surprised him yet again. "That seems like a perfectly reasonable suggestion, headmaster," Charles accepted with a grateful tilt of his head. "I will gladly accept if Aries will stay as well." The brunette stared at Charles incredulously, but Charles just looked innocently back, raising an eyebrow as if in challenge. Yeah, sure," he stammered, then shook his head to collect himself. "Yes, headmaster, thank you. When should I start?" "Oh, not immediately," Dumbledore smiled, satisfied. "Take a few days to get settled in. I've already asked the house elves to move your things to a suite near the faculty rooms." "Rodo." A house elf popped into the office, already deep in a bow. "Rodo, would you mind leading Mr. Hisakazo and Mr. Higgins to their suite? I do hope you don't mind sharing a set of rooms, boys." "Of course not," Charles answered. "I dare say it will still be more private than the dormitories." "Indeed it will," Dumbledore laughed merrily. "Have a good time, boys. I hope to see you at dinner." Aries and Charles nodded goodbye and turned to Rodo, who was waiting patiently by the door, big brown eyes watching them carefully for any signs of needing his service. When the two graduates turned to him, the elf jumped and sniffed his large hooked nose. Aries privately thought it looked like a rather good caricature of Severus. "If masters will follow Rodo, he will show them where to go. Rodo will," he squeaked, opening the door and walking slowly out. Slow, at least, compared to how fast Aries knew house elves could move when they really wanted to. He and Charles followed the elf down a few well-traveled hallways, then through a set of surprisingly discreet double doors into a hallway Aries had never seen before. Here, the doors were much more decorative and individualized, no longer the plain brown wood of the rest of the school. A decorative herbal wreath hung on one door that Aries was sure belonged to Professor Sprout. Rhodo stopped in front of a maple door with a simple decoration of a sitting griffin. "Here we are, sirs," the elf squeaked happily. "Does Masters need Rhodo for anything else?" "No thank you," Aries answered politely, making Rhodo's eyes water with emotion before the elf disappeared with a pop. Charles opened the door and motioned for Aries to precede him into the rooms before closing the door behind them. "Well, this isn't half bad," the redhead commented appreciatively. And indeed it wasn't. The front room was a parlor of sorts with a large hearth on one side. A comfortable-looking couch and a leather armchair faced the fireplace. On the other wall, opposite the fire, was a small desk next to a very empty set of shelves. Beyond the immediate area was a half-sized wall that separated the parlor from what appeared to be a dining room. It held a sturdy table with 4 chairs, though there was no evidence of a kitchen. Aries supposed they were to call the house elves if they wished to eat in their room. 2 doors stood on either side of the half-wall, each leading to a bedroom that connected to the other by a bathroom, and a little searching discovered a half-bath in a small hallway off the main room. After checking to see whose trunk was in which room, Aries and Charles met up again in front of the fire which, despite the summer heat, kept the room at a comfortable temperature. "Home sweet home," Aries said with a content sigh. Charles cocked an eyebrow at him. "Indeed. Don't get too comfortable," Charles reminded Aries as they relaxed in their quarters. He also said it when they were returning to Hogwarts the next day after a fun-filled trip to Hogsmeade. And again the day after that when Aries filled their shelves with borrowed library books. And yet again when they were drying off in the sun after swimming in the lake. "What is that, your motto now?" Aries drawled irritably after hearing it again while serving himself dinner in the Great Hall. "I'm just saying," Charles retorted firmly. "We, especially you, can't stay at Hogwarts forever, so don't fool yourself into thinking this is a permanent arrangement." "I'm not," Aries insisted indignantly. "Is it so bad just to enjoy this for a little longer?" Charles shot him a look that said, "If that were all you were doing, no, or at least, that's what Aries thought it said." Then he turned and busied himself with his food. Aries growled and took a bite of chicken to keep himself from replying. He knew he couldn't get comfortable at Hogwarts. He knew that very well. After all, Voldemort wouldn't want someone very attached to the home base of his enemy. It was just difficult not to relax in a place he'd thought of as home since he was 11. That didn't mean he wanted that fact pointed out to him at every turn, though. When a note arrived inviting Aries up to Dumbledore's office for a general overview of ward theory, which he knew to be some of the driest material in magic, the brunette was so fed up that he accepted with alacrity. Even the stone walls of the empty, echoing corridors were more welcome company than Charles's poignant nagging. When he arrived at the spiral staircase, the gargoyle was already off to the side, leaving him free to come up as he wished. He knocked on the hardwood door and entered at the headmaster's cheerful welcome, finding Dumbledore standing in front of a table covered in domed glass. From the doorway, Aries couldn't tell what was attracting the aged professor's attention, but when he was motioned over to stand at the headmaster's side, he got a clear view. A scale model of Hogwarts itself. And not just an ordinary model, either. Even as he watched, Aries saw a tentacle push through the surface of the lake, then sink back into the depths. "A Redo Vigrandus," Dumbledore said, answering his unasked question. "A magical life model. It's fantastic," Aries exclaimed, watching the whomping willow wave threateningly at a stray owl. Dumbledore chuckled. "This is only half of it, my dear boy. Look through magic sight." Aries switched his perception and gasped as the model lit up with the magic of Hogwarts. He could see the ward threads of the main dome surrounding the grounds, and he could even make out some of the structural wards embedded in the castle itself. One of the tower windows glowed especially brightly and Aries looked more closely at it, surprised to see his own magical aura, along with the headmaster's. "This," the headmaster gestured at the model, and Aries watched in fascination as the miniature Dumbledore mimicked the motion, "is what you will be using to study the wards before beginning your work on them. Before that, however," he continued, leading the way to his desk, I would like to talk with you for a bit. Make sure you have a thorough grounding in the subject. I am well aware of your certifications, but I feel it is impossible to truly understand a person's qualifications without speaking to him. For the next 45 minutes, Aries calmly explained what areas of ward theory he had studied most extensively. Dumbledore asked questions occasionally, getting him to go into enough detail to really show how much he knew. Aries made sure to ask as many questions in return, so he could learn a little more about wards while he was working. After a short break for tea, Dumbledore stood and led the way back to the bubble. Your first day on the job begins now, Mr. Hisakazo, he said, eyes twinkling. Study the wards on the model until you feel adequately familiar with them. Tomorrow, I will take you outside and explain what I would like to have done. Aries nodded his agreement and turned back to the Redo, hardly even noticing as the headmaster left the room. The complex of wards that surrounded the castle was astoundingly intricate. Patterns and spells that Aries had never encountered before in his studies danced together as if made for that purpose. But, the spellsmith noticed with astonishment, they hadn't originally been made that way at all. The wards of the castle had existed so long and in such abundance that a sort of sentience had formed, allowing the wards themselves to direct their own function. To be asked to adjust such a tangle of wards that could think for themselves, no less, was quite a challenge. Aries ran a nervous hand through his hair. At least it would help toward his mastery. Conjuring a notebook and Muggle-style pencil, Aries began taking detailed notes on what he saw. Although the wards were twisted, and in many cases unrecognizable, the young spellsmith was still able to see the original intent behind most of the spells, even through their warping. For example, one ward around the Olary was clearly originally meant to keep out owl predators, but also seemed to have developed a dislike for dead mice as well. The vast number of protection spells surrounding the front gate was so tangled that, even under highest magnification, Aries could hardly pick out any single spell thread, and the wards nearest the Forbidden Forest seemed to have leached a bit of dark magic into them somehow. Adjusting the focus on the Redo, Aries looked more closely at that spot. He knew the Forbidden Forest was dark, but had never really had any occasion to study it. Now that it was laid out before him with perfect detail, he found himself curious. After all, how did a place end up tainted with dark magic, anyway? And to such an extent as the forest? From all he'd read about dark magic, it just didn't make sense. Dark magic wasn't like runic magic. It wasn't something that could come about by accident or coincidence, something created naturally by the flow of magic in the world itself. In fact, dark magic was by its very definition unnatural. But places like the Forbidden Forest, places haunted by no spirits, but by a heavy feeling of infection, of contamination, were so common. The spellsmith followed threads of brown, crimson, and olive-colored magic down the wards into the scraggly canopy of the forest, seeking some source. Some answer to his confusion. He could tell that something was behind this pool of dark, deep magic, and if he could just look a little further, maybe he could find it. Outside, deep in that same forest, something throbbed in response, and the headmaster's office was suddenly filled with a blinding light. The next day, Dumbledore walked Aries out onto the grounds. He had re-entered his office the day before unsurprised to see the young man blinking and rubbing his eyes. After admonishing his former student for straining his magic sight, the headmaster had sent him to get a good night's rest. Now, thankfully, Aries looked properly refreshed and quite eager to get started. I would like you to start at the gates, if you please, and work your way around the grounds over the next few days, he explained. There have been a few irregularities over the years I've worked here, so I'd like you to see if you can help the wards in any way, strengthen them if they've grown weak, straighten them out if they've started to bend, the usual ward work. Aries nodded vaguely, already switching into magical sight and checking the wards against his memory of the Redo model. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the headmaster leave, probably twinkling like mad. The young journeyman didn't care, absorbed now in the vibrant threads of ancient magic. He had to focus entirely if he wanted to get this right. A very recent article by a Muggle-born arithmancer had compared twisted wards to a brain, with its complex knots and threads of neural pathways, each made up of hundreds of thousands of individual thread-like cells. The only way to work on such wards without inadvertently breaking up the whole system was to discover the patterns and work within them, which meant identifying the key pieces of every thread. The headmaster wasn't kidding when he said this would take no less than 4 weeks. In fact, Aries would consider himself quite lucky if he could finish in just that long, even working morning to night for 5 days each week. His wand safely tucked away in its holster, he did not anticipate needing it for several days. Aries reached up and ran one finger delicately along the closest thread. It was thick, the green of sea grass, and spread out as it reached the ground, indicating that it did not continue underground. As he touched the magic, concentrating intently so that he could actually feel the thread, the young man was slowly assailed by the sense of the magic. He could tell, now, that it was earth magic, drawing an essence of life into the cold stone castle, like a breath of fresh air. It was something inherently healthy, though Aries couldn't have conveyed what he felt in words. Continuing to caress the magic, he gradually learned more and more, until he could even identify that it was the headmaster's magic that had made the spell, and that he had cast it years ago to clean out the stale air in one of the classrooms that hadn't been opened in many years. The spell had literally taken root, drawing air from outside into the castle and keeping the often crowded corridors and classrooms from becoming stifling and smelly. It was a good spell. Aries released the magic, shaking his head sharply as he came back to the real world. It was disconcerting to be just himself after being so intimately connected to an intrinsic part of what he still considered to be his home. Conjuring himself a glass of water, he gathered himself and turned back to the magic. For the rest of that day, and the next several days, he wandered around through the wards, gathering knowledge of the types and patterns. Aries found several more spells from the headmaster, because Dumbledore's magic was the most familiar, but he also found a few spells from former headmasters as well, and learned things about them that he doubted were in any history book. Phineas Nigellus, for example, had a love of opera that he had tried to incorporate with his magic, though he had never succeeded in becoming an opera sonomancer, or sound wizard. The castle had taken the magic of his attempts and used it to protect a locked music room. Curious, Aries looked for more magic to do with the room and with sonomancy in general, and learned that the last headmaster to be a sonomancer died over 700 years ago, and had, in fact, composed a piece that blanketed Hogwarts with strong protective magic, calling the castle to arms against any who wished to harm those within her walls. The piece had been written, as was all music at the time, to be chanted by a chorus of wizards and witches, so no music was ever composed specifically to accompany it. Aries was very impressed, until he learned that the song's spell was reinstated every year at the welcoming feast as the school song. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts, hardly met the romanticized ideas of powerful magic Aries had somehow maintained. The music room had been locked away a century later by a headmaster who felt such frivolous uses of magic to be undignified. The foolish man had also stopped the tradition of singing the school song, weakening the protection of the wards. Although the school song had been reinstated within a decade of the witch hunts, the music room, and sonomancy as a subject, had not returned to Hogwarts. Aries also learned many things much closer to his own time. On the first day of the second week of his inspection, he stumbled across the infamous defense professor curse cast by Tom Riddle upon being denied the post by Dumbledore. The time traveler was startled to find that the curse itself was unintentional, a bit of accidental magic performed out of pure spite. This caused Aries some confusion, because until now, any magic not specifically cast for the wards had been accepted by the castle itself and used to protect, defend, or otherwise aid the students in her care. That the castle would allow such an intrinsically harmful spell to take hold didn't make sense, just as the dark magic in the forest didn't make sense. And the answers just would not come, no matter how close Aries seemed to be to finding them. "Just tell me, you bloody school," he growled in frustration, then flushed as he felt a rumbling thread of amusement run through the magic in his hands. Sentient magic could be quite a bother. Charles groaned and rubbed his sore neck as he set down the last of Professor Sprout's plants. The part of him that still thought like a good little Malfoy was throwing a raging tantrum in the back of his mind about servants' work and dirty fingernails, but that part had been growing quieter ever since he first came to Hogwarts, and the head of Hufflepuff had insisted that levitation would make the bee-balm lose its medicinal qualities. Though just why she needed 20 pots of fully grown plants was unknown to him, he couldn't remember ever studying the plant or making a potion with it. Well, if there was one thing he had learned from working with his former professors for over a week, it was that he didn't know everything and that he wouldn't find anything out without asking. Okay, maybe that was two things, but that was beside the point. Professor Sprout, he began, taking off one glove to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yes, Charles, the stout woman grunted from beneath her own heavy load. I was wondering, just why do you need so much bee-balm? Asked Charles. Sprout shifted the last pot into a shady corner, then turned and smiled brightly at him, clearly delighted at having a chance to talk about her craft. That is a very good question, Charles, she gushed. Bee-balm, while it has few characteristics that would set it apart enough for an herbology class, and it's certainly too magically weak for potions, has a wide array of very important uses. You see, this little plant here, she patted the 4-foot bush at her side, grows very fragrant flowers, which attract nearly every pollinating creature you could imagine, so I try to keep at least one plant around anything I want pollinated, and I have quite a few plants that need pollination. Also, the leaves are used exclusively in a tea Americans introduced Professor Slughorn to called Oswego, which he swears are a miracle cure for headaches. Now don't you tell him I've said this, but I've had that tea and, while it can ease a few aches and pains, it's nowhere near as good as a regular headache potion. I think it's just the taste he's addicted to. She winked at him and Charles smiled broadly, letting her know he appreciated both the information and the staff gossip. He did, too, appreciate them. While it was nice to be earning a few galleons while waiting for his owl from the ministry, it was much more important to gain more knowledge about his own place, socially. As a Malfoy, he'd been groomed so that, as soon as he reached adulthood, he would take his place as scion and be treated as royalty, but such a lofty attitude was not proper for a squib-born American, no matter how rich his supposed family was. By spending time with the teachers at Hogwarts, who had experienced 100 times over the transition of child to adult, or at least, student to graduate, in those around them, Charles was able to work out a clear view of the proper way to act. If he wanted to survive the next 19 years without being discovered, and he did, then he would have to make sure no one had any reason to look too deeply into his past, which meant making sure no one thought there was anything out of the ordinary about him. It also wouldn't hurt to have a good rapport with the teachers at Hogwarts, as he knew very well just how important their influence could be. If there was one thing he had learned from Potter watching, it was that the combined will of Hogwarts was stronger even than Lucius Malfoy. Not that it hadn't taken him years to admit it, but the important part was that he had, in fact, learned. Thank you so much for your hard work, Charles dear, Sprout said, smiling at him and interrupting his musings. She handed him 2 galleons, adequate pay for 2 hours' work, but galling nonetheless. Especially when he considered that Ares was having 15 galleons transferred into a Gringotts account each day now that he had acquired 100 galleons, the minimum requirement for opening an account without a sponsor. No, you're not going to think about that, he told himself firmly, forcing a polite thank you to the plump witch. Ares is Ares and has a completely different path, you do not need to compete with him monetarily. Reminding him of Ares' plans for the future always worked quite nicely to stop any indignation before it could develop into outright jealousy. In fact, it usually led to a shudder in sympathy, and then a surge of gratitude as he remembered his own blank arm. Finally, a frustrated sigh would find its place as he thought of the latest development in the life of Ares Hisakazo, the Hogwarts wards. Charles's thoughts stayed on his friend even as he was set to cleaning the telescope lenses by Professor Sinistra. He had been worried, when Dumbledore invited them to stay at Hogwarts for a few months longer, that Ares would come to think of the school as his home and not be able to separate himself sufficiently for the task ahead. Now, just over a week into the summer job, Charles knew his fears were not only justified, but perhaps understated. That very first day working on the wards, Ares had come back literally glowing, and he hadn't stopped. The redhead had tried, over the next weekend, to get his friend out of the castle, but it was no good. Let's go to London, Charles had suggested eagerly, we can visit the bookstore and see what books have just been published. No thanks, Charles, Ares had said with a distant look, I think I'll take a few laps around the Quidditch pitch. Have a good time at Diagon Alley, though. How am I supposed to do that? Charles thought sarcastically. Make bets on the next book out against myself. Charles knew exactly what was happening, and it wasn't usually something that came up as a problem for most wizards. Aries had been submerging himself daily in the magic of a place he already considered home. Most wizards and witches did regular maintenance on their own wards, but it was superficial at best, and they didn't have to worry about long-term separations from that home in the near future. The redhead finished his job, retrieved his pay, 1 galleon, bringing that day's total up to 6, and hurried back to the quarters he shared with Aries. The brunette was already there, gazing into the magic fire, with that same distant look on his glowing face. "Hey Aries," Charles called out, faking unconcern as he summoned a house elf to fetch him a glass of chilled pumpkin juice. A grunt was his only reply. "Have you started checking out the listings for flats in London? You said you wanted to get a handle on general price ranges before actually going in to buy something." "I'll do it later," Aries shrugged, noncommittally, ticking Charles off. "You've said that about everything lately," he snapped. "Have you even sent a reply to Sev's letter?" The brunette didn't answer. "Aries, that came 3 days ago. He's probably getting worried. Here, I'll bring you some parchment and a quill. Will that be enough to get your lordship's lazy rear end off the cushions?" Aries mumbled something too low for Charles to hear. "What did you say?" he demanded, rubbing his temples. "I haven't read the letter." Charles had to breathe deeply through his nose to keep from losing his temper entirely. This was getting very bad very quickly. Aries had lost all touch with the world outside of Hogwarts. Well, as the saying went, drastic times call for drastic measures. "Stupefy," Charles whispered, behind Aries' back. His friend slipped easily from his almost comatose state to unconsciousness. From there, the former student was easily able to levitate Aries out of the castle and all the way to Hogsmeade. Charles rented a room at the Three Broomsticks, using his own hard-earned money, but swearing to make Aries pay him back, and flowed back straight to the infirmary, thankfully empty, as Poppy was on holiday. Weak magical drain potions were always kept in stock, as the more powerful students could have dangerous magical bursts when in a high fever or otherwise delirious. Charles grabbed 3 and headed back, ready to drain all of Hogwarts out of Aries if he had to. Casting Enervate on Aries was unpleasant, to say the least. As soon as he was awake, the young man began to cringe and curl in on himself, as if having stomach pains. One arm started groping about the lumpy mattress, searching for the lost tie to his magical home. Charles cursed the headmaster 1,000 times over for not realizing or preventing Aries from coming to such a condition, then cursed him 1,000 times more when the idea came that the headmaster might have wanted Aries to become attached to Hogwarts in such a way, as it would make both of them easy to monitor, and Dumbledore wouldn't want to let 2 unique individuals such as themselves out of his sight. But no, Charles shook his head. The only Dumbledore who would do that would be the manipulative, hateful leader of fools Draco Malfoy had been raised to hate. In any case, cursing Dumbledore wasn't helping Aries. Gently, Charles tipped his friend's head back and held the first open vial against his mouth, but Aries pursed his lips firmly. "It'll help you feel better," Charles lied. "It'll help, I promise." Aries drank, then let out a high keening sound as the potion took effect, stripping some of Hogwarts' magic from inside him. The process was repeated, sip by sip, until all 3 vials were drained. In the middle, Aries had begun repeating the litany of, "It'll help," in tune with Charles, occasionally throwing in things like, "liar," and, "how could you," which didn't actually seem to be directed at Charles at all. The redhead decided he really didn't want to know what that was about, and instead focused on clearing Aries' magic and sending the other man into a spelled sleep. He had to have words with Dumbledore. As soon as Charles flowed back into the hospital wing, he noticed the brightly colored robes of the headmaster standing in the entrance. "Ah, Charles," he said, twinkling that infernal twinkle, "I wondered who was using the flow here. Did you need something healed?" Charles grabbed the old man by the beard and started beating him over the head with a chamber pot. "A lovely fantasy." "No, headmaster," he replied coolly. "Though there is a little mistake that needs fixing, if you don't mind." Of course not, whatever is the matter? Charles smirked inwardly at the thought of illuminating the headmaster on just everything that was the matter, starting with the fact that he was in this time in the first place. But, he decided, being succinct generally worked better for getting a point across, so he would limit himself to the specific situation at hand. Aries, sir, is the matter, he said curtly, and the way he has submerged himself in the wards of Hogwarts almost to the point of binding himself to the castle. Or how about the way that he is now in fierce pain because of the remedy to this catastrophe, for which, might I add, I hold you directly responsible. Dumbledore's rosy cheeks seemed to pale, but against his snow-white beard, Charles couldn't be sure. Just tell me one thing, he continued, looking sharply at the old man. Did you send Aries to work on the wards knowing that he considers the castle his home? The headmaster's silence was answer enough, and Charles sneered at him in disgust and turned back to the flow, intending to return to his friend. He was stopped by a surprisingly strong grip on his arm, which led to Charles having to bite his tongue to keep his temper in check. Come, shall we talk in my office? Dumbledore suggested, his usual buoyant tone more subdued than Charles had ever heard it. The redhead glanced back at the flow, but decided Aries would be all right for a while. The sleeping spell, at the very least, would keep him out of harm's way, and consented. The walk to the headmaster's office was silent, as Dumbledore apparently wanted to keep any real conversation behind closed doors, and Charles was utterly disinterested in idle chatter. Before he knew it, the former student was neatly ensconced in an overstuffed armchair turning down the same Muggle suite he had lauded less than a month ago. Charles, Dumbledore began, lacing his fingers together, when you and Aries first approached me this summer, I knew that Aries was more attached to Hogwarts than as usual. I gave him the chore of dealing with the wards in hopes that he and Hogwarts would develop an affinity for each other, so that Aries would know that he always had a place to which he could return, and, of course, wherever he is welcome, you are too. This way, I could be assured that, no matter what happens in the next 20 years, both of you would be taken care of. Charles looked skeptically at the old man, but decided that, if there was one thing he could believe of Dumbledore, it was that he could justify manipulating people's lives in almost sickening ways as, for their own good. So you sent Aries out to become homebound to Hogwarts, so that we'd both know we had a place to stay? He demanded darkly. I did not mean for Aries to become homebound, Charles, Dumbledore replied smoothly, popping a drop into his mouth. In fact, I thought the risk of such binding rather low, for I assumed both of you must have family and homes from which you are separated, homes to which you both long to return. Perhaps I was incorrect in that assumption, and for that I apologize. Charles snorted softly, but softened his glower. There was the barest possibility that Dumbledore was telling the truth. That he, ignorant of the boy Harry Potter, would not consider that a person transported through time could consider anywhere in the past home. Thank you for explaining, Headmaster, said Charles, wearily. I will pass on your words to Aries when he wakes. Dumbledore nodded and, this time, made no move to stop the redhead when he got up to leave. Aries woke with a splitting headache and a stomach that seemed determined to get revenge on him for some offense. He cracked open one eye and spotted a blob with red hair above him, making him groan in relief. Ron, find me some hangover potion, will you? He murmured, his voice muffled by the pillow, but otherwise clear. Strange, the only other time he'd gotten drunk he'd woken with a voice that would make a landlocked mermaid proud. Wrong, redhead, Hisakazo, the blob above him said, worry-lacing the otherwise cultured voice. Do you remember where you are? Maybe if I had my glasses, I would, Aries retorted dryly. In moments, the familiar frames were slipped onto his face, bringing the red-headed blob into focus. Bloody, Charles, sorry, mate, must have hit my head pretty hard there. What happened, anyway? What's the last thing you remember? Charles asked, eyebrows furrowed. Aries assumed the other man had been worried by his earlier mistake, thinking Aries might have lost much of his memory. Well, I was resting in our rooms, then you, Aries paused as the memory returned to him in full, then he glared at Charles. You stunned me, then you shoved potions down my throat. What in Merlin's name were you thinking, you great prat? You better have a very good reason for putting me through that torture. Charles raised an eyebrow at his outburst, making Ares feel unaccountably silly, as though being stunned and fed incredibly painful potions without warning didn't merit some defiance on his part. He impatiently shook the feeling off, returning Charles's glance with one of his own that, he hoped, demanded an explanation. Ares, you're a very intelligent person when you want to be, but sometimes I wonder if you weren't dropped on your head as a child, Charles muttered. In all your study of ward theory, did you ever, even once, come across the term homebound? Homebound. Ares frowned in thought as he pulled himself up to a sitting position, waiting patiently until his stomach stopped attempting mutiny. I think it was mentioned once or twice in passing, but only in application to, well, homes. You know, places of residence where you've got memories and happy family and that sort of thing. He shrugged. I didn't think it applied to me. The other man placed 2 fingers gently against his forehead in exasperation. Ares, look me in the eye and tell me you don't consider Hogwarts as your home, he demanded. After a few confused blinks, Ares' eyes widened in comprehension. If he considered Hogwarts home, as he knew he did, then the risk of becoming homebound very much applied to him. Homebound was a nasty little affliction that was also, thankfully, quite rare. If a wizard or witch spent too much time working on the magic of their home without adequate exposure to places outside the sphere of influence of that magic, the wizard or witch ran the risk of turning their own magical core into a part of that magic. They would be unable to leave the sphere of influence without significantly weakening hourly, until, eventually, they would have no magic left. That certainly would have put a kink in Ares' plans for the next 19 years. Not to mention after. I suppose, Ares suggested with a grimace, that those potions you gave me helped to drain Hogwarts' magic. Right you are, 10 points to Slytherin, Charles drawled, smirking. His face turned suddenly serious, and he sat down on the bed next to Ares, facing away. You should know, Dumbledore sent you to work on the wards, knowing there was a risk of you becoming homebound to the castle. He was, in fact, hoping that you would form some sort of bond with Hogwarts so that we'd have a sanctuary. Apparently you and I are one person now. His motives may have been for the good, but the fact remains that he sent you out to do a job with inherent dangers without informing you beforehand. Oh, Ares couldn't think what else to say to that. The Dumbledore of his time, before the old man's death, had learned his lesson about trying to manipulate Harry behind his back, but that wouldn't happen for another 17 or 18 years, and the headmaster clearly had few qualms about doing so now. The young spellsmith felt a surge of anger and betrayal, and he clenched his fists tightly as he cursed Dumbledore. Hadn't he ever thought Ares might have plans of his own? Plans that certainly didn't include staying at Hogwarts forever. If he didn't have such a grudge against Voldemort already, Dumbledore's actions might have turned him to the Death Eaters for real. Perfect, Ares exclaimed, jumping out of bed with a broad smile on his face. What's perfect? Charles demanded, confused as he watched his friend dig through the drawers of the bedside table and pull out a quill, ink and parchment the inn kept there for emergencies. What are you doing? Writing to Sev's brother, Ares answered. Dumbledore's actions have pushed me over the edge and I've decided to take up his offer and join Voldemort. Charles quickly comprehended his meaning, as Ares would have expected of the former Slytherin. For all of Ares' skill in occlusion, all he could do was hide his hatred and derision for Voldemort and his forces. If he did that and Voldemort tried to peer into his thoughts, the Legilimens would quickly see that Ares didn't have any hatred or derision for the light side either, which could spell his death. However, with Dumbledore's mistake, Ares would be able to play on his own anger and, with a little luck, be able to fool Voldemort into thinking him a loyal Death Eater. If he weren't so ticked off at the man, Ares could have keyed Dumbledore. Ares didn't send his letter until the next day, because he decided it would be vastly insulting to Sev to send his brother a letter before he'd even read his. So, that evening, Ares sat down at the desk in their quarters with a writing set and Sev's 4-day-old letter. Dear Ares, it read. It has not been a very long time since we have last spoken to each other, but much has happened in the interim. More, I think, than would be prudent to write down. First of all, you should know that I've moved out of my father's house and am living with my brother in London. Arnold is rarely at home because of his duties at the ministry and his other work, so it is rather like living alone. I spend most of my time in a small laboratory brewing potions on commission, though I am interviewing next week for a job supplying a nearby apothecary. You told me in your last letter that you were working for Dumbledore, and it pleases me to see that we are both doing work based on our specialties. I feel you could do better in an employer than Dumbledore, but that is, perhaps, a conversation for another time. On that topic, I would like to set up a time and place where we could meet, perhaps over lunch sometime, to discuss topics of a more sensitive nature. If our conference could occur here in London on a weekend, then my brother might also be available to introduce himself to you. He is quite eager to become acquainted with you in person. Sincerely yours, Severus Snape. Ares thought long and hard over his reply, though he knew it could never be as delicately phrased as Sev's. He just wasn't that skilled in subtlety. Skilled enough to recognize what Sev was really talking about, but not enough to reply in kind. Finally, when he thought he had something adequate to say, he put quill to parchment. Dear Severus, my deepest apologies for the delayed reply to your letter. I've been ill for the last few days and was not myself until this morning, for which I have Charles to thank almost exclusively. I will tell you all about it when we have lunch together. I am free any Saturday or Sunday for the next 2 weeks, as Dumbledore has deigned to give me the weekends off. Please make an appointment with your brother for us to meet whenever it is most convenient for him, as that seems delightful. I will send him an owl tomorrow, but there is more that could be said in person. I'm glad you are having such success with your potions. Working on the wards here is tiresome but exciting at the same time. I do hope to see you soon. Your friend, Ares Hisakazo. It was much shorter than Sev's letter, but it would have to do. Swallowing a thrill of anxiety at the step he would soon take, Ares took his letter to the Ollery and sent it off, watching the tawny school owl fly off into the darkening sky. Sev's reply came later that week. Ares read it in the Three Broomsticks, where he now ate dinner with Charles every day to prevent another brush with binding. Is everything set up? Charles asked, watching Ares bite his thumbnail over the letter. Ares glanced up, distracted. Oh, yes, this Saturday at noon we'll meet up at the Leaky Cauldron and eat. Then Arnold will join us once his lunch break starts at 12:30. This is it. Charles wasn't an idiot, he could plainly see how anxious his friend was about the upcoming meeting. However, that didn't mean he was the least bit inclined to ease those worries. After all, there wasn't anything he could do, short of lying outright, that would make Ares more confident. The other man knew perfectly well what he was getting into, and had made his choice. Instead, it might be more beneficial to get his mind onto happier topics. So, how are Hogwarts wards doing? He asked pleasantly. Immediately, Ares' eyes lit up as the distraction successfully took hold. They're fantastic, the brunette exclaimed. I mean, there are a few kinks here and there, but the actual working on them is fantastic. I probably know more about Hogwarts than anyone other than Dumbledore, by now. And today, I managed to tap into the wards nearest the Forbidden Forest, and, oh Charles, I learned so much. About the forest, Charles raised an incredulous eyebrow. It's full of dangerous creatures and only suicidal people, Gryffindors, and Hagrid go in there. What more is there? Ares looked at him like he'd sprouted dragon wings and a tail and started singing opera. Haven't you ever wondered why the centaurs consider it their forest, and don't even want humans going in it? He questioned. Because they're extremely territorial, Charles guessed. Ares wasn't impressed. No, you prat, it's because they fought for it and won. You see, about 2 decades after the founders built Hogwarts, the town of Hogsmeade began to grow and flourish. It started out in the little valley it's in now, but it quickly spread out and people started to cut down the forest to make room for more buildings. The centaurs were, Ares blushed slightly in embarrassment. They were told by the stars to protect the forest, so they started attacking the human woodsmen. Of course, the villagers didn't take kindly to that, and they raised a militia, which eventually became an army, and fought the centaurs. Eventually, the centaurs won, but not before 100 wizards and witches had spilled blood on the forest floor. The mayor of Hogsmeade at the time was the one who agreed to give the centaurs the forest, but used the spilled blood to curse the ground. So the centaurs hate humans in the forest because the stars told them to? Charles asked, raising an eyebrow. No, 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 Ares raised his hands as though to stop Charles's incorrectness. That's why they believe the forest belongs to them. They hate humans because we cursed their forest with the blood of 100 of our own dead. Yes, that makes so much sense, Charles said sarcastically. I know, Ares exclaimed, taking a bite and smiling off into the distance. Sev was, naturally, already waiting at a booth when Ares arrived promptly at noon. Although he had no proof as, to his knowledge, such a catastrophe had never occurred, but Ares privately thought that Sev would manage to take points off himself were he ever late. The table was in a shadowy area of the inn, far away from the din and clatter of traffic between Muggle and Wizarding London. Sev had either been there a while or was fully expecting Ares to be late, because he'd brought a book, more of a tome, really, and was engrossed in its pages when Ares slid in across from him. Hey, Sev, the brunette greeted his friend, watching in amusement as the Slytherin jerked his head up, startled. Hello Ares, Sev answered, recovering quickly and slipping a bookmark into his place so that he could close the book. They spent a few minutes chatting lightly, small talk about the weather and Charles and other neutral topics, while a waiter took their order and delivered their food. Only once they were finally left alone, without chance for interruption, did the real conversation start. So, what exactly did the old codger do to you? Sev asked, eyes narrowed slightly with anger. That anger only grew as Ares told Sev about Dumbledore's attempt to bind him to Hogwarts, though he manipulated the details of the story to make it less suspicious that he could get that attached to Hogwarts after only one school year. His new story included Dumbledore subtly manipulating the wards behind the scenes to make them draw Ares in, convenient, because it also compounded the headmaster's offense. By the end, Sev looked like he'd dearly like a chance to add some special ingredients to Dumbledore's drops. And you have to stay at that school for 2 weeks still? The black-haired man demanded. Ares nodded. Merlin, I don't like this. I don't like that he's going to have any power over you at all for that long. Don't worry Severus, Ares reassured him. I'll be all right. Now that I know, I'll take extra steps to protect myself. Good, Sev responded forcefully. They ate in silence for a few moments, letting the topic drop. Ares hated how he was portraying the headmaster, and he thought he might regret it more, later. How would Sev ever become a spy if he thought Dumbledore was the type of person who would be so underhanded? How is life with your brother going? He asked, breaking the silence. It is decent, Sev acknowledged. He has been telling me about his friends. Did you know that Muggles believe themselves descendant from apes? They're animals, they know it and revel in it, it's vile. Indeed, Ares pretended to agree, all the while wanting to shout at Severus for his short-sightedness. He wanted to recite for his friends the lessons he had learned in Muggle primary school about evolution and genetics, and that wizards weren't some separate species. How horrible. Yes, Sev nodded his head, looking off to the side. And the wizarding world has allowed itself to be forced into hiding by those animals. Something so shameful should be corrected. Ares hummed noncommittally. You don't sound convinced, Sev noted, then shrugged. My brother will explain it much better than I. He nodded his head in the direction of the door to Diagon Alley. Ares looked, just in time to see the portal close behind a tall, dark-haired man with sharp features. He bore a distinct resemblance to Severus. The man noticed them and walked over, offering his hand to Ares. You must be Ares Hisakazo, he said. It's nice to finally meet you. Severus has told me so much about you. Sev watched, a small smile of satisfaction playing about his lips, as his best friend and brother shook hands. It would be very pleasant if two of the, very small, handful of people with whom the Slytherin could stand to converse were to get along with each other. So far, things were off to a promising start. Ares even looked a little awestruck. The three, especially Arnold and Ares, exchanged a few introductory pleasantries while the older man ordered a small meal. As soon as the dish arrived, however, Arnold discreetly flicked his wand and the din of the pub was cut off behind a thick silencing ward. I'm afraid my time truly is quite short, Sev's brother explained, tilting his head apologetically, so we should get to the heart of the matter quickly. Ares swallowed a bite of his sandwich before answering. Of course, I am quite eager to hear what you have to say. Ah, But it is actually what you have to say that demands attention at the moment, Arnold corrected him with a wink. For example, I need to know your opinion on the current state of the wizarding world. Oh, that, Ares said, a slight frown creasing his brow. It's quite horrible, of course. Of course, Arnold agreed, a grin growing on his face, but just what about it do you find most horrible? What would you change if you had the chance? Past, present, or future? Ares challenged. Any, all, whichever you like. Sev's brother was completely unshaken by the line of questioning, as he had been when Severus asked his own questions. Well, if I could change the past, we wouldn't be trapped in this fool's war at all, Ares snapped, practically growling. Sev's eyes widened in astonishment, and he heard his brother beep in a breath of air before the brunette continued. If I could change the past, I would make those idiots in the ministry listen to the demands of the public, make them really understand things, so that those with different opinions wouldn't be forced to take such drastic actions. Alas, Ares flicked his fingers dismissively, such speculation is useless at the moment, as the fact remains that the wizarding world is at war. Arnold had relaxed at Ares' explanation, and his easy smile returned. Would you not say, then, that it is the duty of anyone who really cares about our world at all to get involved in this, as you called it, fool's war? After all, if the ministry will not listen, what can be done? Too true, Ares agreed, then lapsed into a thoughtful silence, his gaze resting on the open floor of the inn. The three took the opportunity to think in silence, and to finish their meals. Severus, particularly, was well pleased with how things were going. While it was clear that Ares wasn't wholly on their side yet, he certainly didn't lean with the ministry, and Arnold could turn that sympathy for the Dark Lord's side into true devotion by the time lunch was over. He would make Ares see sense. Look at them, the spellsmith said suddenly, breaking the silence. Sev and Arnold followed his eyes curiously, ending up at the door into Muggle London, and specifically the older couple checking tentatively out to see if the coast was clear. They're afraid. Terrified by the thought of leaving one of the few sanctuaries we wizards have taken as our own. They hide all they can, ignoring the Muggle world as much as possible, but when they do have to go out in the open, they do it scurrying about. Like rats. Arnold nodded, looking carefully neutral, though Sev could easily pick out the delight in his brother's eyes. And the Muggles will keep growing, you know, the Auror said, his eyes narrowing. They breed like maggots. Their own world is steadily declining into chaos. We have to protect ourselves. We have to protect our noble traditions. How do you keep mold from growing on bread? You keep out the spores, Ares answered quietly, still looking off into the distance. Exactly, Arnold hissed. That's all we're trying to do, Ares, keep out the spores of the Muggle world. But we can't do it alone. With your help, we might just succeed. He reached across the table and placed his hand gently on Ares' arm, causing the other man to look up and make eye contact. Will you join us? Ares swallowed again as he thought. Sev could almost see his friend's eyes racing, but eventually, he nodded once, firmly, and said, just tell me when. The next meeting for new volunteers is at the New Moon, August 3rd, Arnold explained leisurely. He reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a sealed envelope. Inside this is a portkey timed for 9 p.m. that night. You're lucky, that's when my little brother's joining too. Arnold clapped a hand on Sev's shoulder, smiling proudly at him. I think it's always best to join with a friend. Well, now that all the business is done with, I'm afraid I must take my leave. Auror duty calls, gentlemen. Arnold nodded his farewell to both Ares and Severus before apparating straight out of the inn. That went well, the Slytherin said, smiling softly at the place his brother had just occupied. When he heard no answer, he looked across the table and saw that he was alone. Ares bolted from his seat the moment Arnold left. His skin was crawling and he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Unable to think clearly beyond the self-disgust that made him want to retch, the brunette dashed into the first door that looked half-welcoming, the men's restroom, and cast a locking charm behind him. With a heartfelt groan, Ares leaned against the counter and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was still neat and tidy, his robes impeccable, the only outward sign of his inner agony was the look in his eyes. He remembered seeing that same look in Sirius' mirror, the first time he'd opened it. "Oh Mum," he whispered, staring at his reflection. "What would you think of me now? And Hermione, too. Colin, Dennis, Justin, Dean, Seamus. Calling you spores of a fungus, proclaiming that you're corrupting the wizarding world." Aries turned on the cold water tap in the sink and splashed some on his face. It was icy, making a chill run up his spine that, for once, had nothing to do with internal forces. Gradually, his heart began to calm down and the frantic terror and disgust faded away, allowing him to think more rationally. "You're doing it for the war," he told himself firmly. "This is the best way. This is how you'll defeat him. Never forget why you're doing this." Finally, Aries felt close enough to normal to head back into the main area of the pub. He cancelled the locking charm and pulled open the door, only to find himself face to face with a scowling Severus. The black-haired man had one fist raised to knock, apparently having tried the door and found it locked. "There you are," Sev said flatly, his voice almost a growl. Aries felt new guilt well up, this time at having pulled a runner on his friend. The other man ran narrowed eyes over Aries' face, likely noting the damp, disheveled look. "Are you well?" "I'm fine." Aries smiled broadly and raised his arms as if to showcase his health. "Probably just some bad fish. I'm feeling much better." Since Sev still wasn't showing any sign of moving, Aries stepped to the side to move around him. When they were shoulder to shoulder, the Slytherin put a hand on his arm to stop him. "Aries, things will get better," he said, almost too low to be heard. "Don't be afraid of the future." Aries had to bite his lip to halt the thousands of truthful responses that he wanted to say. Instead he settled with a simple, if less honest, sentence. "I don't." Aries shot up in bed, panting and sweating. He'd been having nightmares for a week now, ever since the meeting with Arnold, terrible dreams of corpses with his friends' faces staring at him with dead eyes. Dreams of Cedric Diggory, which he hadn't had since Voldemort started infiltrating his mind in 5th year, had returned with a vengeance. He hadn't slept more than 5 hours a night since he had agreed to join the Dark Lord. He was really getting sick of this. Although the clock on his bedside table told him it was only 3 a.m., nowhere near time for waking, Aries threw off the covers and wandered into the main sitting room. Better to be up and reading than to go back to sleep and face another nightmare. He picked out a book from the bookshelves, one of the many he kept checked out from the library, much to Madame Pance's annoyance, and settled on the couch, lighting a candle with a wave of his hand. Although favored by many wizards, the Jinx class of spells is, unfortunately, of little use in practical duels and life or death situations. A practiced duelist will generally wear spell-resistant clothing, which, although vulnerable to spells of a certain power level, often succeed in stopping low-level spells. The dry dissertation on proper defense was enough to put almost anyone to sleep, but Aries sat with his back ramrod straight as he read so that he wouldn't be caught off guard by another horrible dream. By the time the first rays of light had made their way through the windows, which Aries and Charles both agreed were likely fake, as they were near the center of the castle, the spellsmith had reached the chapter on proper glove care and how it affected wand use. His brain was numb after hours of the same dull style of writing, which was the effect he had been going for at the time. A numb brain made it harder for guilt and shame to hit him over the head. Charles, woken by the rising sun, wandered blearily into the sitting room. He stopped short, though, at the sight of his friend sitting cross-legged and stiff-backed on the couch, a book balanced on his knees and dark circles under his eyes. This had become a common sight in their quarters ever since Aries' meeting with Sev and his brother. Quite frankly, Charles was sick of it. "Merlin, Aries," he snarled groggily. "You're going to kill yourself if you keep up like this." Aries looked up from his book with dull eyes that said, though the boy himself was silent, "I know." Charles sighed, calling a house elf for breakfast. He sat next to his friend, who was now watching him as avidly as he had been reading. "Look, you haven't told me what happened, but it's not as if I can't guess," the redhead said frankly. "I've been around this type of people my whole life, and I know the kinds of things you have to say to appease them. You probably had to indirectly badmouth a fair number of your friends from back home, right?" Aries nodded, looking away in shame. Charles hesitated for a moment, then continued, hoping he was saying the right things. Man I once respected a lot, he once told me of a time when he was really mad at himself. He'd done something horrible, and he wanted to forget. So he went out and got really drunk, I mean absolutely smashed. When he woke up the next morning, he of course had a horrible hangover, but he refused to take a potion for it, because he said it felt like something he deserved. The hangover eventually went away, and the guilt sort of went away, too, as though having a hangover took the pain from inside his head and made it physical. Now, I'm not suggesting you cut up your arms or anything like that. I don't want you doing something stupid and dangerous just because you're feeling a little down. But I think you should do something to get this pain out of you before it kills you. The house elf returned then with a full platter of food and laid it silently on the table before popping back out. Ares watched the process as though fascinated, keeping his gaze as far from Charles's face as possible. Hoping that his friend was at least considering the idea, and considering letting him help, as Charles didn't want Ares to do something harmful to himself alone, the redhead headed over to the little alcove to eat breakfast. Ares still hadn't said anything by the time they had finished eating and Charles had headed to the bathroom to shower. He went through the day alone as he had business at the ministry. They had promised him a job in accounting, but something seemed to be holding them back, as they had now responded 5 times to his more and more insistent owls with, "We will contact you at the first opportunity, please wait patiently." He was beginning to think it was more than just the usual bureaucratic red tape slowing things down. In any case, he returned to Hogwarts late that evening to find Ares waiting for him, a small piece of parchment in one hand. "What's that?" he asked, hanging up his cloak. "A letter from Severus." "No," Ares said, his voice almost a whisper. "It's what I want you to do." Charles took a moment to understand what he meant before he recalled the conversation from that morning. Swallowing hard, he sat down in the armchair across from the couch. "What is it?" Charles asked, gesturing at the parchment. Ares slowly, reluctantly, handed it over to the redhead, who saw what looked like a very straight tree with about a dozen oddly shaped branches. "They're Ogham runes," Ares explained. "I'd like you to mark that symbol on my back, over my left shoulder blade. I take it you don't want me to do a simple image transference spell." Ares shook his head. By the time they both went to bed that night, Ares had a black tattoo of a word written out in Ogham runes on his back. And though Charles saw him laying down gingerly on his stomach, grimacing each time he moved his left arm, the dark bags were gone from Ares' eyes the next morning. 8888888. The 3rd of August came more quickly than Ares expected. It was a Thursday, and the day before he finished the wards on the castle. He hoped the meeting wouldn't be too draining, because the final alterations of the wards would take a lot of energy and concentration. Thankfully he hadn't done too much damage during the week of sleep deprivation, and he had managed to correct his few mistakes quickly after Charles's ingenious solution. Charles hadn't asked, of course, and Ares had not and would not volunteer the information, what the runes now on his back meant. He had searched the whole day to find one word that would let all his feelings of guilt, anger, hatred of both himself and Voldemort, and regret escape into the physical. Finally, he had settled on a common, short, simple word: shame. And now those feelings weren't gone, but they were out in a place where he could bear them, quite literally, on his back. Ares denied himself dinner that evening, though he did accompany Charles to Hogsmeade. He wasn't hungry, and he had a feeling there was a good chance he'd get sick later that night. It was much easier to hide dry heaves than full-blown regurgitation. One of the life lessons he had learned in early childhood. Arnold had said that the portkey would activate at 9 o'clock, but Ares wasn't taking any chances. At 8:30, he opened the envelope, pulling out a metal key inscribed with the dark mark, and clutched it tightly in his palm as he walked around his and Charles's quarters. The redhead was sitting on the couch, reading the newspaper and casting looks that could either be annoyed or worried at Ares every few seconds. No more than a minute before 9, the former Slytherin folded up the paper and fixed his stare on Ares. "Now listen here," he said pointedly. "You had better come out of this alive, because if you die, don't think I'll leave you alone. I know perfectly well how to summon freshly dead souls, and I'll bind you to a troll's bum so fast it'll make your ponytail spin." Ares opened his mouth to respond, but at that very moment the clock began to chime the hour and the portkey activated. The time traveler was pulled viciously along by the key in his hand, spinning dizzily, until he finally landed in an open field lit only by torches. Severus appeared next to him a moment later. The two young men stood side by side in silence, eyes straining into the darkness beyond the firelight to see some sign of life. Ares had witnessed an initiation through his connection to Voldemort once, but that had been in a much different time. It had taken place in the Dark Throne Room dungeon of whatever the Dark Lord's hideout was at the time, and by the time the initiate had arrived, all the Death Eaters had already gathered for a meeting. Now, however, the burgeoning evil overlord had both time and room to spare, as he didn't need to hide his presence from the Order or the authorities. The Aurors had no power, either real or through intimidation, over the Death Eaters of this day and age. While Ares had been processing this, Severus had apparently been getting steadily more worried. The Slytherin's breathing was harsher than normal, his muscles tense and his eyes flicking spasmodically from right to left, left to right. Apparently Voldemort's intimidation tactics were getting to him quite a bit more than Ares, but that made sense. Sev was still largely a normal 18-year-old, while Ares had been on the wrong side of Voldy's wand too many times to count. But now was certainly not the time for Sev to behave like a normal 18-year-old. Ares glanced down just long enough to locate Severus' left hand, then rapped him sharply on the knuckles with the handle of his wand. The Slytherin gasped and pulled his hand away, glaring fiercely at Ares, who looked pointedly back at him. Severus knew him well enough to get the gist of the message, and settled down to calmly await whatever was to happen. He was just in time, as not 5 seconds passed afterwards before several of the shadows beyond the torches started to move and separate, forming into 24 black-robed and masked figures. They placed themselves 3 people between every 2 torches, leaving the space between the 2 tallest torches open. Ares and Sev's attention was drawn to that space by a loud hissing and a parting of the long grass as 2 snakes, one about 15 feet long, the other no more than 4 feet, entered the circle. S's stinky human SSS lining up, none of them Tastes, the shorter one hissed petulantly. Ares was surprised to recognize the voice of Nagini. Master will be doing magic this night, little daughter, the older one, a male, answered patiently. You will be fed soon after. Indeed, both of you will receive marvelous creatures to eat when we are done. Ares and Sev's heads both shot up from where they had been watching the snakes circle about. A new figure had entered, the Voldemort Ares remembered from Dumbledore's Pensieve, draped in fine emerald robes. Now, come back to me Naya, Nagini. Lay at my feet. The snakes obeyed, curling about the mutilated man's legs as Voldemort conjured a high-backed wooden throne for himself. Welcome, loyal followers. Voldemort nodded his head first to the many masked Death Eaters, and then to Ares and Sev, and our promising newcomers. Welcome all. The first Death Eater to Voldemort's right stepped forward. Who presents these 2 men for entry into our illustrious brotherhood? The man boomed. I do. Ares recognized the voice of Arnold Prince Snape behind him as the Death Eater placed one hand on his shoulder and another on his brother's. What strengths do they bring to us? These men are both journeymen in their fields, potions and spellsmithing, and are, to all accounts, well on their way to becoming masters. Those are very prized skills, Voldemort hissed languidly. Step forward, Severus Prince Snape and Ares Hisakazo. Arnold pushed them forward 2 steps, then down to their knees. They were now close enough that Ares could see the serpent insignia on Voldemort's boots, which was, in his opinion, far too close for comfort. It would please me greatly to have one young man with as much promise come voluntarily into our fold, the Dark Lord pronounced grandly. 2 such young men is a great boon for our side. You, Arnold, will be amply rewarded. Thank you, my lord. Arnold bowed deeply and returned to his place in the circle. Now, Voldemort stood from his seat and approached the kneeling men. I assume you know that I desire no less than perfect loyalty in all my faithful subjects. Tell me, why do you wish to join our side? At the moment, the Dark Lord was looking at Severus, so he spoke first. Because the Ministry and Dumbledore are blind fools, he spat rashly. They place arbitrary restrictions on magic that should be free for the study and use of anyone with the intelligence to seek it. Ares blinked at this outburst. He hadn't heard these reasons before. Those are very noble, important reasons. Voldemort nodded wisely. But, you know of our most infamous policy, correct? You believe in preserving the purity of magical blood, Severus answered, his voice wobbling almost imperceptibly. And tell me, young Severus, Voldemort continued insidiously, what is your father? He is a muggle, sir, Severus whispered. A what? He is a filthy muggle, sir, and I am ashamed to share his blood. Severus shouted. Voldemort stared at him for a long time, using Legilimency, by Ares, reckoning, before finally smiling and proclaiming, you will do. Now, on to young Ares. The vaguely snake-like figure of the Dark Lord swooped down on Ares very quickly. Tell me, young spellsmith, he hissed, what makes you want to join my ranks? Ares strengthened his occlumency, hiding everything that he truly was deep inside where he couldn't even find it, then met the slitted red eyes. I admit, though not without shame, that not 1 month ago I was unsure of which side, if any, to take in the current conflict, he said firmly. But Dumbledore has broken any respect I may have had for him irreparably, and I will do anything to bring about his downfall. I cannot live in a society that holds that codger on a pedestal. He felt Voldemort probing inside his mind, seeking out the memories and meanings behind his words, and freely gave up the memory of Dumbledore's attempt to bind him to Hogwarts. Indeed, it pleases me to know that old fool is still making mistakes. Voldemort smiled in a way that sent a chill up Ares' spine. He does so much of my work for me. You both will make fine additions to my ranks. Bare your left arms. Expecting this, both Ares and Severus were quick to comply, holding out their unblemished limbs in offering. Voldemort drew his wand, the one that bore the same phoenix feather core as Ares' own, and touched it first to Severus' arm. Conscriptum Mordris, he incanted. A dark pulse of magic thrummed into Severus' arm and the Slytherin bit his lip to keep from crying out as smoke drifted up from the burning flesh. Ares swallowed as the same wand touched his own arm and the same words were chanted. He felt the magic enter him like a disease, cancer of the soul. The pain came on its heels, physical pain of his own skin and muscle tissue smoldering, emotional pain of taking on the mark of ownership of his most hated enemy, and magical pain of being forced to accept his first invasive touch of truly evil magic. The textbooks may have said that magic could be dark and it could be light, but it could not be evil. Ares knew different. Anything and everything that came from Voldemort was evil. As if from a great distance, the brunette heard the Dark Lord speaking again. You are dismissed. When you feel my call, apparate to my side immediately. And rest assured, I will be calling for you very soon. Ares had a sinking feeling that Voldemort had been looking at him when he said that last bit. As he prepared to apparate back to Hogsmeade, his last thought was, I need to get a new wand. When Ares appeared in the dark streets of Hogsmeade a split second later, he felt the adrenaline, which had kept him from passing out during the pain of the marking, start to fade. By the time he had left the village proper, he was exhausted and drooping, barely managing to focus on the trail ahead of him through the throbbing in his arm. He hardly even noticed Charles, waiting for him anxiously in the entrance hall, and only managed to acknowledge the other man's presence when Ares felt him throw an arm around his back to help support him. Come on, Charles murmured, let's get you to bed. You'll be sore enough in the morning without passing out on the floor. The new Death Eater made a vague noise that, he hoped, conveyed his agreement with this idea. Though, truly, Ares hadn't heard anything beyond bed. His eyelids felt like they had lead weights attached. He blinked once and found himself in front of the door to their quarters, again and he was beside his own bed. 2 more blinks and he was out for the night. He stumbled backward. Don't be a fool, snarled the face. Better save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. They died begging me for mercy. You're a liar, Harry snarled. My parents died bravely, and I will never join you. The face started laughing, Quirrell's back convulsing with the Dark Lord's mirth. Why don't you take your hand out of your pocket and see? Voldemort asked, smiling triumphantly. Harry took his left hand out of his pocket and held it out in front of him. The sleeve of his robe fell down, revealing the blackened burn of the dark mark. A pale, long-fingered hand closed over the mark and his arm flared up with searing pain. The walls melted, turning into a large cavernous chamber, water covering the floor. "You've got to help me, Ares," Harry said, raising Ginny's head. "We've got to get her out of here. There's a basilisk. I don't know where it is, but it could be along any moment. Please, help me." Ares didn't move. Harry, sweating, managed to hoist Ginny half off the floor, and bent to pick up his wand again. But his wand had gone. "Did you see?" He looked up. Ares was still watching him, twirling Harry's wand between his fingers. "Thanks," said Harry, stretching out his hand for it. Ares stepped back, putting the wand further out of reach. "Look, you've got to help me," Harry cried, beginning to panic. "If the basilisk comes." "It won't come until we're called," Ares interrupted him. "What are you talking about?" Harry demanded. In answer, Ares lifted his sleeve, bearing the dark mark on his arm, then nodded toward Harry's arm. The Gryffindor looked down at his own already bare arm, and saw a matching mark. Pain washed through him again, and he heard Ares whisper, "He's calling." But when Harry looked up, Ares, Ginny and the cavern were gone. Now he was in the small classroom at the top of the North Tower. Trelawney's eyes were rolling back in her head as she spoke in a voice not her own. "It will happen tonight. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been chained these 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will break free and set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever he was. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master." Harry turned around and found himself in chains, with Ron on one side and Professor Lupin on the other. The full moon rose and Lupin transformed, breaking Harry's bonds and revealing a mark on his left arm which burned. A ghostly voice echoed in his mind as he ran from the werewolf. "Return to me." Ares awoke, drenched in icy cold water, before the horrific nightmare could go any further. He sat up, gasping and sputtering, and grabbed at his glasses, focusing on Charles who, he could now see, was standing by his bedside levitating an upturned bucket. The sopping brunette couldn't decide whether to demand an explanation, or give the redhead a heartfelt, "Thank you," so he stalled for time by casting a drying charm on himself instead. Charles broke the silence first, though. "You seem to be having a rather extreme nightmare," he said, matter-of-factly. "Do you need my help with your back again?" Ares thought about that for a long moment. True, the nightmares had been horrible, but not in the same way as the guilt-plagued visions of before. In fact, guilt hadn't even factored into these dreams, instead they were filled with pain, both emotional and physical. "No thanks," he decided. "They'll probably go away on their own once my arm stops hurting." About how long will that take?" "Mine took 3 days before the last ache went away, I think," Charles admitted, sitting next to him on the bed. "It was rather hard to tell, as I was called the same day." Ares nodded, looking thoughtfully off into the distance, his mind full of memories, both those brought on by the dreams, and those of the previous evening. "What's he like in this time?" Charles asked hesitantly. "The Dark Lord, I mean." "He's not as snake-like, physically," Ares admitted. "He's done a number on his body, with all his dark magic use, but he still looks more human than not. However, he's no more sane than he ever was. And his magic is filthy." He fell silent, and Charles didn't seem to have anything to add, so they both sat for several minutes, withdrawn into their own minds. Finally, Ares shook his head and hoisted himself off the bed. "Well, even if my arm won't stop hurting for days, I can't just sit around waiting," he said brusquely. "I have a job to finish today." Charles watched his friend go, hoping he'd be all right. He knew Ares was durable. He would have to have survived this long, but carrying Voldemort's mark could wear down any man. He should know. Shaking his head against darker thoughts, the redhead gathered his papers, several fully filled-out applications and a 5-foot-long curriculum vitae, almost entirely false, and his cloak. Charles Hisakazo had a meeting for which he did not want to be late. The ministry was bustling, as per usual on a Friday. All the Wizarding World's natural procrastinators came out of the woodwork as they realized this was their last chance to get papers filed before the weekend. Charles had picked this day specifically for that reason, not because he was a procrastinator, Merlin Forophant, but because no one, not even Lucius Malfoy, would look twice at another face in the crowd. Charles took the lift to level 3, bypassed the DMLE entirely, and made his way to a very small office on the far side of the floor, where a shiny plaque read, "Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office." Pushing the door open, which included shoving a pile of scrolls out of the way from where they'd barricaded the way, Charles swept inside, slammed his papers on the desk of a barely 30 Arthur Weasley, and stated, "I need a job." Arthur's head shot up and he blinked owlishly at Charles for a moment, as if trying to verify that he was not, in fact, hallucinating. "That's very nice, young man," he said, hesitantly. "Have you tried applying through the usual channels?" Charles helped himself to a chair, once he had levitated various Muggle contraptions off it. "I'm afraid the usual channels have a bit of an obstacle for me at the moment," he replied. "I recently learned that Lucius Malfoy, whom I have only met once in my life, has decided to make it his personal mission to ensure the Ministry doesn't hire me." "Ah, victim of the infamous Malfoy grudge, eh?" Arthur snorted. "Well, I can't say I wouldn't like to rub one in little Lucius' nose, but what exactly can I do to help? This isn't exactly Muggle artifacts, jurisdiction." "Come now, Mr. Weasley," Charles smiled charmingly. "Surely you need an assistant, someone to help you with all this paperwork. And wouldn't they leave it to you to decide who to hire? Now, all you'd have to do is send a memo to the Department of Finance listing your department staff as 2 instead of 1, and asking for an appropriate increase in funds, and we're both set. My name doesn't even enter the system until it's too late for Lucius Malcontent to do more than throw a fit." Arthur looked at him with surprisingly shrewd eyes. The man had worked in the Ministry for going on 10 years now, and he knew when someone was bending the rules. Charles could only hope his Gryffindor sense of charity, either that or his grudge against the Malfoys, would overrule his Gryffindor sense of fairness. "You know," Arthur said finally, smiling broadly, "I certainly could use a mind like yours to help in phrasing some of these laws. I will, of course, have to create your position, hold a formal interview, and look over your CV, but," the tall man stood and held out his hand, "you can consider yourself hired." Ares had to use occlumency all day to keep the pain of his arm and the painful memories away so that he could concentrate on the wards. He almost wasn't able to finish the final adjustments, because the wards were acting up. "They can sense the change in your magic," an insidious voice inside him whispered snidely. "They know you're tainted." But, in the end, the spellsmith was able to bend the magic the right way, though his left arm seemed to hurt all the more for it. He dearly wished he could visit Sev and beg a pain potion off him, but if the Slytherin were in any state like his own, he wouldn't be competent to brew a simple boil cure. And asking Poppy for a no-questions-asked pain reliever was like asking Mad-Eye Moody for a no-questions-asked interrogation. No, far better to cut his losses and leave Hogwarts now. As soon as he got the headmaster's approval on the completion of his job, he'd meet Charles and they'd flow to Hogsmeade and apparate from there to the 2-bedroom flat in London that they'd decided to rent together, so as to keep in touch and consolidate the rent payments. No fuss, no muss, as his uncle used to say. Unfortunately, Ares' feet seemed to have a different idea, as he looked up suddenly and found himself in front of the Pink Lady's portrait. She hadn't noticed him yet, being thoroughly involved in a whispered conversation with her friend Violet. "I'll just go in for a minute," Ares told himself firmly. "I'll just go in, take one quick look around the common room, then leave." "Dungbombs," he said, making sure to be loud enough for the Pink Lady to hear over whatever scandalous gossip Violet was imparting. The Guardian turned to him in surprise, then blushed. "Oh," she stammered, staying firmly closed. "Oh dear. Oh no, you poor thing. What's the matter?" Ares asked, the beginnings of alarm stirring in his gut. "I can't let you in, I'm afraid," the portrait fretted. "It's a dreadfully awful thing. I was able to let you in just a month or so ago, I know I was." "What's dreadful? Why can't you let me in?" "Dark magic, dear," she explained. "You've got it in you, so I can't open up. Godric Gryffindor himself charmed his tower so that no witch or wizard could pass through this portal if they were tainted by magic like that. I'm so sorry, you seem like such a nice young man." Ares felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. He had seen the protection in the wards when he'd been working on the dormitories, but he hadn't realized that bearing Voldemort's mark would evict him from his own tower. Cautiously, he slipped into magic sight and extended a hand to the familiar ward threads that made up this particular protection. They shocked him before he could touch them, and Ares snatched his aching fingers back, holding them close to his chest for protection. Protection from Hogwarts. The new Death Eater felt his knees buckle and he slid to the floor, staring sightlessly at the portrait. The Pink Lady was fussing over him, showering him with useless platitudes, but Ares didn't even hear. He had lost the only home he had ever known. "I want it back," some part of him hissed venomously, and he shivered at the sheer darkness of desire that accompanied that pronouncement. Was even a small part of him prepared to use force, to take back Hogwarts? No, he realized with a start. But Tom Riddle was. The scene came to him now, much clearer than the little snippets he had been allowed before, of a not quite young Riddle storming through the halls on his way out of the school, having been told by Dumbledore that he would not be allowed to work at Hogwarts. Away from any onlookers, Riddle's face was a mask of anger and fury, but it was just a mask, hiding beneath it feelings of loss, betrayal, and longing. Tom had seen Hogwarts the same way Ares did, as the only true home, and because of that, when Tom's feelings lashed out in an accidental curse on the defense professorship, Hogwarts had no choice but to accept. Tom Riddle was her child, just as Ares was, and she could not shirk his magic when it reached out so strongly. Any more than she would shirk Ares now, he recognized, coming out of his trance. True, he could no longer reach Gryffindor Tower, but it was only the one protection that had rejected him. Hogwarts, as a whole, would always, let him in. With an exhausted, contented sigh, Ares let himself slump from his knees to his side on the floor as sleep overwhelmed him. Charles found him there that evening when Ares didn't show up for dinner. The redhead jumped to numerous conclusions when he found his friend collapsed at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, but a simple, enervate, proved that Ares had just been sleeping. The brunette refused to tell Charles what had happened to make him fall asleep in the middle of a corridor, even when the former Slytherin threatened him with dark curses and fates worse than death. They moved into their new apartment quickly, albeit a day late, under the watchful and disapproving eye of their new landlord, Jakob Halverson. The grumpy old man with a short, sloppy beard kept trying to spy on what they were doing, as if suspecting Ares and Charles of being criminals. The fact that one of the pair had recently become a criminal didn't help matters any, and Ares was jumping at his own shadow by the time Mr. Halverson finally left. The apartment itself was no help, either. The walls were a repugnant yellow that, combined with the constantly dripping kitchen faucet, didn't support a pleasant ambiance. The second bedroom, listed on the lease agreement was, in fact, a bed that could be pulled down from the living room wall. And, to top it all off, the bathroom would be in need of a scouring charm from Merlin himself just to be called disgusting. Charles had just about fainted when he saw the rather large bundlement in the wardrobe. All things considered, neither of them could wait to move out, which made moving in all the more onerous. However, by sunset they had unpacked their trunks. Ares had taken the living room, saying he was quite used to less luxurious housing, and made a good start on convincing the bundlement to leave. Ares promised to start on the bathroom the next day, while Charles would be at his new job. Charles seriously considered living at the ministry for a few days so that the brunette could handle all the servants' work, but Ares said he'd hide the bundlement in his bed if he tried it. "You wanted the cheapest flat," the spellsmith commented pointedly. "This is the best we'll get for 70 galleons a month. We shouldn't have to pay 1 canute for a place like this." Charles retorted, "This is outright squalor. How dare that crook charge us money for nothing? We have a kitchen, 2 beds, a roof, a loo, and heat," Ares said dryly. "We're a lot better off than nothing." Charles just sulked, but he did aim a few scouring charms at the cooled cupboard in the kitchen, though he wore a bubble head charm the whole time. By the time night fell, the bathroom had finally lost its stench, thanks to Ares' elbow grease in removing, without magic, what they figured must have been some sort of potion spill, and the bundlement had decided that it didn't like the new atmosphere of cleanliness and squelched its way to the neighboring flat. Charles had made just enough headway with the kitchen that he agreed to eat a meal prepared in it, so long as they conjured their own dishes. By all the magic, Ares groaned as he flopped down on the loveseat in the living room. I'm looking forward to testing out that bed. You're quite welcome to it, Charles drawled. I just hope we won't have to call a healer for you back come morning. Why, Charles, you almost sound concerned. The brunette smirked. I am concerned, if you have to go to St. Mungo's, who'll cook my breakfast? Ares' laugh was cut short by a gasp of pain as he clutched his arm. That's still hurting? Charles asked. Frowning, Ares shook his head. It stopped after my little nap in the corridor, he ground out, standing up with some difficulty. He's calling me. Ares apparated to the front walk of an extremely large, if rather run-down, house. He would have taken time to look at the building more closely, but standing on the top of the front steps, waiting for him, was Voldemort himself. My lord, Ares said, bowing down and lowering his eyes. You were quite prompt, young spellsmith, the Dark Lord hissed quietly. That speaks to your favor. Come, I have a task for you. Yes, my lord. Ares stood and hurried after Voldemort, who had already turned and started back into the house. The brunette was careful to walk behind and to the left of his master, but he let his eyes wander freely, taking in the unique decorations around him. Whoever had owned the house before the Dark Lord would clearly not have objected to its current resident. Centuries-old portraits of wizards ruling over peasants, or torturing the unworthy, adorned every wall, and every door jamb was ornately carved with the same design over and over, a snake, holding in its mouth an egg with a human face contorted with pain. Voldemort led him through the entryway, past a parlor where a masked Death Eater was attempting to coax Naya to eat a dead fish. Rotten mammal, the snake hissed, I would rather eat your children than that measly scrap of dead slime. Rabastan, do not bring my snakes such paltry meals again, the Dark Lord practically growled, or next time you may find yourself feeding them of your own flesh. Why yes master, Rabastan stammered, slipping the fish into his pocket. From there, Voldemort took Ares down 3 flights of stairs, below the basement lab and the wine cellar, to a thick steel door. These are the dungeons, the Dark Wizard explained, gesturing as if in welcome. We have had little use for them before, as my followers prefer to take care of enemies in more permanent ways. However, their latest acquisition has proved most hardy. The wards on my manor are old and weakening. I will eventually want you to ward the entire building. For now, though, focus just on the dungeon cells. Alarm bells were going off in Ares' head as he frantically wondered who the Death Eaters might have captured. So many of the people he cared for were candidates that his mind spun at the very thought. Pushing his worries behind his occlumency barrier, the spellsmith turned to Voldemort. Are there any specific wards you would like, my lord? He asked. Apparently it was an intelligent question, because the egoist smirked very slightly before rattling off a whole list. Voldemort clearly wasn't taking any chances with his prisoners. He wanted barrier wards to shut out light and sound to the inside of each cell, individually, so that prisoners couldn't speak to each other from within the wards, as well as a half-dozen different type of alarm wards and a complete structural ward to make sure no one could physically break out. Finally, the Dark Lord wanted a barrier ward specified to block only magic originating from inside the cell, so that any of the Death Eater guards would be free to curse the prisoner to their black heart's content. I should be finished by midnight tomorrow night, Ares promised, should my lord permit me to break for sleep. Voldemort agreed to let him leave at 5 in the morning and return at 5 in the evening, ostensibly to help keep any of his friends from becoming suspicious. Ares didn't see how anyone who really knew him could not be suspicious if he disappeared all night, slept all day, and then disappeared again right after dinner, but he agreed without complaint, allowing the Dark Lord to open the dungeon door and lock it shut behind him. Ares headed straight for the cell closest to the exit. Since there was only one prisoner, the young brunette would have bet that the Death Eaters wouldn't bother hiding him or her in the darker parts of the dungeon, further back. As expected, Ares looked through the barred front wall of the cell and instantly locked eyes with the captive. Remus Lupin, he exclaimed. Remus. Eyes widened as he heard the familiar voice. He could barely make out the brunette queue and thick glasses of his ancient runes study partner. Hisakazo, he gasped. They got you too. What are you doing here, Remus? The other man interrupted. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, was all Remus offered. He had been visiting his father's sister, Marika Vance, also an aunt by marriage of a former Gryffindor 2 years older than him named Emmeline, when the attack had occurred. While Uncle Edgar chanted protection spell after protection spell at the door of their small house, Marika had apologized to Remus for putting him in danger. We sent back every letter unopened, she'd said. We knew he wouldn't like it, but we hadn't thought it would be so soon. I'm sorry. And now, she was dead. You have to get out of here, Remus insisted, shaking off the bad memories. These are bad men, Hisakazo, and they'll kill you if you give them half a chance. I think they might be in league with, the werewolf lowered his voice to a whisper and leaned closer, you know who. Hisakazo started to roll his eyes, then stopped and, frowning, scratched absently at his left arm. Ah, Remus, he said with an ironic smile, ever half right. What do you mean? Remus asked, though he was starting to figure it out. Well, while it's true that the men who captured you work for the Dark Lord whose name shall hereafter be omitted, Hisakazo smirked widely, as if finding something very funny, but it didn't quite reach his eyes, but I hardly need saving from them. After all, the brunette rolled up his sleeves and stared with some indiscernible emotion at the hideous tattoo, they're my comrades. Now if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Remus watched, speechless, as Hisakazo pulled out his wand and began to trace it around the edge of the outer cell wall, typical motions for preparing wards. Switching quickly to magic sight, the werewolf was able to see clearly defined ward threads spreading like luminescent spider webs across the cell wall, the patterns indicating a very solid barrier against light. As the last threads connected, Remus' cell was suddenly plunged into deepest night, and he began to rage. You traitor, he shouted at the top of his considerable voice. I trusted you, I defended you. How long have you been Voldemort's lapdog, Hisakazo? How long have you been plotting against us? How long, Hisakazo? Ares shuddered in relief as the sound barrier went up and he could no longer hear his friend's angry words. He let out a hitching sigh, biting back the sob, the scream, and the apology that all fought to escape. The Gryffindor's throat stung like he'd swallowed a rose thorn as he wove the first 2 wards together, making them stronger. No one who hadn't watched the whole process from the beginning would be able to take them down. He and Remus were the only witnesses. By the end of the night, Ares had finished all but the magic-suppressing barrier. He could honestly tell Lord Voldemort that a one-sided, magic-based barrier ward was a Class C ward and far too difficult, even in small areas, to start without resting. But that wasn't his real intention. After the Dark Lord came and released him, and after much apologetic obeisance on Ares' part, the spellsmith disapparated to his and Charles's flat. The redhead must have been waiting for him on the couch and fallen asleep, because he startled so badly he fell on the floor at Ares' appearance. It's just me, Charles, Ares whispered. You need to go to Dumbledore. Already, Charles scoffed. I wouldn't think you'd be trusted enough to have information this quickly. I'm a spellsmith, Ares pointed out dryly. Charles grimaced, but nodded. What have you found out? He asked. Remus Lupin has been captured. What? Charles exclaimed. And he's not dead. Ares nodded, refusing to make eye contact and swallowing hard. What aren't you telling me, Ares? The redhead demanded. The Dark Lord has me putting up wards in his dungeon, he admitted. Tonight, I'm supposed to go back and add a ward to block magic from inside the cells. Charles, Remus is the only person who has a chance of unraveling those wards. Someone has to get him a wand today. Today, Charles echoed incredulously. You have less than 12 hours until I'm due back. Ares drew his wand and found a blank roll of parchment in the nearby bureau. Record audio, he commanded, and parchment was soon filled with an exact replica of the building where Remus was being held. The stairs are straight through the front door, then down a hallway to the right. The dungeons are 3 flights down, and Remus is in the first cell. Only one person needs to go, just get Remus a wand. Charles inspected the picture for a few moments, until Ares snapped at him to go. The former Slytherin apparated to Hogwarts gates and sprinted up to the doors and through the hallways. By the time he reached the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office he was far too out of breath to call out, so he knocked as loud as he could on the statue's head. In mere moments, the staircase opened and Dumbledore stepped out into the hallway. "Charles, whatever is the matter, dear boy?" he asked, concerned. "Remus, captured, Death Eaters," Charles gasped. "Plan, to rescue him." He waved the parchment about as if it would explain everything. Dumbledore said nothing for a long while, then looking at Charles with somber eyes, gestured for the young man to follow him up the stairs. Charles was allowed to catch his breath, as Dumbledore waited for them to be lifted up to the office door. After a minute, the redhead was breathing normally and had straightened his posture. He was therefore properly prepared for the shock he received when the door to the headmaster's office opened to reveal 4 very tired-looking Gryffindor alumni. "Charles," James asked, frowning, "what are you doing here?" "The same thing you are," Charles guessed, nodding a greeting at everyone in turn, even Lily, who seemed more intent on comforting her boyfriend than worrying about Remus. "You want to help plan Remus' memorial?" Peter asked, clearly confused. "What? No." Charles's eyes went wide in shock. Was that what they really thought? "He's not dead." "Charles," Sirius growled, "his aunt was attacked while he was visiting. The bloody dark mark was over the wreckage." "Remus is dead." "No, he's not." Charles sighed and spread the parchment out over Dumbledore's desk. "He's being held captive in this building." "How do you know this, Mr. Higgins?" Dumbledore asked. Charles's shoulders tensed at the question. He cursed Ares for not being there to tell the story for him. After all, it was all the Gryffindor's stupid plan. "I know someone," he explained haltingly, "who recently joined v Voldemort." As he expected, there was a raucous interruption at his claim, ranging from declamations against anyone who helped a dark wizard, to frightened outrage that he had uttered the forbidden name. Soon, however, Dumbledore got the quieted down and Charles was able to continue. "This person has decided to provide me with information concerning Voldemort's activities. They told me that Voldemort has someone putting up wards in the dungeon where Remus is being held." The young man explained Ares' plan and gave directions to the proper cell. "All that's left is to decide who's going in and determine a safe way to get 1 person in and 2 people out," he finished. There was a moment of stunned silence, before Sirius, James, and Lily all stood up and declared, "I'm going." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at the group, but he shook his head. "As admirable as your desire to help your friend may be," he said gently, "there are a few people I know who have slightly more training. Give me half an hour to contact them. If, at that time, none are able to go, then we will talk." "That's half an hour wasted," Sirius shouted, but James put a hand on his friend's arm. "Sirius, come on," he said, following Peter out of the office. "You too, Charles. I think we ought to have a word." Charles agreed, seeing the headmaster's eyes dim a little as they left. He knew the older man had to have guessed who the spy was. After all, who else did Charles know? But he was grateful the old man hadn't said anything. The more people who knew Ares was a spy, the more dangerous for him it would be. The marauders didn't go very far once they'd left Dumbledore's office, sitting down on the floor of the hall right outside the gargoyle. However, once Charles had joined them, James put up a silencing ward so that, if any of the staff or Merlin Forefend, Filch, wandered by, they wouldn't overhear anything. "I want to know more about this friend of yours," he asked. "I really can't tell you much," Charles admitted, looking above Peter's head. "If one of you figured out who my spy is, there's that much a greater chance of that person being discovered." He held up a hand to forestall the objections that were coming from all sides. "Now I know you wouldn't mean to say anything, but just knowing could be a hazard. If any of you were captured and," he swallowed to keep his voice even, "tortured for information, this person would be dead." "I understand," Lily said strongly, before any of the others could say anything. "I even agree with that. But none of us really care who this person is. We just want to know one thing: can we trust them with the lives of Remus and whoever goes in there to get him?" "Yes," Charles replied without hesitation, even smiling a little. If there was one thing that could be said of Ares Hisakazo or Harry Potter, it was that he would always be trustworthy to those working against Voldemort. Though he could lie like an asp if he had to. "That's good enough for us," said Lily firmly. "It's not good enough for me." Sirius protested. This is one of my mates in danger. I want to know your friend's owl results, dates, ancestry, house, everything, and I'm not agreeing to this half-flowed plan until I do. Sirius, shove off, snapped James. I know you're worried about Remus, but there are more people on the line than just him. People outside your immediate social circle, Lily added scornfully. What? I'm supposed to give an owl dropping about whether some Death Eater lives or dies. Sirius shook his head in disgust. That Death Eater is putting his life on the line to keep your mate alive. Charles almost shouted. Stop, Lily interrupted. We can't go on if we're upset like this. Charles, you just gave away your friend's gender. I don't think you should say anything more. Charles nodded, cursing himself mentally for the slip. And Sirius, I know you wouldn't like it, but if you do anything to endanger the person who's giving us a chance to save Remus, I swear to Merlin I'll poison you in your sleep. The fiery redhead had turned her back to Charles when she began to speak to Black, so the former Slytherin couldn't see her expression, but his self-preservation instinct said that was a good thing when he saw how terrified Sirius looked. I'm with Lily, James declared, putting an arm around her. Peter. I'm with you, James, the chubby boy stammered, looking shocked he had been asked. Sirius glared sullenly at the floor, but stayed silent. They all sat around awkwardly, waiting for several more minutes before they heard the grating sound of the gargoyle statue opening up. Canceling the silencing ward, James stood up, closely followed by Lily and the rest, to see what had been decided. Come with me, please, Dumbledore beckoned. We have much to discuss. They followed the headmaster back to his office and were surprised to see another man, a tall brunette wearing Junior Auror's robes, waiting for them. Frank, Sirius exclaimed. Hey guys. And Evans, the man greeted them somewhat inelegantly, then turned to Charles. You must be Charles Higgins. I'm Frank Longbottom, graduated from Gryffindor 2 years ago and played on the Quidditch team with those jokers. He jerked a thumb at Sirius and James. Nice to meet you. Charles shook his hand calmly enough, but was inwardly amazed that this tall, strong, confident young man could be the father of Neville, Disaster Area, Longbottom. I spoke to a good number of people, Dumbledore interjected, sitting down behind his desk. None of them are able to drop what they are currently doing on such short notice without drawing suspicion to themselves. Frank here agreed to give his advice on which of you would be best suited to this particular mission. Why can't we all go? Sirius demanded, apparently feeling contrary. Why don't we just go in with targets painted on our backs? Charles muttered. Dumbledore sent him a chiding glance before answering Sirius. I'm afraid it is twice as difficult for 2 people to sneak into a stronghold as it is for 1, and for 3 to get back out. Well, I'm sure you see the difficulty. Sirius scowled. All right, well, down to business then. Frank cleared his throat. Lily and Charles, you don't know Remus that well, correct? At least, not as well as these 3. He motioned to James, Sirius and Peter, who all nodded vigorously. I'd say we know him pretty well, said Lily, but true, not as well as them. Charles realized they must be talking about Remus, lycanthropy. He supposed there was a possibility that Voldemort could make something like that an issue, so it would be best not to go in unprepared. The time traveler could hardly divulge his knowledge, so he shrugged and nodded in agreement. Right, in that case I think we should narrow it down to Sirius, James, and Peter. Frank explained the obvious. Peter, I know how good you are at getting into places. Peter looked like he was about to wet himself, but we'd also need you to be able to get Remus out, so we want someone a bit better at dueling, just in case. James and Sirius, I know you're both magically powerful, but Sirius, well. What? Sirius demanded. What's wrong with me? It's nothing wrong with you per se, Longbottom backtracked, it's just that you tend to be very straightforward. And normally that's a good thing. It's just, for a mission like this, we need someone who can be a little sneakier. So James, I recommend that you go. James nodded gravely, understanding this was not a personal victory, but that he was being charged with great responsibility. Sirius, however, looked like he'd gotten the smaller biscuit. So, what's the plan? The rescuer asked. Over the next hour, Dumbledore, James, Lily and Charles worked together to make a workable Plan A, along with Plans B and C, just in case. Sirius helped quite a bit after he'd excused himself and taken his aggression out with a beater's bat. Peter shadowed James's every step in the headmaster's office, but didn't actually contribute anything, and Frank had been forced to return to his job at the ministry. By noon, they had a firm plan. James would apparate to the house and immediately take cover behind whatever was available, trees, rocks, anything. Once he had determined that he hadn't been seen, he would scope out the security on the front door. If need be, he could take out any guards with stunning spells. Then, James would proceed inside and make his way as unnoticeably as possible to the dungeon. See if you can't steal one of their cloaks and masks, Sirius added. They'd never know who you were under one of those. Once the infiltrator entered the dungeon, he would slip Sirius' wand, graciously volunteered for the task, through the bars to Remus, along with a note telling him he was being rescued, and to take down the wards. To keep track of time, James would have 4 portkeys to the hospital wing at Hogwarts, set to activate at half-hour intervals starting at 2 o'clock. They were to take the first portkey to activate after Remus finished getting himself out. If the last timed portkey had already left before the captive was freed, then there would be one more emergency portkey activated by the word, Alabama. They were, under no circumstances, to waste time attempting to gather information or capture Death Eaters, but were to return to Hogwarts as swiftly as possible. While Peter, Sirius and Lily walked James out to the apparition barrier, Dumbledore held Charles back, saying he wanted to speak to him alone. The time traveler had no difficulty guessing the topic of their conversation. The headmaster certainly wasted no time. Your contact among the Death Eaters, he said sadly, it's Ares, isn't it? Charles didn't bother denying, and nodded. With a great sigh, Dumbledore bowed his head. I knew he was in danger of falling into that path, he admitted. His friendship with Mr. Snape, while not a bad thing in itself, put him in the influence of those leaning toward the darker side of magic. I had hoped to prevent this with Hogwarts wards, but it seems I just drove him further away. It does not make me happy that he is putting himself in danger by betraying Voldemort's secrets, but I am certainly glad he is not truly a dark wizard. Were he free to speak as he wished, and if he were sure he could trust the headmaster, Charles would have gladly reassured him that Ares was no more loyal Death Eater than Flitwick, and Dumbledore had almost nothing to do with the Gryffindor taking the dark mark. However, it was better for all if the secrets of the future stayed secret, so the redhead held his tongue until the others returned from seeing off James. He's gone, Lily announced quietly. Should we go wait for them in the hospital wing? Oh, James and Remus won't arrive for a while yet, Dumbledore answered, twinkling at them as he stood. Why don't you all go down to the library first and pick a few books to keep your young minds sharp while we wait? The 3 Gryffindors nodded and left, quite subdued. You too, Charles, the headmaster insisted, holding the door open for him. Unless you would rather see to your friend. No, Charles walked to the door. It's best if he doesn't know anything. The others were already quietly perusing the bookshelves when he arrived. Sirius was browsing in the Quidditch books, Lily in potions and history, and Peter in transfiguration. Charles headed for Muggle studies, figuring he might as well get a head start on his new job. When they all had at least 3 books, Lily rounded them up and herded them to the hospital wing to wait. Ares woke at 4 o'clock, feeling incredibly groggy from sleeping during the day. As quickly as possible, he made himself some strong tea and gulped it down, wincing as it burned his throat. A shower and a new pair of robes later and he was ready to apparate. I hope Remus isn't there, he thought fervently to himself. It would be far more difficult to get the werewolf out without revealing his own loyalties if he had to put up the magic blocker first. Placing those worries firmly behind his occlumency barrier, the spellsmith apparated to the run-down manor that housed his own personal villain. No one stopped him as he took the same path to the stairs, and one Death Eater even nodded a greeting as he passed. Not sure if this was a good or bad sign, Ares nodded back without breaking stride. When he opened the door to the dungeons, the brunette had to fight to keep a grin from breaking out, and he gleefully raised his wand to cast Sonorous. "WHO broke my wards," he shouted. Within moments, the stairs were filled with thundering footsteps. Ares didn't blink as the door burst open and Voldemort stormed in, half a dozen Death Eaters at his heels. "Mr. Hisakazo, might I ask what has possessed you to make such a racket?" The Dark Wizard sneered. "Just look." Ares gestured furiously at the tattered remains of his ward threads. Remus must have been in a hurry, he'd brought down wards 3 cells down. "Someone broke my wards, my wards. I worked for hours and now all that work is ruined. I'll have to start all over from scratch to repair the damage." Voldemort had barely glanced at the actual wards, instead looking intently at the now empty cell. "The werewolf is gone," the Dark Lord hissed dangerously. He turned to the gathered crowd. "Who did this?" No one dared answer. Ares shifted his attention to the Death Eaters as well. "Who broke my wards?" he growled. "Who released my prisoner?" Voldemort echoed. The innocent pack shrank back, suddenly unsure of which wizard to fear more, the annoyed Dark Lord, or the irate spellsmith. "Why are you all just standing there?" Voldemort demanded. "Find who did this, and while you are at it, see if you can't find Lupin as well." Terror-stricken, the flock hastened to obey. Ares waited until they were halfway back out the door to speak. "My lord," he said, calmer now. "I'll need more energy than I have available to me at the moment. Might I use one of these useless dirt eaters as an aid? That way, I should have your wards finished by tomorrow morning." It was a lie, of course. Ares had more than enough energy, and would have more after he reabsorbed the broken wards. But he wasn't about to let Voldemort know that, and any opportunity to beat the magic out of a Death Eater wasn't to be wasted. "You." Voldemort turned his glare on Ares. The younger wizard wondered if he had perhaps miscalculated. "Your wards didn't last one day. I should kill you for your uselessness." Well, now, that was just hitting below the belt. The wards weren't finished. Ares protested hotly. "I hadn't anchored them yet because I still had to add the final barrier, the one you specifically requested. My wards are harder than a rock wall to break once they're anchored, I promise you that." Voldemort regarded him silently for a long, tense moment. As his anger wore off, the spellsmith hoped he hadn't gone too far, hadn't done something irredeemably stupid. Who knew better than him how vicious Voldy's temper could get? Ares very nearly jumped out of his skin in surprise when, moments later, the Dark Lord began to laugh. It wasn't the high, cold laugh of his memories, either, but something closer to a genuine laugh of mirth. "You stay here and clean up this mess," the Dark Wizard directed, still smirking. "I'll send down one of my younger followers to assist you in rebuilding the wards." Ares thanked him and waited until Voldemort had left to nearly collapse in relief. He had been certain for a moment that he would be getting a refresher course in the Cruciatus Curse. Thankfully, the Dark Lord had a twisted sense of humor. The spellsmith had just finished taking down the remnants of the wards Remus had broken when the dungeon door opened and someone even younger than Ares nervously entered. "Pardon me," the boy said tentatively, "are you the spellsmith?" "I am," Ares confirmed. "You must be the one the Dark Lord was sending to help me." "Yes, sir. My name's Regulus, Regulus Black." Ares nearly swallowed his tongue. Throwing up a quick occlumency shield, he managed to respond. "I'm far too young to be called, sir. Call me Ares." "Yes, sir, Ares." Regulus shut the door behind him and looked uneasily at the dungeon cells. What do you need me to do?" He seemed quite anxious about something, so Ares locked eyes with him just long enough to brush his mind with legilimency. What he found both pleased and saddened him. Regulus was hoping fervently that he wouldn't have a repeat of his last visit to the dungeon, where he'd had to torture someone to prove his loyalty. At the time, the youth had been able to swallow his disgust at his task by reminding himself that his victim was only a mudblood. Obviously, Sirius' younger brother hadn't yet decided to back out. "We're just going to be putting up a few wards," Ares said reassuringly after he pulled back from Regulus' mind. "Well, that's a lie. We're going to be putting up a lot of wards. If it were just a few, I wouldn't need you here. You're going to help power the spells while I guide them, so that I don't exhaust myself before I'm done." Regulus looked very relieved at how simple his task was, and listened attentively as Ares directed him to stand near the corner and cast Protega. After about an hour, during which Ares managed to complete and anchor the ward set for one cell, Regulus relaxed enough to bring up something he'd evidently been wondering about the entire time. If you don't mind me asking, Ares, why am I casting the shield charm? How are you able to turn a charm into wards? Ah, you just finished your 6th year at Hogwarts, right? Ares confirmed, starting on the next cell. Regulus nodded. Next year's charms class has an entire section on ward theory, where you'll learn all about the Protega. You see, that particular charm is an ingenious invention of a man named Perry Naoya. It's actually your basic non-specified barrier ward with encrusted edges. What are encrusted edges? Regulus squinted at his spell as he cast, as if expecting a shell to form where the shield ended. You've started to develop magic sight, right? Regulus nodded, which explained the squinting. Well, you see how, as I cast the wards, the threads spread out until they reach the floor, where I can tell them to stop. The young black watched closely and a look of comprehension crossed his face. Well, what Naoya did was entwine the threads around themselves at the desired limits of the shield, which is called encrusting the edges. That way, the ward threads anchor themselves, so they don't spread indefinitely, nor do you have to anchor them to anything physical. In order to turn your spell into wards, I catch the threads of the wards before they can encrust, and direct them where to go and what kind of wards to be. It's a really useful trick Master Tobin taught me during my apprenticeship. Cool. Regulus gasped with a faint look of awe. Reggie, Ares tipped his head with a grin. Reggie, you don't mind, do you? No, it's just, I haven't been called that in a very long time. It took 2 hours for Madame Pomfrey to be satisfied with Remus' health, though the boy himself said he wasn't very beat up. James declared that he wouldn't say a word about what happened until he could be sure he wouldn't have to tell the story twice, so the headmaster allowed him and Sirius to get a bludger and a pair of beater's bats from the Quidditch shed, which worked nicely for easing their frayed nerves. Charles and Lily discussed Muggles. The closet pureblood carefully phrased his questions so he sounded like an American curious about British Muggles, rather than a complete ignorant. Finally, though, the young escapee was deemed fit for interrogation and Dumbledore led them all through his office and into a meeting room full of people. James saw his parents, Remus' distant cousin Emmeline, Sirius' older cousin Andromeda, a slightly scarred Auror named Alistair Moody, nicknamed Mad Moody by the papers, and yet more people that none of them recognized. Messrs. Lupin, Potter, Black, Higgins, and Pettigrew, and Miss Evans, I'd like to introduce you to the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore gestured them toward some empty seats as he spoke. These are a few of those who have approached me with a desire to stand up for the side of light in this war and fight against the present danger to their friends and families. No one among the Order protested that they were too young, as most of Dumbledore's group were barely older than James themselves. Besides, it was quite apparent to all that they weren't too young to be kidnapped or killed, so they certainly ought to be old enough to fight. Well, Moody interrupted the silence. One of you lads better start talking, or did I misread the invitation to a debriefing? Remus quickly summed up the story of his capture, glossing over the more painful memories. I didn't tell them anything, obviously, he remarked. I didn't know anything to tell. For some reason, they thought I might be valuable, so they stuck me in a cell in a dungeon. I was down there for a day and a half with no food, water, or contact until last night. He hesitated, and James's jaw tightened. Tell them what happened then, Remus, he insisted. Tell them who you saw. Early last night, probably no later than midnight, Ares Hisakazo came into the dungeons, Remus admitted. At first, I thought he was a prisoner, too, or had somehow wandered in by mistake, and I told him to get out as soon as he could. He laughed at me, and started putting wards on my cell. James couldn't stand his friend's mild tone any longer and stood up, scowling fiercely. That no good son of a Kelpie was a traitor all along. He declared, you better check the charms on the Sorting Hat, headmaster, because Ares Hisakazo is no Gryffindor. Charles felt a bit miffed at the general assumption that true Gryffindors were exempt from the temptations and failings of normal men, but he stayed silent, knowing that a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix was neither the time nor the place to bring up philosophical discussions of houses. The former Slytherin was glad, as he watched a conversation circulate in which he was not asked to participate, that his friendship with Ares had stayed a secret from all but Severus and Dumbledore himself. Even Dumbledore likely had very little idea of the truth. Thus he would not be required to contribute until the meeting turned to his spy, as no one knew that the spy and Ares were one and the same. All the better for Ares, in his opinion, despite the discomfort of being thought a Death Eater by his own parents. The redhead was brought out of his musings by the sound of his name being mentioned. Charles gave us the information on Remus' whereabouts, Dumbledore was explaining, which he said he received from an unnamed spy among Voldemort's forces. All eyes quite suddenly fixed on the redhead. Moody, especially, gave him a firm, calculating glare. Charles met his gaze fearlessly. This Moody, with two normal eyes, could never glower as unnervingly as his future counterpart. How does a wet-behind-the-ears ministry parchment pusher get a spy in the enemy camp? The grizzled Auror growled. Charles's eyebrows rose. Yeah, I heard all about you from Arthur. The former Slytherin got the clear implication that Moody would also hear from Mr. Weasley if Charles stepped out of line. He nodded his acknowledgement of the warning and returned to the topic at hand. I don't quite know how to answer that without compromising my friend's safety, he answered glibly. Suffice to say that I knew him before he fell in with the wrong crowd and he has decided to use me as his contact. Only Dumbledore and I know who he is, and that is how he would like it to stay. Many of the Order members looked ready to object to this lack of information, but a signal from Dumbledore and they held their tongues. The meeting continued, gradually dissolving into 3 or 4 personal conversations about various topics. James, for instance, was waxing eloquent on Ares' apparently numerous faults to his 3 closest friends and girlfriend. Charles stood and made his way to Dumbledore, who was deep in thought, staring at his interlaced fingers. Sir, Headmaster, he prodded gently, waiting for the aged blue eyes to focus on him. If that is all, Headmaster, I really must be going. Ah, just a moment longer, Mr. Higgins. Dumbledore rose to his feet and led Charles to the small crowd of his fellow recent alumni. You all have shown me today that you are a part of this war, whether any of us would like it or not. I would like to extend the invitation to formally join the Order of the Phoenix. I'm in, James responded immediately, jaw set in a firm expression that, since the first time Charles had met him, reminded the TIE traveler of Harry Potter. Count me in too, Lily added, green eyes fierce. Well, I know I can't let Jamesy out of my sight, Sirius joked, so I'll join. Remus and Peter nodded, the latter somewhat tremulously, and Dumbledore turned back to Charles. You even have to ask. How else would you get the information from my contact? Charles sniffed dismissively. Very well then. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling brightly, if slightly less than usual as he reached inside a robe pocket and pulled out a handful of marble-sized crystal balls. These are how we members contact one another. Simply speak the name of the person to whom you wish to speak and their orb will warm slightly and heat up. Once they hold it their palm, you will be able to converse freely. I have a source ball in my office that will record all conversations using the crystal balls and will allow you to leave messages for me, even when I am elsewhere. I will use these to let you know about meetings. Thank you for coming, and for your help today, all of you. Knowing a dismissal when they heard one, the 5 young adults nodded goodbye to those among the Order they knew and filed out of the office. Days passed into weeks, which passed into months, and the 2 friends and roommates settled into a routine. Ares would accept small commissions for spellsmith work during the weekdays, earning more than enough money to pay his half of the expenses. On the weekends, he fell into his role as a Death Eater, slowly building up the wards on Voldemort's hidey hole and gaining the Dark Lord's favor. He'd learned that the megalomaniac was, oddly enough, willing to take small shows of backbone and disrespect as long as there were no witnesses among his other followers. However, there were lines not to be crossed, and Ares had learned them at the end of his master's wand. The more Voldemort liked him, the more conversations for which he was allowed to be present, and the more information he was able to pass to Dumbledore through Charles, so Ares suffered the degradation of his chosen place in silence. Charles was doing rather well in the ministry. Lucius, as expected, had raised Cain about his appointment, attempting to have him found on grounds of suspicious character, but Ares warned him of when and where the aristocrat was looking, and with Dumbledore's help he was able to evade exposure. Arthur, thankfully, was quite helpful in explaining the quirks of the Muggle world, so Charles didn't feel too woefully underqualified for his position. Severus met with Ares at least once a week, generally for either lunch or dinner, and their friend seemed to be doing as well as could be expected. He had no shortage for money, as he was quickly gaining a positive reputation among those in the know about potions. However, dark circles were ever present under Sev's eyes, and he outright refused to meet with Charles. Whether that was because of shame or because he had finally connected Charles's supposed lineage with his own political position, neither time traveler knew. Sev made sure to artfully steer conversations away from anything to do with current politics or Voldemort, even though Ares had heard from fellow Death Eaters that the Dark Lord valued the young prodigy's potions far and above those commercially available. Rumor had it that Severus had been added to the team designated to research a possible elixir of life, but Ares hoped it was nothing more than gossip. Regulus assisted Ares a few more times, though once the school year started he was rarely available. They continued to talk, and Ares made a few carefully sculpted casual remarks that, while completely pure of any hints of disloyalty, would hopefully inspire the younger Black to think about his current lot in life. Eventually even Christmas came and went. Charles received gifts from the Order members who knew him best, as well as a small token from Severus. It was sent anonymously, but who else would give him a potion to make him temporarily impervious to cold? Besides, Ares had gotten the same potion, and his was signed by Sev, though Ares received his at the Death Eater party, where the Dark Lord also gifted them with a captured family of a Muggle-born third year. That night, Charles gave him a present of 3 new Ogham tattoos to add to his collection. All in all, as Ares looked over his new life at the turn of the year, he thought he could count himself lucky. In his old life as Harry Potter, he had been facing a crusade of epic proportions, a mad dash against time. Now, all he had in the future was his 6-month journeyman's review with Master Tobin. Ares fingered the invitation he'd received by Owl 2 weeks prior as he walked through Wizarding Edinburgh. Master Tobin apparently thought it far too much of a hassle to set up an office in Hogsmeade now that Ares wasn't living at the castle anymore, and so had invited his former apprentice to his offices at the Spellsmith Guild House, at the center of the magical quarter of the city. Not being at all familiar with any locations in Edinburgh, Ares had taken the train from King's Cross that morning. It had stopped at Waverley Station, however, which meant that he had to walk from Prince's Street all the way to White Park off Georgie Road to exit the Muggle world. Finally, he stood in front of the tall white and red brick guild house, just 5 minutes before his scheduled appointment. Master Tobin's office was on the top floor, showing his high status. As Ares stepped off the lift, he was surprised to see that he was facing only 3 doors, one marked Guildmaster Heinrich, another Master of Lexicon Ethel Chorish, and the last Master Khan. The gobsmacked journeyman had no idea his teacher was the 3rd-ranked spellsmith in Britain. Still in shock, Ares opened Master Tobin's door and walked heedlessly inside. Moments later, he was held upside down, spread-eagled in a netting ward. What in the name of Merlin's Book of Spells? He cursed, disoriented. Tobin thundered in from around a corner, which likely led to the office proper, a murderous scowl on his face. The scowl shifted for a moment to shock at the sight of his former apprentice before an even greater fury distorted the master spellsmith's features. "And to think I told Jim you had sense," Tobin growled, pulling out his wand. 2 succinct wand motions later and Ares was standing upright again. The brunette looked hopefully at his bindings, waiting for them to disappear, but they stayed put, preventing him from moving more than a few inches in any direction. Looking back at his teacher, Ares realized that the net wards was much more than a simple test of his reflexes. The man looked like a cauldron about to explode. "Master T," Ares got out before he was hit with a silencing charm. "You infernal idiot," Master Tobin snarled. "You blithering, bumbling fool of a novice. Only someone with that thrice-doomed mark would be caught by my net. I'm going to give you this one chance to run for your life, and if I ever see you again, you'll wish you'd gone to Azkaban, where Death Eater scum like you belong. Get out." The net suddenly disappeared, dropping Ares unceremoniously on the floor. His teacher's wand nearly hit him on the nose as it fell to point at him, and the journeyman wasted no time scrambling to his feet and fumbling for the doorknob. As he raced back to the lift, Tobin's parting words followed him like the echo of a gunshot. And I'll stand in the way of your mastership to the day I die, Ares Hisakazo. The lift doors clattered shut and Ares collapsed on the floor, breath coming in great gulps as he contemplated the mess his life had become. 2 days later, Ares was holed away in Voldemort's manor working hard on the wards in the potions lab. Previously, he'd only been asked to include the lab in the structural wards of the manor as a whole, but it only took one exploded cauldron, and a nearly missed cabinet full of expensive ingredients, to convince the Dark Lord that more detail was needed. So it was that the young spellsmith was stuck all night long putting preservation and shielding wards on each cabinet individually, a task that wouldn't have been nearly so difficult were the cabinets not meant to be opened regularly. Of course, it would also be easier if his back didn't ache so much, but then he might not be able to function. Unsurprisingly, halfway through the second night of hard warding, the door opened and Severus entered. Ares, Sev exclaimed. Apparently, he was more surprised than his friend. Still putting up wards? Yep, Ares grunted, anchoring the last thread on his third-to-last cabinet. Not my fault you potions makers are so hazardous. Severus smirked and started rummaging through the cabinets below one of the 6 islands, pulling out a size 10 cauldron and a large stand. Ares groaned. You're going to brew while I'm working. That was the general idea, Severus sneered benignly. Don't tell me your delicate nose will be offended. Ares stuck his tongue out and flung an isolation ward at Severus' table, making sure that no magical residue would leak through. I just don't want your stinky potions magic mixing in with my real magic, he retorted. Sev laughed as he retrieved the ingredients for his brew. They chatted amiably as they worked, comparing lives outside the Dark Lord. Ares was careful not to reveal that he shared a flat with Charles. Sev had so far kept quiet about Ares' friendship with the squib-born American, but the Gryffindor didn't want to test his friend's loyalties too far. However, steering clear of the topic became considerably less simple just as Ares was finishing up and preparing to leave. So, are you still in contact with that Higgins boy? Sev asked, staring fixedly into his cauldron. You mean Charles? Ares responded stiffly. Yes, we see each other every now and then. He mentioned that he hasn't heard from you in a while. Heard from me? Sev scoffed. Why would a mudblood expect to hear from me? This is ridiculous. Ares grabbed his cloak roughly from the top of a stool, sending the seat crashing to the ground, and stormed out, muttering, I'll see you later, Sev. Severus watched the lab door shut behind Ares with no small amount of guilt. He knew he was adding to his friend's stress by pulling away from their once mutual friend. Surely, though, Ares would eventually see things were better this way. After all, Charles was, if not Muggle-born, Squib-born at best. They were Death Eaters now, part of the elite, surely they had to uphold their noble ideals. Of course, that didn't explain the nagging pain in his stomach whenever he thought about Charles, but Severus was hoping he could ignore that. Sneering at his own confusion, Severus turned back to his work. Voldemort had asked for an airborne sleeping potion, and the young man believed he had finally worked out the problems in his process. Dragon's breath was the only reagent capable of turning a potion into vapor without interfering with the reactions of the other ingredients. The only problem was that the dragon's breath, after curing for only 3 hours, began to react with oxygen in the air to produce its smoky product. The sleeping potion had to stew for 12 hours before it became effective. However, Severus wasn't a senior potions apprentice for nothing, and he had, eventually, come up with the solution of bottling the potion in airtight vials before the dragon's breath had finished curing. This had the double benefit of pre-packaging the potion in easy-to-carry containers that could be broken to release the vapors. The theory was sound, but Sev knew better than anyone that potions could react unpredictably. For all he knew, the lack of oxygen could prevent the gold dust from properly dissolving. He would check his notes again to see if any of the final reactions were exclusively aerobic. Naturally, he had no sooner unrolled his parchment than his troubles with Ares and Charles sprang back to mind. Severus knew that blood didn't make a wizard. After all, Severus himself was a half-blood, much as he might despise his father, and was a highly successful wizard for his age. But the fact remained that Charles had tacitly admitted, albeit subtly, that he would not join the Dark Lord. All matters of blood aside, they were in a war, Severus was a soldier, and fraternizing with the enemy was simply not done. I'll just have to accept that my friendship with Charles is in the past, he thought to himself. And that was that. Ares got very little sleep over the next few weeks. Between keeping up with his normal commission work as a spellsmith, his extracurricular work for Voldemort, and his latest pursuit, there just wasn't time. However, the Gryffindor wasn't going to give up. Every encounter he had with Severus that included Charles in some way, and there were many, just increased his determination. He was going to buy a flat in Muggle London. Not just any flat. It had to be clean, with tenants who minded their own business, and it had to have 3 bedrooms. And it had to have an affordable 2-year lease. The latter point was surprisingly difficult as, although the flats cost fewer pounds than in the future, Gringotts currency wasn't subject to inflation. 1 galleon was the equivalent of £2 in 1979 and could buy 6 ounces of Yeti toenails, while in 1997, 1 galleon was the equivalent of £5, but could still only buy 6 ounces of Yeti toenails. The current average price for a Muggle flat of any quality with 3 bedrooms was £220, or 110 galleons, per month. He only usually earned around 250 galleons a month with his commission work, and needed to keep up with his half of the food and rent in his and Charles's flat, which usually ended up being about 90 galleons each month, plus any extra expenses. Then again, he'd been saving every canute he could since Hogwarts, and now probably had a decent pile in his vault. It would take £2,600, the equivalent of 1,300 galleons, to purchase a 1-year lease on the flat he wanted. Ares wasn't sure how much he had in his account, but he knew it was more than 1,000 galleons. Early in February, Ares marched into Gringotts like a man on a mission. Which, after all, he was. Bedecked in his journeyman robes, no matter how unworthy he felt of wearing them, the spellsmith drew himself up to his full height at the front desk, looking the elevated goblin in the eye. They had a staring contest, which the goblin even conceded. "May I help you?" the being sneered, wide lips curling unpleasantly. "I need a private consultation about my vault," Ares demanded, trying to sound authoritative. He'd always been a little intimidated by goblins. The clerk grunted and turned in his seat, saying something in gobbledygook to someone hidden behind the desk. Moments later, a rather round goblin with a green cap ambled to Ares' side. "This is Grippecoin," the first goblin growled. "He'll be your consultant for today." "Follow me please," Grippecoin drawled, his voice fully an octave higher than the clerk's. Ares followed the bobbing green cap out of the main lobby to an ornate, heavy-looking door, which the goblin opened without any seeming difficulty, a show of strength Ares was not foolish enough to think incidental. Beyond the intricate door was a small office, remarkable in its sparse practicality. Grippecoin motioned his client to the closest plain wooden chair, while he seated himself in a marginally more comfortable-looking chair behind the desk. "You have questions about your vault," Grippecoin stated without preamble. "Yes, I need a full account of my vault in its current state, including all deposits and the interest I've earned since the account opened," Ares directed. Grippecoin's lip curled. "You could have had such an account by owl," he practically whined. "Why are you really here?" Ares hesitated, then shook his head. "That will come after," he insisted. "First I need the numbers." Grippecoin didn't look too pleased about that, but he said nothing more and simply opened a drawer of his desk and pulled out a small sheet of yellowed parchment. "Key please," the consultant requested, and Ares handed it over. Grippecoin placed the small gold key carefully near the top of the page. Once it was placed to his satisfaction, which took so long Ares was tempted to assume the goblin was delaying out of spite, Grippecoin pressed one of his long fingers on the coin and muttered something. Ink slowly spun its way out of the paper, forming letters and numbers until, barely 10 minutes after Ares had entered the office, the accounting of his vault was done. Grand total, interest included, was 1,226 galleons, 14 sickles. "Well, that's that I suppose," Ares ran a weary hand through his hair. "Thank you for your time, Grippecoin." He set the parchment down on the desk and started to rise from his seat. "One moment, Mr. Hisakazo," Grippecoin held up a hand. "If I am not mistaken, you are planning a large purchase that, you have just learned, is beyond the reach of your current savings, correct?" "Indeed," Aries agreed, sighing. Gringotts does not make it publicly known, but we do offer 1 month, 1 interest loans for sums less than 100 galleons, the goblin said. Aries blinked, rather gobsmacked by the bargain. Goblins were notoriously stingy beings, and were not wont to give out money without being assured of a return. I don't understand, he stammered. Why would you offer this to me? There are quite a lot of complicated calculations involved. Grippecoin waved one hand dismissively. Suffice it to say that the record of your deposits and withdrawals put you in the category of secure transactions. Do you want the loan or not? Yes, the young man stated as firmly as he could, given that he was still trying to get his bearings. 80 galleons please. To be paid back by the 15th of March, Grippecoin affirmed, producing a paper for them both to sign. Beware the Ides of March, Aries quoted, a tired smirk playing about his lips as he signed his name. Indeed, the goblin agreed. 2 exhausting hours later, Aries left Gringotts with a check for £1,300, issued by Gunningham Royal Bank of England, the bank run in the Muggle world as a front for Gringotts. Apparently they own 23 shares in Grunnings, and wouldn't Vernon Dursley have an aneurysm if he knew that? That very afternoon, not wanting anyone else to buy that flat, Aries gave the check to Mr. Lanners, the landlord, and received a 1-year lease to flat number 423A. It was a very nice flat, much nicer than his and Charles's, with 3 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms, a nice view over a park, and absolutely, positively no bundements. Aries warded the flat more heavily than he had warded Voldemort's manor, over the next month. He had to be careful how often he visited, not wanting anyone to become curious about frequent or extended absences, but finally, 5 days after he paid off his loan from Gringotts, the flat was ready. Dear Sev, I have something urgent to speak with you about. Meet me at the Leaky Cauldron at 3 this Saturday, and be ready to travel into Muggle London. Aries. Charles, Aries said at breakfast, are you free this Saturday afternoon? I believe so. Charles raised an eyebrow over his tea. Why? I want to show you something in Muggle London. Can you meet me just outside the Leaky Cauldron at 3 o'clock? I suppose I could be there. Muggle clothing, right? Aries nodded. Charles had a keen eye for fashion, and had picked up Muggle dress in his first 2 months at work better than Arthur Weasley ever had or would, so the brunette wasn't worried about arriving to find a redhead in a football jersey and a bonnet or some such. With those taken care of, all Aries had to do was wait until Saturday. Severus arrived at the Leaky Cauldron promptly at 2:45, feeling ridiculously out of place in a simple black pullover and slacks under a heavy winter robe. He was not stared at, as no one could see his Muggle clothes or his dark mark, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he stuck out like a cursed thumb. Aries hadn't arrived yet, so the Slytherin took a seat, far enough away from the other patrons to avoid being noticed, but not so far as to be conspicuously isolated, and ordered a butterbeer to hide his discomfort. Aries walked in 15 minutes later, looking as casual in Muggle clothes as he ever had in robes. Sev often forgot, because of Aries' pureblood background, that the other man was raised around Muggles, and was likely quite familiar with their culture. The black-haired wizard waved his friend over and indicated to the waitress that he'd like a second butterbeer brought over. Hey Sev, thanks, said Aries, handing the waitress a sickle for a tip. How've you been? I've been well, Aries, Sev acknowledged. Work is never lacking for a potions maker. Nor a spellsmith, the Gryffindor agreed, smirking. They exchanged small talk for a while, Aries asking about his brother and commenting on the weather, Sev replying that his brother was doing just fine and yes, the weather had been rather cool for March, and if Aries had something to show him would he please just do so and stop stalling. All right, Aries laughed. Just wanted to make sure we had the pleasantries covered. Social niceties are important, you know. No they aren't, Severus denied, sniffing indignantly and making Aries chuckle brightly. The pair rose from their seats and tossed a few coins on the table to pay for their drinks. Aries led the way to the entrance, as Sev had to take a moment to transfigure his robe into a more Muggle-ish coat. Outside, the chill breeze had Severus pulling his new coat more tightly around him, so he didn't notice at first the man Aries was greeting. One view of the close-cut red hair, though, and the Slytherin was ready to bolt. He hadn't taken one step before Aries' hand shot out and grabbed his elbow. One breath later and the familiar feel of side-along apparition squeezed the air from his lungs. Ares let go of his friends as soon as he felt the hardwood beneath his feet and quickly raised the anti-apparition barrier before turning and looking at his guests. Severus looked quite the worse for wear. His face was wavering between green and white, shock and nausea. Charles, who had noticed the third person more quickly and attempted to confront Ares about it, was looking slightly better. "What, in Merlin's name, do you think you're doing?" Sev forced out, backing quickly away from the redhead. "This is ridiculous, Sev," Ares growled. "What is?" the anxious Slytherin demanded, an angry flush returning color to his cheeks. "This rift," the spellsmith spat, waving one hand at the empty air between his friends, "between you and Charles. At Hogwarts, the three of us were really good friends. I'm still friends with you, and I'm still friends with Charles. What happened?" Severus scoffed at Ares. "Stupidity. What's wrong with me?" he shouted. "What's wrong with you? You have to decide where your allegiance lies sometime. Is that what this is about?" Charles rounded on the black-haired man. "You stupid prat, I'll have you know the Higgins line is descended from a long line of purebloods. Just because I have a few generations of squibs behind me, I'm suddenly not good enough for the big bad Death Eater." The other man paled so dramatically that Ares was worried he would faint. "You told?" Sev asked the brunette, voice slightly strangled. "Yes, I told him," Ares confirmed solemnly. "We're friends. We're all friends. Charles has known we're both Death Eaters for months now, and neither of us is in the hands of the Ministry or Dumbledore, are we?" Sev shook his head, though the Gryffindor wasn't certain whether that was an actual response or just emotion born of shock. "In any case," Ares continued, letting his friend regain his bearings in his own time, "I really didn't bring you here to argue. The flat, gentlemen, is a recent acquisition of mine, expertly warded. It has 3 bedrooms, all of equal sizes, so pick whichever one you wish. This place is unplottable, harder to find than Durmstrang, and harder to break into than Gringotts. Well, without the dragons. We are connected to the Flow network, though you need a password to get beyond the hearth. Welcome to Fraternita Aeternus. Password, safe house. Inside these walls, the war does not exist." It took surprisingly little convincing for Charles and Sev to accept the flat as a place where they could forget the worries of the wizarding world. As a matter of fact, after the idea was presented in full, it took only 10 minutes for all 3 of them to have staked out their own bedrooms. Ares showed them the first aid potions and materials stocked in the bathroom and the food under preservation charms in the refrigerator. Then they all made a few quick trips to keep a couple changes of clothes around. Sev even set up a spare cauldron and a small cupboard of common ingredients in his room. By the end of the day, when they all had to attend to their own business, Sev and Charles were chatting like friends again, which made Ares feel so much at ease that he was rather more startled than he should have been by the burning of his mark as he lay down to sleep. Groaning in aggravation, Ares retrieved his robes and mask, received only after completing the wards a few weeks ago, and disapparated. He arrived outside the barriers of the manor and had to walk inside. By the time he actually entered the meeting hall, about 5 minutes had passed since the start of the call, but only he and a handful of other Death Eaters were there, gathered in front of Voldemort's throne. Ares was surprised to recognize Regulus, as it was the middle of the school year, but he knew himself how easy it could be to sneak off school grounds. He took his place, on his knees next to the others. "My loyal youth," the Dark Lord greeted them grandly, standing up. "I have called you here today for a special assignment. As you know, we are in a war right now, not only for our beliefs, but for our very right to survive. Intermingling with Muggles pollutes our bloodlines, causing fewer and fewer wizards to be born each year. We, the elite, the enlightened, have a duty to battle this invasion, and tonight you are to have a chance to fight such a battle." A shiver went through the crowd, though in Ares' case it was more from disgust than anticipation. The Aedas family, formerly a noble lineage, has fallen into disgrace. Their last heir, a girl named Marlene, Voldemort sneered, showing clearly his thoughts on female heirs, has married a Muggle by the name of McKinnon. They live in a small village on the outskirts of Glasgow. Specific apparition directions can be found in the briefing room. I want the whole family destroyed. Do not fail me. The last sentence was said in such a cold tone that none of the assembled could doubt their fates should the McKinnons be left alive. At a dismissive wave of the dark wizard's hand, Ares and his 5 compatriots stood and left the room, heading for the apparition instructions. Nervous? Ares asked, bumping Regulus with his shoulder. Not at all, Regulus answered, his squeaky voice and hard swallow belying his words. A moment later, however, a determined look took over his face. We'll get them, as sure as my name is Regulus Arcturus Black. Ares was quite pleased that he only stumbled a little bit on hearing this revelation. My, wasn't this turning into an informative night? Marlene liked cooking the Muggle way. She hadn't known that before she married John, had, in fact, never tried Muggle cooking before, but it was true nonetheless. At the moment, she was making a nice pasta to go with the bread toasting in the oven. John was asleep upstairs with their son, Thomas, blissfully unaware of his wife's nocturnal activities. Out in the lawn, their dog barked, so Marlene turned down the heat and walked to the back door to check on him. Just as she passed the photo of the Order of the Phoenix taken not 2 weeks previous, hung over the telephone, the barking stopped. "Buster, what are you up to, you little dirtrag?" she called softly out the door, hoping not to wake the neighbors. The sight that met her eyes made her blood run chill. 5 black-cloaked figures stood in a semicircle around Buster's still body, their white masks glowing in the moon's light. As Marlene stood, frozen, 4 of the Death Eaters began to advance on her. The 5th took a moment to point his wand at the sky. Mors Mordra. Ares lowered his wand and looked at the blood on his robes. The poor dog, Buster, apparently, had startled him and he'd thrown a low-cutting curse on instinct. If he'd been human, Buster would have gotten off with a severed leg. It was a cruel irony that the dog became Ares' first kill as a Death Eater for the sole reason that he was a dog. The Death Eater sniffed. "We're done." Regulus appeared at his side and stared at him incredulously. "You're not crying." "Don't be stupid," Ares snapped, lighting his wand. "I'm allergic to dogs, even dead ones." The youth nodded as if this made perfect sense, glancing edgily at Buster's corpse. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait more than a few seconds before the other 3 of their group returned. Wordlessly, they apparated back to the manor grounds. The walk up to the building seemed to take forever, as Ares felt each breath he took weight more and more heavily, until it felt like a weight was pressing on his chest. Suddenly, they were back in Voldemort's throne room, kneeling before him. "Were you successful?" the Dark Lord demanded, sibilant voice making the hair on the back of Ares' neck stand on end. "Yes, my lord," one of the other Death Eaters, Ares couldn't recognize him by voice alone, answered promptly. "They had a dog, but Hisakazo put an end to it before it could alert the neighbors. Black and Avery took out the woman, while Lestrange and I took out the Muggle and their son." "Well done," Voldemort hissed, smirking smugly. "And my mark, did you remember it?" The spokesman hesitated, uncertain, so Ares took a risk and spoke out of turn. "I cast it, my lord. Just after killing the dog. It was terribly hard to talk with his chest so tight. Maybe he needed new robes." "Very well done, my bright youth," Voldemort smiled chillingly at them. "You shall be well rewarded for your work here today. Now, return to your homes and get some rest." They stood, bowed once more, and started to leave, but Voldemort called out once more, stopping them all in their tracks. "Ares." When the spellsmith turned to face the dark wizard, Voldemort had his wand out. Ares clamped down on his instincts and forced himself not to react as the Dark Lord opened his mouth to cast a spell. Scourgify. The magic brushed through his robes, removing the blood and dirt and leaving Ares feeling raw. "Thank you, my lord," he said, forcing a wry smile before bowing one final time and leaving the manor. Charles and Sev were silent for a long time after Ares left. The redhead was torn between staying with the Slytherin at the safe house or returning to his and Ares, flat to await his return. He quickly realized that Ares was just as likely to head straight to Fraternita Aeternus as to their flat, so he turned to Severus. "Is it a bad thing that you weren't called too?" he asked, curious. During his days as a Death Eater, he'd only been called 4 times, but that was because he was at Hogwarts, and it was dangerous to go missing while under Dumbledore's eye. "No," Sev shook his head. When he didn't immediately explain, Charles looked at him expectantly. The potions apprentice sighed. I make potions, Ares makes spells, very rarely are we called at the same time. Charles nodded, thoughtfully, then stood up and started rummaging through his drawers, finally pulling out 3 2-foot-long parchments. At the top of each he wrote, from the quill of, and then hesitated. Rather than writing names, he drew small outlines of animals. A cat on one, a snake on the next, and a ferret on the other. Smiling at his creations, the redhead attached them to the wall of the kitchen with a sticking spell. This way, he said, returning to Sev, if any of us has something important to tell the others that we don't want to put in an owl, we can write it here. I would also request that you and Ares both find the time to record here when you are called by the Dark Lord. That would be interesting from a scientific approach, Sev agreed. I would hypothesize that I'm called less often, because I can't leave a potion halfway done and return the next day to finish it, like Ares can with the wards. Sev's words were interrupted by a wide yawn. The Slytherin excused himself and returned to the home he shared with his brother. Charles was left alone to await Ares' return. The door to Fraternita Aeternus opened again just after midnight and Ares swept in, standing tall and looking as if he'd endured nothing worse than a shopping trip. Sev still here? The brunette asked, looking around for his absent friend. No, he left an hour ago, Charles answered. Oh, good. The strings of tension that had been holding the spellsmith upright snapped and he sank to his knees, head falling to his chest. Charles rushed over to him and helped him up to the couch. This close, he could smell blood, though he guessed it wasn't Ares. How many, Ares? The redhead asked quietly, recognizing the signs of a raid. F4, Ares choked out, voice thick, but eyes dry. A witch, Marlene McKinnon. Her husband, their dog, and their son. The black-cloaked wizard was trembling so badly that Charles was amazed he had been able to return to the safe house in one piece. Gently, the redhead pushed Ares until he was lying on his stomach on the couch, then braced himself with one hand between the brunette's shoulder blades as he used a gentle diffindo to open the black robes. At the first touch of Charles's cutting charm to his skin, Ares' taut muscles relaxed, and by the time the final glyph was cauterized, the tortured spellsmith was asleep. Charles stood and took a deep, bracing breath. His hands were bloody and trembling, and he had broken out in a cold sweat. He hated this. He hated this. Only when he was helping Ares in this way did he feel like he was standing on a razor's edge, being pulled in 2 directions at once. Ares left himself completely in Charles's power, and the latter had 17 years of training to be merciless and cause pain whenever possible. But whenever the urge might overtake him, the image of Dumbledore floated to his mind, slumped against the wall of the tallest Hogwarts tower, looking half dead, but still powerful enough to offer salvation. The redhead turned on the tap in the kitchen and washed the from his hands, letting the cool water soothe his soul as well. You were right about me, old fool, he murmured fondly. I wouldn't have killed you, and I won't hurt Ares. 2 days was all it took. 2 days after his first raid and the monumentally small revelation from Reggie, Ares knew he had to tell Charles everything. Although he had long since understood that the other man wasn't going to turn back to Voldemort, Ares had not wanted to break his promise to Dumbledore in telling someone other than Ron and Hermione. However, Ron and Hermione hadn't been born yet, and he could not shoulder this burden alone. Of course, deciding to tell Charles was one thing. Finding enough time in which he and Charles could have such a private chat was another matter altogether. With the redhead's very regular schedule, and Ares' highly irregular schedule, they were rarely even in the flat at the same time, and usually one was coming when the other was going. Eager to get this unpleasantness over and done with, Ares followed Charles at the ministry when he had a spare moment in his commissioned spell work. When the brunette stuck his head through the flow, he spent a few moments reorienting himself. Somehow he hadn't quite expected to come face to face with Arthur Weasley. Hello, how may I help you? The soon-to-be father of 7 asked pleasantly. Is, Mr. Higgins here? Ares questioned, careful not to show too much familiarity. Oh, yes, of course, Arthur nodded as if he knew exactly what was going on and left the room for a moment. Charles, the man from Dover is here. Charles walked in, took one look at Ares, face in the fireplace, and spelled the door shut. What, exactly, is so important that you would risk direct contact? The redhead demanded peevishly. Aries grinned weakly. What? No key hello. The joke fell flat as Charles just rolled his eyes exasperatedly. All right, fine. I need to have a rather lengthy private conversation with you. The ministry worker sighed and sat heavily in Arthur's abandoned chair. I take it this isn't a "we're out of milk, can you go to the grocer's" kind of conversation, then? He asked, resigned. Then, when Aries shook his head, said, very well. I'm off this Saturday for Summerby Day, and I suppose I can cancel the plans I had to attend Bartlemore's cheering charm party. Thank you. Aries sighed earnestly. Should we meet at the safe house? No, this isn't a conversation I want Sev to overhear. Charles nodded, wearily, and Aries decided he should leave his friend to his work. With a last nod at the other man, the spellsmith pulled his head back through the fireplace. 3 days later, he and Charles were finally able to sit down together in privacy. Aries would have been lying, and quite obviously at that, if he'd said he wasn't nervous. The brunette was pacing back and forth in front of Charles's seat on the couch, palms sweaty and mouth dry. His year of lessons with Dumbledore raced through his mind. Taking a deep breath, Aries decided to just take the plunge. How much do you know about Horcruxes? He blurted. Charles's hands shook around his tea, his pale face completely blank. 7. He mumbled for the 4th time. 7 pieces. Aries nodded solemnly. 6 Horcruxes. Charles gasped. That's seriously dark magic. Even my F.A. Lucius Malfoy never attempted it. He said the making of Horcruxes was reserved for the truly mad and the truly desperate, because there was little point in living forever if you were only half yourself. But the Dark Lord, he's a lot less than half himself. A violent shudder ran through the former Slytherin from his chest outward, making the tea slosh over the sides of his cup. Charles didn't notice. And to think I once bore his mark, the redhead gagged, running out of the room. Minutes later, Charles returned, looking much more his normal self. He poured himself a second cup of tea and sipped it calmly, staring at Aries. So, do you have any questions? The brunette asked awkwardly, deciding not to bring up his friend's rather undignified response. This is what you told me about that last day before term started, Charles said abruptly. You told me you had a task to complete. You were talking about the Horcruxes, weren't you? It sounded more like an accusation than a question, but Aries nodded anyway. Charles blew out a long breath of air through his nose. 20 years, he murmured, 6 Horcruxes. Do you even know what or where any of them are? One is the diary Lucius gave Ginny in our 2nd year, that'll be destroyed by my younger self. Another is a ring that Dumbledore will destroy. Another is a locket. I know where Voldemort stored it, but when Dumbledore took me their 6th year, the Horcrux was already gone, but I think I know who took it, so I'm working on that one. Then there's an antique cup from the Hufflepuff line, another artifact of either Ravenclaws or Gryffindors, and Nagini, but I can't get her for a while yet, because she still has to be alive in our 5th year at least. Charles nodded as he took this all in. We don't have to worry about 2, you're working on one already, and another can't be destroyed for another 20 years yet, he repeated to himself. So that means you'll have about 17 years after Voldemort dies to find Hufflepuff's cup and the artifact of Ravenclaws or Gryffindors. Great. Good. Fantastic. The redhead stood up and carried the tea tray into the kitchen. Aries opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off when his friend suddenly turned back and looked him in the eye, expression grave. Just remember what I told you when you first took that maniac's tattoo. If you get yourself killed, I will summon you from the dead just so I can kill you again. The spellsmith smirked, and started to reply, but was cut off again by Charles. And another thing, why is this something you have to do anyway? Don't tell me all that rubbish about a prophecy was true. Aries was silent, which gave Charles all the answer he needed. The redhead threw up his hands in overdramatic exasperation. The prophecy does exist, yes, Aries admitted, frowning, but that's not why I'm doing this. He stood up and joined Charles in the kitchen, turning the redhead so he faced him head on. I'm collecting the Horcruxes and destroying Voldemort because I want to. I'm the one in the prophecy because I'm the one who won't rest until he's dead and gone. Charles looked him in the eye and said nothing for a long moment, searching, evaluating, considering. Finally, the former Death Eater nodded, a solemn acknowledgement that Ares would not be alone. Months passed. As spring thawed out winter, the nights shortened, and so did Ares, time spent working for Voldemort. He had finished the wards on the manor and moved on to creating a series of emergency portkeys for the Death Eaters. The Order was informed that they would be in the form of rings, and so to incapacitate the hands if at all possible. The journeyman also went on his second raid in May, where he was forced to personally kill a man while his comrades murdered the rest of the family. Charles refused to add any more scars except for the deaths at Ares, hand alone. The oncoming summer also seemed to have an interesting effect on his clientele. With the warm weather came a near doubling of the number of curses, hexes, and jinxes he was hired to pull. Without the stifling effect of winter, the war caused tension even among friends, and no one, it seemed, wanted to go to St. Mungo's with an itching hex on their rear end. Not that Ares relished handling it either, but business was business. Another event brought on by the summer was Reggie's graduation. Ares attended and sat one row in front of the blacks. He could feel Bellatrix staring at his rear all throughout the ceremony, so he could cheer for the youth. Since learning of Reggie's future rebellion, Ares had made a point of spending as much time around the boy as possible, encouraging questions and answering them frankly, attempting to subtly point out the flaws in Voldemort's, and the rest of the prejudiced purebloods, arguments. "Explain this to me one more time," Regulus requested, frowning in confusion as he helped Ares anchor a third layer in the library's protective wards. "We've already gone through it twice," Ares half sighed and half growled, forcing exasperation. "But it doesn't make sense to me yet," exclaimed the black-haired young man. "Just once more, all right. If you insist," the brunette grumbled, pulling out Voldemort's copy of Blued Puritiae, an original from the 12th century, and long before the standardization of English spelling. The first passage says, "Blued, being one of ye cruxial humors, extracts his nature from both the father and the mother. One of eri eicht wyrds spaken will come from the father, eke one from the mother. If either mother or father are on magical, one of eri eicht wyrds spaken will nae have magic. Eke if both father and mother are on magical, one of eri 4 wyrds. In other words, there is a higher likelihood with muggleborns of their spells simply not working." Now the second passage says, "As a parcel of cloth lost in a hot house will grow damp, so anybody may soak up power in the air of a magical house. A wizard, baen in such an house, will grow in power, nay and on magical will eke drink up the magic, like a leech, stealing the power of wizards." "That means—" "I know what it means," Reggie interrupted. "It means that a wizard raised only around other wizards will have more power than a wizard raised around muggles. But that doesn't explain why the mudbloods should be kept out of our schools. Isn't it our responsibility to teach them to use what little power they have?" "Of course it is," Ares agreed. "But there's a large difference between allowing them to learn and letting them mingle with pureblood children. Think about it. How do you like it when you've mastered a spell they're teaching in class, and some muggleborn is struggling and the teacher won't let you move on? Wouldn't it be so much better if purebloods were separated, allowed to go at their own pace? The muggleborns would be learning the same things, really, just at a speed they can handle." He could practically see the thought springing in Regulus' head, the same thought Ares had first had when he'd read the ridiculous diatribe, "I've never noticed a muggleborn struggling more than me." But then, Reggie began hesitantly, "But, you're very powerful, and your mother's well, I mean," realizing his social blunder under Ares' heavy stare, the pureblood tried to backpedal. "If you're trying to ask how I had enough power to become a journeyman spellsmith when my heritage is less pure than, say, James Potter's," Ares cut him off charitably, "the answer would naturally be that I was lucky. It was just Master Tobin's curiosity that led him to take me on, and he's told me already I'll never be a master spellsmith myself." He forced himself to give his friend a smile, though it was strained by the pang at remembering his teacher's rejection. "In a perfect society, wouldn't it be better for him to have known outright that I wouldn't have the proper talent, so he wouldn't have a useless apprentice in the world?" Reggie looked like he was about to say something, or else his mouth had simply fallen agape in horror at Ares' calm pronouncement, but he was firmly silenced by the thunderous clap of the library door against the wall. "Hisakazo," the Dark Lord hissed, blood-red eyes furiously slitted. "Come with me." Ares followed the Dark Wizard obediently to a small study, well away from the main corridors of the manor, but within easy walking distance from the library. "Sit," Voldemort directed, taking a chair opposite the one to which he had directed Ares, behind a broad desk. Ares had a fleeting moment of amusement as he remembered a dozen or so times he had been seated just like this with a professor while in school. Except that the Dark Lord didn't look the least bit interested in teaching. "My lord," Ares prompted hesitantly, "did you have some concern?" "I have many concerns regarding you, Ares Hisakazo," Voldemort hissed sibilantly, leaning back. There was another long pause, then an abrupt shift in topic. "Young Mr. Black is asking questions, having doubts." "He does not doubt, my lord," Ares hastened to reassure him, feeling a cold sweat break out on his back at the thought of what Voldemort would do to someone who doubted. "True, he has questions, but he is a young man making his place in the world. Questions are natural. I hope to answer them, so that his belief in our cause may be reinforced." Still less sure, the brunette asked, "Did I do wrong, my lord?" There was a long silence. Ares knew he had just laid his cards down on the table, and said the equivalent of, "Either punish me outright or back off." Although he had phrased the words deliberately, Ares couldn't help the chill that ran up his spine as he was left to contemplate just what form that punishment might take. Not like it took a great amount of imagination, he had seen so many punishments firsthand that the memories danced threateningly at the edge of his vision. After a long moment of letting Ares stew, Voldemort leaned back in his lush chair. Ares hesitated to call it a throne, as the Dark Lord already had one of those, and nodded, once, in grudging agreement. "Your judgment was sound in that matter," the dangerous wizard declared. "However, there is more to why I have been brought here. I marked you as my follower, Ares, and even put you in charge of setting my wards, under the impression that you were a spellsmith of some talent, and well on your way to mastery of the craft. Was I mistaken?" The question was quiet, a warning hiss as the snake prepares to strike. Was I mistaken? What Voldemort really meant was, "Did you lie to me, Master?" Ares lowered his head to appear supplicating. "I did not know when you tested me how unworthy I truly was. My teacher, calling someone else Master, now would mean death, examined my skills and knowledge in January and told me then that I would never be able to gain the status I had desired. But I swear to you, Master, that all the skills I have and will ever have, I will use for you, and what you have seen with your own eyes is not a lie." The spellsmith daringly raised his head. "My wards have held strong since the day I anchored them." Again that long moment of silence as Ares waited to see if he had charmed the snake. "You are a valuable wizard to have in my ranks, Ares," Voldemort mused, blood-red eyes unreadable. The brunette was taken aback. He'd never heard Voldemort refer to one of his Death Eaters as anything but follower, or servant, and certainly not such an equal term as wizard. He shook off his surprise as the Dark Lord continued. "If we were in front of my other followers, I would have to punish you for delaying reporting this important fact to me. However, we are in private, and you have been nothing but respectful." Voldemort seemed almost wistful for a moment. "It is a shame, though. This teacher of yours could have been taught a lesson had I known immediately that he had limited you so. Revenge is so much less satisfying when the victim is unaware of the reasons." Ares had never been so glad of his decision to keep quiet about the confrontation with Master Tobin. Thank you, my lord," he exclaimed, using the slight gag to make his voice sound flattered. Voldemort smiled. A cold, thin-lipped grimace that was surely meant to look more reassuring than it did, and stood, bidding Ares to do so as well. "You are quite correct in one matter, Ares," the Dark Lord said. "What I have seen with my own eyes is not a lie, and I have seen great potential in you. As you are now without a teacher, I will allow you to study the books in my library." That time Ares nearly swallowed his tongue. He knew no more than Dumbledore about where Tom Riddle had been in the missing years of his history, but one of his hobbies had apparently been collecting valuable books. The spellsmith had seen enough while warding the impressive study to know that, loyal Death Eater or no, he had just been granted a boon for which many would kill. "Thank you, master," he whispered, bowing low, disgusted to have real gratitude supplementing his acting. "Maybe I can find something in there about the Horcruxes," he thought. Ares fairly sequestered himself in the library over the next month. He had claimed Regulus as an official assistant, giving the young black scion some protection from the Dark Lord's influence as he studied. The spy made sure that most of the books he used pertained, at least in part, to the crafting of new spells, so that his recreational reading would be easier to overlook. In truth, he barely glanced at the spellwork books, paying far closer attention to any mentions of soul magic or dark magic that required murder. 1001 Uses for Unwilling Victims by Mordred Senshumar was frankly nauseating, but did at least mention Horcruxes. Ares told Regulus to search it for every reference to the hierarchy of blood. "My ghost, my life was completely unhelpful, as it was an automortography written by the ghost of Acher Abalin about his 200 years as a spirit. It contained absolutely no scientific information on the effects of a life of murder on the human soul. Safekeeping for Hazardous Wizards had a whole chapter on Horcruxes, but it had scant mention of process or results, containing more a history of wizards who were suspected to have used them. The only line that made the book worth anything at all was at the very end of the chapter. Horcruxes make a problematic wizard quite hard to get rid of." Ares was starting to get frustrated, and he knew Regulus was confused, though the junior Death Eater obediently, and quietly, kept up with his tasks. Finally, after 2 long months of digging information on Horcruxes out of obscure texts, Reggie started to ask the right questions. The boy proved he had absorbed his readings when he disturbed the silence of a research session in late September. "The Dark Lord claims immortality, doesn't he?" Ares breathed a sigh of relief and began the last leg of his journey. The hardest part turned out to be leading Regulus to the discovery of Voldemort's heritage. Even after a trip to Little Hangleton to visit the old Gaunt house, last known residence of Slytherin's descendants, and a casual mention of the Riddle mansion down the way, plus hesitant musings about a paternal tale of a Tom Riddle at Hogwarts. Even after all that, Regulus couldn't seem to reconcile a half-blood Tom Riddle with the supposedly pureblood Voldemort. Stupid pureblood mentality was ingrained deeper than most tree roots. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Reggie commented by the fire one November night. "This Tom Riddle fellow was born out of wedlock from the Slytherin line, and Voldemort got rid of him to preserve the pureblood traditions." Ares hit his head repeatedly against the wall after he'd returned to his and Charles's flat. He couldn't correct the young man's wild assumptions without coming into suspicion himself. But how on earth was he to get direct evidence that Tom Riddle and Voldemort were one and the same? Voldemort would never leave evidence like that lying around. Ares himself wouldn't know they were the same person if the memory of the young Tom Riddle hadn't told him so. "That's it." Ares shot to his feet, a gleam in his eye. "Tomorrow, I go see Lucius about that diary." Severus relished his tea. As uncomfortable as Malfoy Manor itself might be, there wasn't a better cup of tea in all the British Isles. Though, really, he hoped no one who knew him from school caught him drinking out of the floral porcelain that Narcissa and Lucius stocked in their nuptial wing tea room. Hopefully, Lucius had privately confided in him in the second month of their acquaintance. "When the inevitable happens, I'll inherit my father's set." Abraxas Malfoy's personal tea set was dragon-themed, and if there was one thing Severus had learned about Lucius after working with him for over half a year, it was that Lucius was quite fond of dragons. When Voldemort had assigned Severus to aid Lucius in his political advances at the ministry, Severus had despaired at the sheer waste of his talents playing secretary to a comfortable aristocrat. He had rarely been so mistaken. Lucius was anything but comfortable with the wealth he already had, and required much more of Severus than secretarial work. The potions expert was kept quite busy making befuddlement drafts and vials of subtle seduction, and had learned more about politics in return than he had ever dreamed to know as a simple half-blood. "You're awfully quiet today, Severus," Lucius drawled. "Nothing too heavy on your mind, I hope." "No more than usual." Sev let his cup rest against his knee. "Have you learned anything new about Crouch?" Lucius smirked broadly and opened his mouth to speak when the door opened abruptly, thumping against the wall. Ares swept in, followed by a bemused and apologetic Narcissa. "Lucius dear, you have a visitor," she said weakly. "Hello Malfoy," Ares greeted his host boisterously. "And Severus. Didn't expect to see you here. How are you doing?" Severus watched Ares bounce about with amusement. He knew that he was alone in his knowledge, that Ares was rather anxious about something. No matter how Slytherin he might be, when he was stressed, the Gryffindor in Ares put a halt to any slow, subtle movement. Sev fully intended to make Ares aware of this fact the next time they dined together. "Mr. Hisakazo," Lucius acknowledged, his mouth twisting as if tasting something unpalatable. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" "Business, I'm afraid. Purely business." Ares flopped down into one of the Malfoys' elegant chairs. "I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to ask you about a book. Should I come back at a better time?" Lucius opened his mouth, likely to tell him to do just that, but Ares cut him off. "Of course, I do need the book today, and the Dark Lord is being most patient already, but I'm sure he'd understand that you were in the middle of tea." Severus bit back an amused snort at the furious look on Lucius' face. Ares was knowingly breaking almost every rule of etiquette in the Pureblood book, and had basically stated that, if Lucius called him on it, it would be Lucius' rear at risk. "Of course I have time," the blonde ground out through clenched teeth. "Please follow me to my library. Narcissa, if you wouldn't mind keeping Severus company until my return." "It would be my pleasure," Narcissa replied with obvious relief. Severus knew he would be sure to tell Ares later that the well-bred lady preferred his company to the brunettes. For now, though, he would simply sit back and enjoy his fine tea and Narcissa's fine company. Ares followed Lucius through the old wood corridors of Malfoy Manor, feeling like he was balanced on a tightrope. He had already successfully walked a few steps. Lucius hadn't called his bluff with the threat of the Dark Lord, but there were many more left. If Lucius ever, even in passing, mentioned that Ares had asked about this particular book, there was very little chance Voldemort would maintain his trust in his faithful spellsmith. Then there was Regulus. The boy was young yet, and related to Sirius, and might well decide that his suddenly acquired bit of truth ought to be spread to the world, which would lead to utter and complete disaster. Or he could decide that Ares was trying to lead him astray, which he was, and Regulus wasn't stupid, and inform the Dark Lord of the treachery himself. Well, he wasn't going to back up now. Lucius' library was up a flight of stairs and around 3.5 corners from the tea room, making Ares wonder if the manor wasn't more wizard space than real space. His professional side started calculating the charges for crafting a home that size in wizard space, until the spellsmith shook off the distraction and concentrated on the battle before him. He just hoped Lucius had forgotten the incident with the Atlas Sanguine and the fire spell. "So, Hisakazo," Lucius sneered, "what of my family's private collection will you be pilfering and defiling today?" Apparently Lucius had a good memory. "Don't worry, nothing with a price in worldly goods," Ares assured him blandly. "Our Lord has advised me to research certain spells placed on an old diary. He said you would know which one." For a moment, Lucius seemed on the verge of pouting. His expression said he was worried that he had perhaps fallen out of Voldemort's favor and the journal, his great boon from the Dark Lord, was being taken away. Ares knew he could use that, if he played his cards right. "It will, of course, be in my possession only a matter of days," he said. "Our Lord was quite clear that you were charged with its safekeeping." Lucius paused, considering his words, and some of the tension left his stance. "Our Lord is most generous," he said. "Please, Mr. Hisakazo, wait here and I shall retrieve it for you." Ares nodded and averted his eyes, watching discreetly as Lucius walked around one of the bookshelves. Small noises of rummaging reached the spy's ears, a book shifting, the almost silent creak of a well-oiled hinge, and the soft thump of leather against skin. Lucius reappeared moments later, pulling the familiar diary out of his wide sleeves as if it had always been there. "You will take care of this, won't you?" Lucius demanded, holding it just out of reach. Ares restrained himself from rolling his eyes. "Barely. You have my word of honor. This book will be returned to you in a timely manner and in one piece." The blonde, satisfied, handed over the book and quickly ushered his guest out the door. Well, Ares would have to wait for another, more private time to ask Severus about his tea. The spellsmith didn't see Reggie again for 3 more days as he was sent to work on crafting a curse for melting a person's feet. It would only have taken 2 days, but Ares needed an extra day to create a counter-curse. The whole time, he kept the journal hidden in the locked compartment of his school trunk, not even hinting to Charles that he had it. The redhead would be furious with him for bringing something with a bit of Voldemort's soul into their flat. Fortunately, that meant he would have 2 or 3 more days free before Voldemort asked for anything else. Unfortunately, he would still have to work fast so he could get the diary back to Lucius before the blonde Slytherin took it in his head to ask the Dark Lord himself. So Ares crafted the situation carefully. He arrived at Voldemort's library almost a full hour before Regulus was set to arrive, and secluded himself in the deepest, darkest corner, as far away as possible from any books Ares knew the younger man had looked at before. The brunette opened the book to the proper date, October 15th, and pulled the stopper out of a new bottle of ink. Dipping a newly sharpened quill into the pot and shifting the angle of his hand, who knew how similar his handwriting was to when he was 12, the spellsmith wrote the first thing that came to mind. "My name is Ares Hisakazo." As expected, the dense paper absorbed the ink and a spidery reply re-emerged. "Hello Ares, my name is Tom Riddle." Regulus was quite happy to learn he was supposed to come into work with Ares that day. His parents had vowed to cover his every expense as long as he maintained the family honor, so he had an outside job to take up his time when he wasn't needed by the young spellsmith. Reggie didn't care what Ares' teacher had said, though the brunette was a brilliant spellsmith and should be a master already by every right. But then, he was rather biased. As long as he was working for Ares, he didn't have to go on near so many raids. He was somewhat disconcerted to enter the vast collection of books and not see his senior Death Eater right away, reading feverishly in his usual spot. "Ares," he called out, loud as he dared, which wasn't very loud, after spending 7 years around Madame Pants. The distinctive thump of a book being slammed shut led Regulus to a dim corner, lit only by a single candle. Ares' face was just visible, peering owlishly into the darkness. "Oh, Reggie, it's you." The spellsmith's face relaxed, then brightened with a flush of excitement. "You have to see this." "What is it?" Reggie asked, moving around to sit at Ares' table so he could peer at the small, plain-looking journal. "I found Tom Riddle's diary," the brunette exclaimed, opening the book. Regulus blinked down at the empty pages. Ares was fairly eccentric, even as the pure-blooded group went, but even he shouldn't be quite that excited about a diary that was never used. "Watch, I've been talking to him for a bit now, and he told me something fantastic." The junior Death Eater watched as his senior and friend took a quill and wrote in the diary. "Tom, I have a friend with me who believes you were killed by Voldemort. Would you be so kind as to enlighten him to the truth of your greatness?" Regulus couldn't help the chill that ran down his spine as the ink, rather than drying, seeped into the paper and disappeared. Then, which made the young man want to shrink away in fright at the sheer display of magical prowess, the ink returned in a flowing script. "Killed by Voldemort? Hardly. You see, my full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle." The letters of the name started to inch around the page until they spelled something completely different. "I am Lord Voldemort." So there was no illegitimate son of the Slytherin line, or rather there was, and he was never killed to keep the blood pure. Was, in fact, ruling them right now. The Death Eaters were led by a half-blood bastard. Regulus watched, detached, as the light of the candle turned to one side and dimmed into darkness, while the floor came up to cushion his head. Ares looked on in shock as the young black fainted dead away. Perhaps he had underestimated the impact his little revelation would have. He jotted a quick note to Riddle, so as not to alienate a potentially useful resource, and closed the book, rushing over to his friend. A quick enervate woke the black-haired young man, though it did nothing for the headache caused by crashing to the floor. "Oh," Regulus groaned. "What bludger hit me?" "No bludger, just the floor," Ares told him, cracking a relieved smile. He helped his friend sit up and cast a general health-improving spell on Reggie's head. The young black started a sigh of relief, but it ended long and remorseful. Reggie stared down at his hands for a while, and Ares kept silent, wanting to let his friend think things through. That's it then, he said finally. The Dark Lord is powerful, we've all seen that, but he's a half-blood, raised without a wizard or witch in sight. His very power discounts all those theories you read me, Ares. They're wrong. This whole stupid war is wrong. It's not some noble battle to preserve the strength of magic, it's some personal grudge of Tom Riddle. Regulus spat on the ground after speaking the name, making Ares' eyebrows shoot up in surprise at his vehemence. Calm down now, Reggie, he said, patting his friend on the shoulder. It's not good to get so worked up. Worked up? Reggie laughed incredulously. I'm far beyond worked up, Ares. I killed for him. I killed women, children, people lying asleep in their beds, whose only crime was that they knew better than the rest of us. I can't. I won't let that rest. If the Dark. Regulus finally remembered where they were, and to whom he was speaking, and cut himself off, looking around warily. Ares smiled faintly. Had he been a loyal Death Eater, or had he not erected a silencing ward, Reggie would have signed his death warrant with his first sentence. Clamming up now would do him no good. We shouldn't talk about this here, Ares agreed. Come to my place tomorrow and I'll let you know a few truths. Reggie looked up at him, startled, a little fear showing in his eyes. Ares raised an eyebrow and gave him a look that said, you know me. All right, I'll be there. The youth relented. Ares helped Regulus off the floor, and gave him an honest smile. Severus was interrupted from his sleep by the flexing of the wards to allow apparition. Only 2 other people had been blood keyed into the wards, so Severus wasn't worried and tried to return to his dreams. Unfortunately, it appeared fate was against him as, mere moments later, the sound of off-key singing filled Fraternita Aeternus. Severus tried plugging his ears, pulling the quilt over his head, and even tried casting a silencing charm at the door, but the singing was too loud and the Flats wards absorbed his attempted spell. Scowling, Severus pulled a dressing gown over his cotton trousers and shuffled tiredly into the kitchen, where he found Ares in a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey. Although a small shot glass lay nearby, it was clear both from the lack of moisture in the cup and the brunette's death grip on the neck of the bottle that this was not a moderated nightcap. Fighty 5 bottles of beer on the wall, fighty 5 bottles of beer, Ares slurred. Take one down. He took another gulp of whiskey, pash it around, fighty 4 bottles of beer on the wall. Ares, what the devil are you doing? Sev growled. The brunette looked up, eyes unfocused and face flushed. Lo Sever, Sev. Isn't life grand? The Slytherin wrinkled his impressive nose at Ares' powerfully alcoholic breath. What are you going on about? He wondered. Tomorrow, Ares explained with a smile so bright it looked like a grimace, I'm gonna pooch my life in show me on Elsa's hands. Gonna tell him a secret, that could get me killed. Sev knew he should brush off Ares' ramblings as drunken and incoherent, but his blood ran chill at the thought. Ares, too, was a Death Eater of high standing, and likely knew quite a few secrets that could get him killed. What have you got yourself into, Ares? He murmured. However, as drunk as he was, Ares was not deaf. Can't tell you. Iss a secret. The brunette sloshed some whiskey onto the counter as he spoke. But you're telling this other person? Sev demanded, starting to get angry. You'll put your life on the line, trust them but not me. Course. Ares grinned again. Knew you'd understand, Chev. Severus felt a spark of resentment flare into life. Ares had been awfully closed-mouthed the last time they spoke. How long had the other man been keeping secrets from him? And it would be secrets. There was never just one when a person started to hold back. But Severus was a Slytherin. He understood having and keeping secrets. He even understood getting drunk on the eve of risking your life. But he could not understand, nor would he try, calling someone a friend, and then going behind their back and telling secrets to others. Fine, he breathed, almost too angry to speak. Then I suppose you won't need me around anymore. Good luck with your hangover, Hisakazo. Ares woke with a splitting headache and a cottony mouth. Those were expected, though, and he knew a large amount of water would help out immensely. However, he could not explain the shadows of a keen regret that lingered in the back of his mind. True, waking up regretting the night before was a common effect of alcohol consumption, but he hadn't gone outside of the safe house, so he shouldn't have found anyone to insult too badly. Unable to shake the worry that this was more than just, "Oops, I redecorated the carpet," regret, Aries dug out one of the memory containers he used for order information. Memories covered with a drunken haze wouldn't be perfectly clear seen this way, but would be much more distinct than what he could recover himself. He watched with growing horror the conversation with Severus, smacking himself firmly on the forehead when he saw how the other man's face darkened at his callous words. Well, there was only one way to fix this, and two hands were hardly worse than one. Pulling himself sluggishly out of the pensieve, Aries went over to the writing table. A message this urgent couldn't be left to the off chance that Sev would arrive at the safe house in time to read it, so he'd have to owl it, which meant an early morning trip to the Diagon post office. Maybe he could get a hangover cure from the apothecary first. With a heavy sigh, Aries carefully crafted a letter to Severus, inviting him to the safe house that night. He also wrote a note to Charles, figuring it was safer to have two people if obliviation became necessary. 8 o'clock that night, just after the sun had set, Sev arrived at the safe house. He had seriously debated whether or not to come, but in the end, curiosity had won over pride. The Slytherin graduate was the first to arrive, and he carefully took in the empty flat around him, sitting in the most comfortable armchair. A potions journal he had left on the coffee table the other night caught his eye, and he opened it to an article about research on a potion to subdue werewolves. The story was interesting, although it sounded from the ingredients as though the maker originally wanted a potion to kill werewolves. Silver and aconite were the active ingredients, and the maker was even calling the potion Wolfsbane. Severus smirked at the thought of feeding it to Lupin. It would never happen, though. He and the werewolf ought never to cross paths again, unless they were pointing wands at each other. By the time Sev heard anyone else enter the flat, he had finished that article and moved on to a historical piece about the discovery of the uses of dragon's blood. The constant mention of Dumbledore was not enthralling enough to prevent interruption, and the potion student gratefully set the journal down and rose to greet Aries. "Charles, what are you doing here?" he blurted. "The same thing you are, I suppose," the redhead drawled. "Waiting for Aries to arrive so I can witness his latest half-baked scheme." "You don't approve, I take it?" Sev asked wryly. Charles flopped gracefully into his favorite, dark green armchair and leveled a long look at Severus. "Frankly, I think that Aries should keep his secret a secret, and that telling it here today is likely, if not definitely, going to get him killed." The Slytherin's nostrils flared at the implied distrust. "I could have said the same thing the night he told you he was a Death Eater," he said coolly. "But Aries said that we are friends and shouldn't have any secrets between us." "Yes, well, Aries has his own definition of friendship," Charles sneered, though his eyes looked troubled. "One day he'll trust the wrong person, say the wrong thing, and he'll end up dead. Just because you won't betray him doesn't mean this other person won't, or the next." The truth of that statement felt like a physical blow to Severus, and he wilted back into his seat. Aries was dangerously reckless with the truth, he couldn't deny that. His mind flew back to the night previous, where he had found the brunette up to his eyebrows in alcohol, and couldn't hold back a small smirk. "He is not as reckless as we think," he quietly denied. "He probably has been planning this revelation for weeks, constantly testing this other person to see if they will betray him." Charles openly snorted at that. "If I thought Aries was smart enough to test someone that thoroughly without them realizing, then I wouldn't be nearly so worried," he sulked. Severus didn't have a chance to respond as the door to the flat opened then. He and Charles rose together, eager to learn the identity of the mysterious confidant. Regulus arrived at the small Muggle cafe no later than 15 minutes before his scheduled meeting with Aries. Yet, as per usual, Aries had beaten him there and was casually sipping tea and reading some sort of Muggle publication. The young black's stomach twisted at the sight of food. He hadn't been able to eat since the revelation and didn't feel any inclination to start now. "Hello, Reggie," Aries greeted him brightly, interrupting his thoughts. "And how are you this fine day?" "Nervous as all Hades, and you should know it," Regulus scolded. "This is my life on the line here." Aries waved a dismissive hand, making Reggie want to curse him. "Don't worry, neither of our lives is on the line where I'm taking you," the brunette claimed. Regulus wasn't sure he believed him, but when the waitress brought him a cup of tea, he did take a few sips. Ares waited until there was no sign of Regulus drinking more to fold up his paper and stand, leaving a stack of Muggle paper money on the table. "Follow me, and keep your voice down, I don't want us followed." With this last cryptic statement, Ares started down the street. Regulus hesitated only a moment longer, then hurried to catch up. If he trusted nothing else in his life right now, he trusted that Ares would not get him killed, so he could certainly throw his lot in with worse people. The brunette led him along 2 bustling blocks of Muggle businesses, then ducked quickly into an alley and darted down 2 more interconnecting alleys. Ares really didn't want them followed, wherever they were going. Finally, just as Regulus was beginning to get a bit breathless from the determined pace, Ares stopped in front of a building. It was an ordinary building, the same color and size as both of the buildings to either side, yet Ares was holding the door open as if it were the minister's mansion. The inside was well lit with icy, buzzing Muggle lights, revealing plain beige carpet and a few uninspired portraits that didn't even move. It was like some kind of bizarre alternate dimension where the life had been beeped out of everything. Regulus shuddered. "Don't tell me you live here," he gasped, unable to imagine his boisterous friend in such cold surroundings. "Of course not," Ares smiled as if amused. "I share a flat near Diagon. Now, come along, and remember to stay quiet." Regulus pursed his lips together at the reminder, though he was still unsure about the connection between being quiet and being followed. Anyone close enough to hear them would surely be close enough to see them as well. He tagged along behind Ares, who took him to a small alcove in the hallway where 2 imposing metal doors with no handles stood motionless. A small pad with 2 buttons sat in the wall next to the doors, and Ares pressed the one on top. From behind the door something made rumbling and rattling noises, and Regulus began to feel worried. What kind of creature would need such monstrous doors to hold it in? Suddenly, an invisible bell chimed and the doors opened. Reggie cringed, but saw nothing but a small, windowless room inside, a pad with many more buttons the only decoration. If he didn't know better, he'd think it was a lift. When the doors opened again to a completely different hallway, Reggie paled. "That was a lift," he stammered. "I thought you said this is a Muggle building." "It is," Ares responded unconcernedly. "It's not a magical lift, it's run by electricity, just like most Muggle inventions." "What do you mean, Muggle inventions?" Regulus demanded. Lifts were magical, everyone knew that. They were basically just boxes with controlled levitation charms. "Didn't you know?" Ares raised an amused eyebrow at him. "Muggles invented most of the things wizards use every day, we just adapted them to run off magic. Lifts, ovens, cars, even the WWN didn't show up until a good decade after Muggle radio programs." Regulus took that in silently as he trailed after the brunette down the hall. He had already accepted that most of Voldemort's ideas about pureblood superiority were wrong, but to think that Muggles were not inferior, were not disabled, but were, in fact, key attributors to wizard life, he wasn't sure if he could wrap his mind around that just now. The sound of a door latch startled Regulus, and he forced these new thoughts to the back of his mind. This was it, Ares was opening the door to a new fate, and Regulus would meet it head-on. Not as a black, not as a pureblood scion, not even as a wizard, but as a man of integrity who would not live a lie once he knew it was a lie. He took a shaky step forward into the flat and stopped short. Sev's jaw didn't drop, but it was a very near thing. "Black," he gawked. "Snape." Black responded, equally startled. "Oh, you know each other," Ares interrupted. "Good." Severus snapped his glare to his Gryffindor friend. Ares knew full well how he felt about Sirius Black, and here he was, bringing in the irascible infant trapped in a man's body's little brother. "Calm down, Sev," Ares cautioned, proving he was not totally without intelligence. "They may look alike, but they aren't the same at all." The underlying warning was clear. Ares had invited Regulus first, and Severus second, and if one of them had to go, it would not be Regulus. "We shall see," Severus murmured, sitting down, but not lessening his glare. "Right, then," Ares clapped his hands and smiled obliviously. "Now that we're all here. Regulus, this is Charles Higgins. Charles, this is Regulus Black. Charles and Severus are very good friends of mine. We're all here to get some things out in the open. Before we start, Can I get anyone anything? Tea, biscuits, calming drafts. His proposition was met with frosty stares from 3 sides, so, with a roll of his eyes, Ares sat. Over the next hour, Ares explained to those who shared the mark that he was not as loyal as he appeared to be. The tale was slow and arduous, and the look of betrayal that flashed from Severus' eyes before he cleared his face made Ares and sides twist. So that is it, then, the Slytherin snapped, glaring hatefully. Very well. He stood and made for the door, but Charles's wand was faster with 3 locking charms before Sev could even reach the kitchen. Severus, the redhead said firmly. Remember why we are here. Remember what this set of rooms represents. The war is not bigger than our friendship. Just as I didn't turn you in when Ares told me you had joined, he has been spying for Dumbledore for over a year now, and you and Regulus are both still free. And you will both walk out of here free, even if you don't choose to come back. I have your word, Severus demanded, back to them. You have my word, Ares pledged, reaching for his wand to seal the pledge. I swear by. He was cut off by the sound of the door slamming. Severus was gone. Regulus left soon after Snape. He was quite dissatisfied with Voldemort, true enough, but Dumbledore's benevolent manipulation and disregard for wizarding traditions still grated. True, Dumbledore was doing more than anyone at the moment to bring the Dark Lord down, and sometimes one had to join forces with unexpected allies to defeat a common foe. But by Merlin, Regulus had had enough of taking orders from wizards he didn't respect. Maybe he couldn't defeat Voldemort, but he could find out a way to make false the evil wizard's claim to immortality. Those awful spellbooks Ares had made him read certainly gave him a few ideas. Regulus only knew of 2 ways for a wizard to live forever. One was through the legendary Philosopher's Stone. However, that only kept one from dying of old age, it didn't protect from injury or deadly curse, and it required complete dependence on a piece of rock, which was not Voldemort's style at all. The Dark Lord never depended on anyone, even his followers knew that a task from their leader was a favor to them or a death sentence if they did it wrong and not a favor to Voldemort. That left only one option that would produce the desired result. It was magic so dark that, before reading Voldemort's books, Regulus had only heard it mentioned in odd whispers by his family, who claimed to be the darkest of dark. A way to tear a wizard's soul in 2 and hide a piece of it away, where no one could find and dispose of it. A way to tie a wizard to the land of the living so inexorably that death could not touch him. Regulus would bet his inheritance that Voldemort had made a Horcrux. This required some thought. Naturally, a Horcrux would be some object of great importance and symbolic value, and Voldemort liked to claim Slytherin heritage. Was there some Slytherin heirloom remaining that the Dark Lord might have gotten hold of? And while he was researching that, he would also have to look into possible hiding places. He knew, from his research into Tom Riddle, the location of the orphanage that raised the young boy Voldemort. That was as good a starting point as any. The Slytherin graduate still wasn't comfortable talking to Ares, so rather than enlist the spellsmith's help in snooping through the Dark Lord's library, he decided to use the resources of his own family. The Blacks had a library that was almost as old as the family itself, and his mother had always had an infatuation with all things Slytherin. Regulus managed to get her alone, and rather tipsy, Christmas night, and knew he'd get no better opportunity to grill her. Happy Christmas, Mother, he dipped his head politely. Oh, yes, Happy Christmas Regulus, she returned, flushed face and bright eyes making her look somewhat mad. How are your extracurricular activities? Just wonderful, Mother, he lied. I feel so honored to know that I'm a part of bringing our family into this bright new world. His mother smiled fondly at him, making Regulus want to sick up. Actually, Mother, I wondered if you might be willing to help with a project of mine. Anything for the cause, my son. To make the request more enticing, Regulus glanced around, as though afraid Ministry spies might overhear. You know my lord is the heir of Slytherin. I was wondering if you knew of any heirlooms from the founder that he might be interested in. Ah, a noble quest worthy of the Black name. I'm afraid I can't be of much help, however. The only Slytherin heirloom of which I had any knowledge was a locket that fell into the hands of one Hepzibah Smith, descendant of Hufflepuff, of all things, but when her overaged house elf accidentally did her in, Well, no one quite knows what happened to the locket after that. Regulus sighed for effect, though inwardly he was rejoicing. This was exactly the kind of lead he had been hoping for, and he was quite certain that it was no house elf that killed Hepzibah Smith. Well, thank you anyway, Mother, he expressed a disappointed gratitude, just in case she was paying attention. It seemed he needn't have bothered. It just goes to show that your Aunt Elidora had the right of it, Walburga ranted. House elves absolutely must be beheaded before they become senile. That way no harm comes to the family reputation, and the elf can be remembered with its dignity intact. What little of it they're broth with, that is. She cackled at her own joke, took another delicate swig of champagne, and fell asleep. Regulus left her there. He had plans to make. Ares felt he was going to get an ulcer if things continued the way they were. Severus and Regulus had both stopped speaking to him after he had revealed himself to be a spy. Mind, he wasn't dead yet, so he didn't think either had turned him in, but that left his only social contacts to be Voldemort and Charles. While neither was terribly bad company these days, the Dark Lord was ecstatic with each new victory, and Charles, well, anyone would be better company than Voldemort. Ares well and truly missed his other friends, and was especially worried by Regulus' silence. According to the Black family tapestry, Regulus would die in the coming year. Ares didn't know if the younger man was already on the trail of the Horcrux or not, didn't know if he was even considering standing actively against Voldemort. But time would sort those out. Mostly, Ares just wanted to have a few more good times with his friend before the end. Too many people had died before he got the chance to say goodbye, and he would not turn Regulus into another scar on his back, another regret. Severus. Silence was easy to interpret. The Slytherin graduate had joined the Dark Lord in the first place out of hatred for an abusive Muggle father. For him to learn that Ares was a spy so suddenly, well, it might take a while for Sev to realize that his Gryffindor friend wasn't siding with Tobias Snape. So, that meant Ares had to somehow convince Reggie to talk to him again. Preferably sooner than later. Owls all seemed to be returning his letters unopened, so Ares figured that Regulus must be using anti-tracking spells to keep himself from being found. After all, owls didn't usually let a person not take their letter, one of the hazards of having mail carriers with talons. A trip to the Black home under the pretext of an invitation to apply for a ministry position proved fruitless, and rather annoying, as he had to listen to Mrs. Black's voice, which was somehow more aggravating in real life than in a screaming portrait. Just give him time, Charles attempted to soothe him afterward as he paced frenetically around the flat. You know he's not going to turn you in. He probably just didn't want to end up involved with Dumbledore. What? Ares stopped pacing in shock. Why would I get him involved with Dumbledore? Dumbledore didn't know about him in our time, so he can't possibly find out about him now. Yes, but Regulus doesn't know that. All Regulus knows is that you work for Dumbledore. But, Ares stammered, face going pale. But he's going to die. Do you understand that? He's going to die, and I can't get him to talk to me, and I'm never going to see him again, and then he'll be dead. Charles sighed and poured his friend a cup of tea. Just get some sleep and calm down, then you'll find something you can do, he said encouragingly, inwardly rolling his eyes in frustration. Sleep. Ares raised an eyebrow as he gulped the hot tea straight down. You think I'm at all tired, right? Ooh, you son of a Trojan ole. Ares' last thought as he passed out on the couch was that he really needed to learn what a sleeping potion in tea smelled like. 1979 came to a close in the soft silence of snow. Christmas had come and gone, Ares recalled as he brooded morosely over his books, and he'd had no one to spend it with. Charles had been invited, required, to attend a Yule gathering of the Order, and Severus and Regulus were both still out of contact. It was in this lonely, brooding frame of mind, then, that Ares did something very foolish. Voldemort had not been to his library in weeks. Ares, with his connection to the wards, knew that the Dark Wizard had been spending quite a bit of time in the potions laboratory of late. Thus it came as a surprise when Ares was joined, one late night near the middle of December, by the Dark Lord himself. Wondering what proper courtesy would demand, the brunette decided to simply continue reading unless Voldemort suggested otherwise. He had little doubt that the Dark Lord was not here for a quiet read. "I have a task," the dangerous wizard spoke into the silence after many long minutes. "My lord," Ares ventured, marking his place and turning to face the other man. "What do you require of me?" "No, no," Voldemort waved one hand impatiently. "I require a house elf, a test subject." And a desperate, half-formed plan leapt into mind. "Regulus Black has a house elf." The words were out before he had even decided to say them. And the moment they left his lips, the moment Voldemort's red eyes narrowed in thought, he wished he could take them back. But it was too late. Ares never did get to see Regulus again. Not a week after his short, disastrous conversation with the Dark Lord, the youngest Black disappeared. Severus was a cautious man. Although his anger with Ares would not allow him to speak to the brunette, he never stopped watching him, and he attempted to keep an eye on Regulus Black as well. Who knew what the brother of such an idiot would do with such sensitive information? But after months had passed, and Ares still lived, and Severus still lived, he continued to look over his shoulder, certain he would find one of Dumbledore's lot on his tail. Even his cautious mind relaxed. Voldemort kept him busy through November and well into December working on a potion, a very specific potion. One that would make a person relive their worst memories, distorted and amplified tenfold, and this was a request directly from the Dark Lord's lips, that would leave the drinker desperately thirsty. In theory, the potion should not have been difficult. However, the normal dehydrating ingredients reacted poorly with the lethifold skin used to induce nightmares, and it had taken 24 substitutions and half a dozen explosions to get it right. The moment he had a successful batch, Voldemort had ordered him on a New Year vacation, taken the whole vat and left. On January 10th, a great pounding sounded at his door. The wind outside was bitter cold, so Severus grabbed a cloak and hurriedly put it on as the person outside became more and more insistent. Finally, the old cloth knotted at his throat. Sev pulled open the door to see Ares, dressed in barely more than a nightshirt, frantically wringing his reddened fingers. "What the devil? Get in here, you maniac!" Sev's eyes went wide and he dragged his frozen friend out of the weather and into the warm flat, grateful that his brother was not home to see this. As soon as Ares was settled in front of the fireplace, a thick blanket sitting on his lap where Sev had dropped it, unwilling to actually wrap it around the other man's shoulders, the brunette started talking. "I killed him." Severus felt as if he had swallowed ice. He and Ares had bother killed men, in the name of war, but this sounded different, not the result of a battle or raid. "Killed who? What are you talking about?" he demanded, angry at being so worried. "Regulus, he's dead, I know it," Ares choked out. Then, in such a soft, hoarse voice Severus had to strain to hear, "I sent him to his death." Warring thoughts raced through Sev's mind, as uncontrolled as a nest of ants. Is this it? Has he decided it's too dangerous to let those who know his secret live? How did he do it? Did he turn Black over to Dumbledore? To the Ministry? Did he sabotage a raid? Arrange a poisoning? With a loud curse Sev got to his feet and shouted. "Start at the beginning." Ares jolted so hard that the blanket fell, unnoticed, on the floor. "It had been months, Sev, months," Ares groaned. "Neither of you would talk to me, would answer my owls. I was afraid that one of you might die without another word to me, so I volunteered Regulus for a mission. Just a small one. The Dark Lord only needed a house elf, and Regulus had that creature, and I figured when he came to the manor I could corner him, at least get him to look at me, but he never came to the manor. Voldemort went to him, took his house elf, and now he's gone." "The house elf?" Severus questioned, confused. "Regulus," Ares almost screamed. "Regulus is gone, he's dead, and it's all my fault, and I didn't want it to be you two because you're one of the only friends I have here and I'm a selfish prat who doesn't want to go it alone." After this lengthy proclamation, the silence that fell between them seemed heavier than the weight of grief that bore down on the spellsmith. "Well," Severus attempted, "as long as we're both agreed that you're a selfish prat." A weak, taut smile from Ares broke the tension, and that was that. Over the next few months, Ares and Sev kept in closer contact, meeting every few days at the safe house. There, they recounted anything interesting that had happened, or else shared concerns over the future. Ares revealed the incident with Master Tobin that had led to him never achieving master status, despite having been a journeyman for almost 2 years now. Sev, in turn, shared that he had often wondered if he could develop spells for a living, but had decided against it after a poor performance on his charms owl. Quite often, they simply sat in silence, reading in the same room simply for the purpose of having company. But sometimes, only rarely, Sev would let slip a Death Eater plan that Ares hadn't heard about. The Slytherin liked to pretend these were just accidents, but they both knew that Severus Snape would never slip a secret on accident if he meant to keep it. Ares wondered, and hoped, if his friend was beginning to see the truth about Voldemort. One such night in June, Severus revealed something that made Ares' heart jump. "He wishes me to seek employment," the black-haired young man grimaced. They both knew who he was. "What?" Ares exclaimed. "Didn't you just get your potions mastery a few months ago?" Sev nodded, cheering slightly at the memory of his recent great achievement. He quickly sobered, however. "He wishes me to apply for the defense post at Hogwarts, to prevent Dumbledore's poisoning of young minds." It took all of Ares' willpower not to let his jaw drop or his lips slip into a grin. This meant the prophecy would come soon, and close on its heels Harry Potter's birth. The idea of a second him in the world excited Ares more and more each time he considered it. A little belatedly, he realized he was supposed to be responding to Severus' worries, not barely suppressing a grin. "That's not a dangerous assignment, is it?" He covered his hesitation with a quick cough, planted right under Dumbledore's nose. "I expect that is why he wants me there," Severus responded. "The Dark Lord is aware that I can protect my mind from intrusion. Though I doubt that will offer much protection where Dumbledore is concerned. The old coot has other ways of knowing things, and he will not allow a Death Eater to teach." This quiet admission carried a lot of weight. Severus was certain he would fail, and failure was a one-time occurrence for those in Voldemort's ranks. "I think you're overestimating Dumbledore," Ares snorted. "The man is very trusting, prone to believing the best in everyone." Sev narrowed his eyes and gave his friend a sharp look. "So why do you support him?" he demanded in a low, almost venomous voice. Refusing to be baited, Ares merely shrugged and got up to refill the teapot. In the kitchen, however, the Gryffindor's fingers began to tremble so badly he was afraid of spilling tea everywhere, and he gripped the countertop to steady himself. The next few months would be absolutely critical, he knew. Dumbledore had said to trust Severus Snape, and as Ares had done so, he had found an invaluable, loyal, devious and courageous friend. But he did not think he could manage to stay friends with Sev if the other man turned out to be deceiving Dumbledore, if all his supposed remorse were false. Taking a deep, steadying breath, the spellsmith poured cold tea from the kettle to the pot, heated it with a spell, and turned back to face his most unlikely companion. "Ares." Sev's voice rang through the safe house. "Ares, wake up, are you here, Ares?" After the death of Regulus Black, Ares had taken to sleeping at the safe house more often, and Sev dearly hoped the brunette had chosen to this night, because he wasn't entirely sure he could remember the address to Ares and Charles's flat in his current state. He seemed to be having an inordinate amount of luck, however, because the next moment Ares stumbled groggily in, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "What in the name of Merlin's saggy Y-fronts is the problem, Sev?" The spellsmith grumbled grouchily. "I've just, oh bloody," Sev stammered, "you have no idea what I mean, I listened, but I didn't mean." Awake now, Ares pushed Sev down onto the couch and gripped his shoulder tight. "Calm down, Sev," he intoned. "You're at the safe house, no one can find you here." Severus nodded, giving himself time to absorb the words, and let his heart slow down. He could still feel the innkeeper's handprints on his arms, still see Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze staring straight through him. Occlumency was nothing against that man. "I received a tip," he began, shakily at first but growing steadier, "that Dumbledore would be interviewing someone for the divination post tonight at the Hog's Head. I went ahead and reserved a room, intending to listen in and get a hold of Dumbledore's interviewing style, find out what he looks for in teachers. But I swear, I never expected, I was listening, and things were going poorly. The applicant had a much higher opinion of herself than her experience warranted, I thought, and Dumbledore seemed to agree, He was about to show her out, I think, when. When what? Ares prodded, an indecipherable look on his face. When she started to prophesy. Sev swallowed hard, then recited, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will what? Ares prodded again, voice strangely flat. I don't know, Severus whispered harshly. The innkeeper discovered me listening at the door and started shouting then, so I couldn't hear the rest, and he grabbed me and opened the door and told Dumbledore I was listening. The terrifying memory came upon him again, and the Slytherin gripped his lanky hair with one hand. Ah! Ares deadpanned. Ah! Sev shouted, bolting off the couch. Don't you understand? I have half a prophecy, one that predicts the Dark Lord's downfall, and worse yet Dumbledore knows I have it. Dumbledore, the leader of the most powerful resistance to our victory. The room fell deathly quiet. Sev looked at Ares, truly looked at him, for probably the first time that night, and saw his friend almost glaring at him, eyes dark and lips pressed together tightly. The words "our victory" echoed silently between them as Severus remembered that it would not be their victory, one of them would lose. Ares, Severus paused, unsure what to say next. In a moment, the storm passed from the spellsmith's face. No, I apologize, Ares conceded, closing his eyes and shaking his head. I forgot my own promise. Political views are to be left outside the flat. In here, all that matters is friendship. So, you know what you need to do. There may be a spy within Dumbledore's group, and Dumbledore may tell them that he was witness to a prophecy overheard by a Death Eater. You absolutely must, if you want to survive, tell Voldemort all you have heard tonight. Do not tell him you told me first, don't even tell him you did not come straight to him. As far as the Dark Lord is to know, you went directly from the Hog's Head to the manor to give your report. Everything Ares was saying made sense, perfect sense, but Severus couldn't make himself want to go. He couldn't help but suspect that Voldemort was one to kill the messenger, so to speak. Ares seemed to sense his reticence, either that, or his face looked more terrified than he'd intended. The spellsmith joined him in standing, staring at his eyes, and nodded decisively. While Severus watched, bemused, Ares pulled out a small knife and slashed his own palm. Blood welled up almost immediately, spilling over onto the carpet before Ares cupped his hand and let the crimson pool there. Come here, Ares ordered, dragging a shocked Sev to the window, where they could see the half-full moon. Alges, and Jibo, I think, the brunette muttered, dipping one finger in the blood and using it to draw on Severus' forehead. The feel of damp, surprisingly cold fingers on his skin startled Sev into stillness. Yes, that should do it. Protega. A shiver of magic flowed down from the symbols on Sev's forehead to the tips of his fingers and toes. When the Slytherin reached up to touch the symbols on his head, he encountered nothing but his own eyebrows. Not a trace of his friend's blood remained. That will give you some protection against a large number of malevolent spells, Ares explained. I can't do anything about a killing curse, but you'll be able to survive most anything else. Sev nodded gravely, greatly moved and, though he hated to admit it, comforted by such a willing sacrifice. The hand still bled, but slowly, and Ares was already putting pressure on it with one sleeve of his robe. It will heal, Severus declared, feeling like himself again. Ares nodded. July dragged by with the same tedium Ares remembered of long summers spent awaiting the next year at Hogwarts. So desperate was he for news that the spellsmith often talked himself into risky ventures to the House of the Potters in his cat form, hoping for news. He left immediately if Remus, Peter, or Sirius showed up, certain that Remus would discover him, Peter would rat him out, pun very much intended, or Sirius would attempt to eat him. Dumbledore also visited on occasion, and Ares made absolutely certain to depart as quickly and unobtrusively as possible whenever this happened. The last thing he needed was for the headmaster to think he was taking an undue interest in the Potter baby, and he just knew that Dumbledore was aware of his cat form. James and Lily, though, were often happy to see him, and left him saucers of milk that he pretended to drink from when they were looking. It's cloak, I'm telling you. James would insist happily. Lily always shoved him in reply. Not that daft theory again. She would laugh. James, No one from Hogwarts lives nearby, it can't possibly be the same cat. Lily's arguments were convincing enough that Aries didn't worry about being found out, but he made sure to never get too close, no matter how often they tried to coax him inside. All he needed was to be within earshot, and cat ears were very good. July 29th, Lily started having trouble moving around the house, especially going up and down the stairs. The toilet flushed abnormally often. July 30th, an emergency call to a healer turned out to be a false alarm. Finally, on the morning of July 31st, crashing breakfast dishes and a hearty groan of pain announced the onset of labor. The healer was called back and the house was sealed to prevent unsanitary guests. The various noises of pain from inside were regular, like the beating of a heart or the ticking of a very slow clock. Not all were from Lily. James seemed to be in an occasional bit of pain as well. Aries paced restlessly on the fence separating the Potter's cottage from the road into town. The sun beat down hot on his black fur, but he ignored it. Children, out playing, were called in for supper, but Aries ignored that too. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon when the time traveler felt it. Like a second heartbeat, alongside his own, pulling at him, threatening to tear his chest apart. The pain grew and grew until, with a great snap, Aries felt himself fall onto the grass in a very human body, the cries of a newborn child ringing through the night. Adrenaline pumping fast, Aries apparated to the first place that came to mind. When the orange-lit streets of Privet Drive popped into view, he felt like hitting himself. The brunette attempted to transform back into a cat, just in case anyone looked out their window, but it didn't work. The transformation usually felt like an exchange of energy with something outside himself, but now all that energy seemed to have disappeared, and Aries thought he knew where it had gone. He cursed under his breath, scooting toward the shadows. Why didn't Charles mention this? He wondered. The Malfoys had him a month ago. Charles, it turned out, hadn't had any such experience. However, he had some good theories, once he had stopped laughing, that is, about why he hadn't had any problems, but Aries had. The redhead seemed to think it was quite simple. For starters, he chuckled, I wasn't stupid enough to try and witness my own birth. When Draco Malfoy was born, I was halfway across Britain checking out a hexed wristwatch, not sitting on the front stoop. What about my Minimus Animagi form, then? Aries countered. Why have I lost that, and not you? Well, Charles gave this a bit more thought. You completed the transformation before we were brought here, right? Aries nodded. Then I suppose you could say that your cat form belongs to Harry Potter, while my form belongs to Charles Higgins III. Aries put his hands up, confused. Wait, you're saying that baby Harry Potter can transform into a cat? No, Merlin, didn't you do any deep study on animagi when you were trying to get your form? Charles growled in exasperation. Look, the spell for the Minimus Animagi spell, that original long spell in Egyptian, that creates a sphere of energy in extra-dimensional time-space and ties it to us. When we transform, our bodies switch places with that energy, we then inhabit an animal form, while our body's energy resides in EDTS. What I think happened is that your sphere of animagus energy was originally tied to Harry Potter, so when Harry Potter was born, the energy switched to him. However, without the full spell, his body doesn't have the ability to switch places with that energy. He'll probably never realize he has it. The redhead had started pacing up and down in the sitting room of their flat, accenting his explanation with hand gestures. He finished with a dismissive wave of his hand. Aries nodded. The theory made sense, but something else was confusing him now. How on earth do you know all that? It was a point of curiosity when we were preparing for the transformation in 7th year, Charles replied snootily. If you ever researched anything properly, you'd probably have managed the full transformation by now. The brunette looked away, unable to retort properly. What, did I strike a nerve? Charles sneered. You're a spellsmith, it's not like the door's closed, you know. It's not that, Aries denied, voice low. I don't want it, all right. Neither one of them believed that. Charles sat next to Aries on the couch. What do you mean, Aries? He demanded almost gently. Just what I said, I don't want it, all right. I'm fine with turning into a cat, I wouldn't even mind a hippogriff or something like that. But you don't understand. I did my research. I read every book I could find on animagi until my eyes felt like they'd crusted over. My animagus form isn't some naturally found hybrid. I have chimeric animagia syndrome because of how my link with Voldemort twisted my magic. He could tell from Charles's blank face that the other man wasn't following. Look, when Voldemort gave me my scar, our magics merged. That's why I can speak Parseltongue. But when a person's magic is twisted or warped or added to, it affects the animagus form. Who knows what my animagus form might have been originally? Now it's some freakish thing with a lion's head, a cobra for a tail, dragon feet and big feathery wings. So, let me get this straight, Charles smirked in confused amusement. You don't want to turn into something that can fly and has two mouths, one of which is poisonous. Ares threw up his hands in defeat. A former Slytherin would never understand not wanting power simply because of the source from which it had sprung. But the Gryffindor did not want to turn into an animal that was part Voldemort. In the first year after joining the Death Eaters, Ares had been sent on raid after raid. He believed Voldemort to be testing him, seeing if he had any aptitude for leadership or battle, and so consciously showed none. It hadn't taken more than a few months to be relegated to a permanent position as spellsmith, ward's keeper, and researcher. Not a position Ares minded, by half, but also not one with terrible lots of information gathering opportunities. As such, there were often times when Ares knew no more than what Voldemort announced to the inner circle as a whole. In August of 1980, Voldemort announced that Lily and James Potter were top priority. In October, he announced that someone very close to the Potters had been brought to their side. He referred to the traitor only as Wormtail. Ares kept a sharp eye for rats wherever he went, especially within the manor. If Voldemort was not revealing Pettigrew's name or animagus form, then it was rather likely he was using the rat to spy on his own followers as well. Not that Ares truly expected to be under suspicion, but caution was never a bad idea. Severus had seemed strangely unsettled since then. His eyes had a wild look whenever he was left alone to think too long. This was actually starting to worry Ares rather a lot, and he desperately wanted to corner his friend where they could talk about it, but Sev always seemed to have somewhere else to be. The spellsmith was beginning to suspect the Slytherin of avoiding him. And that just would not do. It took some preparation, but Ares managed to trigger the wards of the safe house so that, as soon as Sev entered, Ares would be alerted and a mild compulsion charm would help the other man stay put. He had to anchor the charm to a crystal paperweight Charles had received as a Christmas present from Mr. Weasley. Normally, he would be able to hold such a simple charm himself, even while away from the safe house performing other spells, but ever since his birth his magic had been unstable, and consistently weaker, and he didn't want to chance losing his grip. The alert didn't come until early in November, proving either that Sev was busier than usual, or that he was very determined to avoid Ares. In either case, the spellsmith was sure he wouldn't have another chance for a rather long time, so he apparated to the safe house immediately, leaving a shocked seamstress holding a new cloak at Madame Malkin's. Sev was so startled by Ares' sudden arrival that he looked on the verge of apparating away, so Ares dropped the blood exceptions to the anti-apparition wards. He would have to find time to key Charles back in, but there were more important things right now. "We need to talk," Ares said firmly, consciously placing himself between Sev and the door. The Slytherin looked a little frightened, but covered it up with fierce anger. "How dare you?" he roared. "How dare you try to keep me here against my will? Are you arresting me? Is that what this is?" Ares let the other man shout, the nonsense accusations washing over and beyond him like so much dust. "I just want to know what the matter is," he said calmly when Sev had finished, or paused for breath, "and if there's anything I can do." Sev paced the length of the room, eyes roving over everything but Ares. Finally, he sat in his favorite armchair, shoulders slouched, eyes hidden by shoulder-length hair. "When I heard the prophecy," he admitted gravely, "I thought it would mean we would have time. The person mentioned obviously hadn't been born yet, so I thought that would mean at least 17 years of careful preparation before a one-on-one duel. That's not how the Dark Lord works." Ares shook his head ruefully that Severus, of all people, would turn out to be naive. The other man nodded, having learned his lesson. "He intends to kill the one from the prophecy," and his whole family, within a year, Sev breathed. The Potter child will barely be able to walk, let alone be any danger. The hair on Ares' neck itched like he was being lied to, but he could tell that something about Voldemort deciding to attack the Potters was upsetting Sev greatly. If it wasn't Harry, like he was intimating, and it certainly wasn't James, even Gilderoy Lockhart wouldn't be daft enough to think that. Then that only left. Hold on, did Snape hold a secret candle for his mum? Ares couldn't fathom it, especially since they'd seemed so distant in school. Lily hadn't looked twice at Sev, as far as he'd seen. Then again, she was always defending Slytherins. Go to Dumbledore, the words were out before Ares could remember forming them. Sev looked at him in disbelief. The Dark Lord will not grant you this boon. You know Lily would die before allowing her child to be killed, so go to Dumbledore and ensure the protection of the whole family. Sev looked about to protest, but Ares quelled him with a look. It is the only way. Severus nodded in defeat. Over the next several months, the only information Ares got about Sev's health was through Charles, who saw the other man at regular order meetings. Ares laughed, sometimes, at the complicated triangle their group had become. Ares reported to the order through Charles, who also listened to Sev's reports and reported back to Ares. Both agreed, however, that Voldemort was being remarkably single-minded in his pursuit of the Potters. Using the information from his spy, Voldemort had attempted to lay several traps, luring James and Lily out on order business and attacking their home. However, these were all foiled by Ares and Sev and the Potters' propensity for switching babysitters every time they were both out. One attack in April was so vicious that James and Lily's small cottage near Ottery Street Catchpole was destroyed and the family moved to Hogwarts for a season. Dumbledore was happy enough to put them up in a set of teachers' quarters that had remained empty. Fewer and fewer teachers were willing to work at such a dangerous school, so empty quarters of suitable size for a family were not hard to find. Charles reported that the couple had originally been planning to move into James's parents' house in Godric's Hollow, but Dumbledore had changed their mind, citing the heightened danger Mr. and Mrs. Potter would be in, versus the interwoven protections of Hogwarts wards. It seemed that, for once, Dumbledore was more right than he would have liked. Ares was called unexpectedly early one Monday morning in May. The weather was annoyingly fair, and did nothing to ease his confusion. The spellsmith had become quite good at predicting when he would be called, through a combination of keeping extraordinarily up to date with current events, having foreknowledge of some events, and having a fairly regular work schedule creating spells for the Dark Lord. An unexpected call meant he had no idea what situation he was walking into, and that made him nervous. Voldemort's expression of delight only made Ares' stomach churn faster. "My friends, my most loyal," the Dark Lord began grandly, gesturing at the small group gathered. Ares noted with some surprise that only he, Severus, Malfoy, and the Lestranges had been called. "You are, no doubt, wondering why I have called you here today. I know where the Potters are hiding, their exact address, and today we will not lure them out. We will not wait for their convenience, but will strike when they least expect it. My sneaky spy has discovered that the Potters are hiding in Godric's Hollow, at their ancestral hovel. We will storm the house tonight, and make prisoners of everyone there. And I will kill the Potter boy." A sickening cheer rang out from those gathered, and Ares managed to swallow his disgust at their bloodthirstiness in time to join in. He saw Severus was managing all right, thinking of the Potters safely hidden at Hogwarts, but Ares couldn't help but worry about the elder Potters, his grandparents. Godric's Hollow was a popular little village, known to most every wizarding family in Britain, so there were no side-along apparitions as the group left on their mission. Even Ares had gone visiting once, but had left when he realized that nothing that tied this place to his parents would exist yet. The mercenaries arrived, fittingly enough, in the graveyard beside the old church. Rather than taking the well-worn paths out of the cemetery and back to the street, Voldemort led them deeper into the forest, walking slowly, silently, and filled with confidence. Ares looked at the headstones to give himself time to think. Hundreds of generations of wizarding history lay buried here, he had heard, and he couldn't help being curious even as he walked over their graves. A few familiar names caught his eye: Abbott, Bagshot, even a couple Dumbledores. Some names seemed familiar even though he could not recall immediately from where, such as Ignotus Peverell, whose headstone included an engraving of some strange symbol that looked like a cat's eye inside a triangle. By the time the group had come up behind the first row of cottages, Ares still hadn't thought of a way to warn the Potters. He couldn't exactly send a Patronus on ahead. A glowing stag would be a bit noticeable, and he couldn't transform into a cat and run in front of the Death Eaters because, well, he couldn't transform. His invisibility cloak was in the future, as was Hedwig. Cold sweat beaded on the back of his neck as Ares realized that he truly had no options if he wanted to live to see Voldemort defeated. The two-story cottage loomed in front of them, cheery lighting spilled from the windows into the night, stopping just before the feet of the Dark Lord. In silence, the command was given, and the group immediately fell into their accustomed roles. The Lestranges moved to surround the property and began dismantling the wards. Ares took a position between the house and the street and put up barriers against sound, muggles, and escape for anyone not carrying the mark. Severus and Lucius stood at Voldemort's side, ready to attack. In a moment, Ares had the familiar set of wards standing firm. Another moment, and the Potters' defensive wards had fallen. Shouts of alarm erupted from the house as the Voldemort blew apart the door, Lucius, Severus, and the Lestranges at his back. Ares was left outside supporting the barriers, helpless. At 5-on-2, the fight was over almost before it had begun. Silence fell, then a scream of rage as the Dark Lord discovered what Ares and Sev had known all along, that James, Lily, and little baby Harry were not there. With his back to the house, Ares risked a small smile for a small triumph. The funeral for Geoffrey and Athena Potter was astoundingly well attended. Almost as many mourners as there would be for Dumbledore, although there were no merpeople or centaurs in Godric's Hollow. Ares watched the crowd, disillusioned, from behind the trees. He knew it was foolish. He knew it was dangerous. He knew he could easily be uncovered and attacked with so many Order members around. But he couldn't let his grandparents go, having never even seen their faces. Organ music floated out from the church, providing the background for the usual meaningless speeches. Ares didn't need a ministry orator to tell him his grandparents were good and kind. The sheer number of people who would miss them said that louder and clearer than words. A quiet agony grew somewhere behind the time traveler's ribs as the music stopped and the crowd lined up for a last view of the caskets. There were too many people. Ares couldn't possibly sneak in undiscovered, and at the end of the line were the levitators who would close the caskets for the last time. A flash of bright blue caught his eye and Ares shifted and saw Dumbledore, dressed in staid robes compared to his normal fare, watching him. The headmaster's gaze, indirect as it was, pierced him, holding the young man in place. Ares didn't realize that he was holding his breath until his vision started to gray. A single, shuddering gasp and Dumbledore's eyes locked onto the brunettes, then shifted away, toward the line of mourners, and back. Ares nodded, accepting the implied invitation. Neither he nor the headmaster spoke as the line slowly moved ahead. The masses of people around them never seemed to look close enough to realize the shadow behind the venerable old man was not entirely Dumbledore's. After almost a full hour of waiting and milling around, Ares and Dumbledore were at the caskets. Ares looked down into his grandparents' faces. Athena was beautiful, fine-boned, but strong. Geoffrey was stockier, with a firm jaw apparent even in the softness of eternal sleep. Neither looked very old, probably no more than 50, which was barely middle-aged by wizard standards. Ares felt his back throb, mourning their loss. Two very great people, Dumbledore murmured. They chose their final battle. Ares had long given up deciphering the headmaster's cryptic comments, but he couldn't help thinking, as the memory of that battle flashed in his mind, that the Potters hadn't been given much choice at all. The Order meeting room seemed poorly lit, though that might have been because the sheer number of people there couldn't all be illuminated by the one small chandelier. Charles stood at the far corner of the table from Dumbledore, behind the seated Elphia's Doge. The Potters sat in the honored seats at the headmaster's right, while Severus lurked in the shadows behind the old man's left shoulder. Harry coughed and fidgeted in his mother's arms. "We can't keep running," Lily declared. "The stress of moving every few days is keeping Harry from eating as well as he should, and I'm afraid he's getting sick. The nights are just too cold this far north." "What do you propose?" Snape drawled. "If you stay still, the Dark Lord will catch you." "Now listen, Snape." James started to rise, but Dumbledore held up a hand to stop him. "That is enough." The tired voice still managed to sound like a reprimand. "If Lily and James feel it that ceasing their flight, then we will accommodate them. There is an archaic spell known as the Fidelius Charm that might do the trick. With the charm, we can hide the secret of the Potter's location inside a person. Only those to whom the secret keeper willingly reveals the secret will be able to find them. No one else would be able to come up with their location either by accident or treachery." "That sounds perfect, Albus," James exclaimed, relieved. The dim light accented dark smudges under his eyes. "When can it be cast?" Now, no need to rush these things," Dumbledore chuckled, eyes twinkling. Charles rolled his own. "The spell takes a few days to prepare, so please consider carefully where you will hide, and who will keep your secret. I would, of course, be willing, but the decision is ultimately up to you." James nodded, gratefully, tiredly, and rose to leave. The rest of the order followed suit. The meeting had gone on long enough already. At the very next meeting, just 3 days later, the pair had their place and person all picked out. September was long past and Samhain was just a few weeks away, a date to which, Dumbledore seemed to believe, Voldemort would attempt to attribute undue significance. Time was of the essence, so the headmaster didn't put much effort into dissuading Lily and James from using Sirius Black as their secret keeper or from performing the spell without witnesses in the privacy of their chosen hiding place. However, when the Order members were given slips of paper with the address of the Potter home in Godric's Hollow, Charles couldn't help but think how little the handwriting resembled Sirius. He crumpled his paper in one hand and silently said his goodbyes. Ares had learned his lesson from attempting to witness his birth. The night of October 31, 1981, he was not even attempting to think of his parents. He had known the moment the Fidelius had been performed, as he had never before been unable to recall the location of his own parents' death. However, he was still fairly certain that London would put him a safe distance away. Charles had been unusually quiet the last few days, and had left to pull an all-nighter at the ministry. The brunette remembered well that Charles had at least seemed to be friends with most of the marauders back at school. He gave the former Slytherin his privacy. "Tonight is a good night for it to happen," Ares thought to himself, looking out at the stars and the faint aurora borealis to the north. He hadn't known, when he was in his own time, just how bad the war was going for the light when Voldemort learned of the prophecy. If the Dark Wizard hadn't suddenly become obsessed with a newborn baby, he might have overthrown the ministry within a few months. From a different perspective, Ares could clearly see that Severus overhearing the prophecy had likely saved hundreds of lives and, eventually, this half of the war. But it still hurt. The ages-old wound in his heart felt like it was gaping open today. His palms were clammy, and as the clock struck midnight, his forehead burst open. "Ares!" Scream rebounded 1,000 times off the walls. Blood dripped steadily onto the floor, where he suddenly found himself kneeling, and his glamour had fallen. The physical pain stopped, suddenly, and the screams were replaced by a helpless keening that erupted from the depths of his soul. "No, no, 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 no," Ares repeated, mouth frozen open in a grimace as he pressed his sweaty forehead to the cool wood floor. He wrapped his arms around himself and continued chanting the denial until he fell asleep. The next day dawned hesitantly, as if afraid to believe the great tidings that first light would bring. Ares' head throbbed and he was drenched in a cold sweat, but all that remained of the night before were vague memories and a fallen glamour. Staggering slightly, the spellsmith dragged himself to the bathroom so he could reapply the glamour in front of the mirror. He froze. Harry Potter was staring back at him. Merlin, he'd forgotten what his own face looked like. In awe, Ares stared at the messy black hair, green eyes, and pale complexion. Finally, unwillingly, his eyes were drawn to his lightning bolt scar, and then down, to his pale arm. The mark was barely visible, just a shadow of red lines showing where it must have burned last night, when he'd been too far gone to notice. With a sigh of sheer exhaustion, Ares closed his eyes and sealed his new face over the old. All day, Ares did not leave the apartment and Charles did not return. Wizards and witches were clearly visible on the streets below, scampering around regardless of the concerned looks the muggles threw after them. Part of Ares was happy for them, happy that Voldemort had been banished for a decade, but he was just too tired to celebrate with them. And he doubted he'd be welcomed. The spellsmith passed the day in his own way, jotting down a few notes about the occurrence with the scar in a journal after dinner, locking it carefully away once night fell, when he moved back to the window. Fireworks exploded in the sky as Ares watched, mesmerized. Amazing, he thought, that people could be so happy all over Britain, while a little boy had just lost his parents and godfather, and was about to be shipped off for 10 years in a cupboard. In every wizarding pub, revelers raised their glasses to the boy who lived, not caring that, perhaps, it might have been kinder had he not. 3 sharp raps at the flat door brought Ares out of his brooding. He moved away from the bedroom window, into the front sitting room, just in time to witness the door crashing in. 4 oars burst into the room and Ares took a step back, automatically reaching for his wand. That was all it took. 2 heavy bodies slammed into him, one pinning his arms to the floor, the other landing on his legs with a large amount of force and a bad angle. Ares felt something snap in his hip and he bit his lip to stifle a pained cry. Bright red light filled his vision for a moment, before everything went black. Tobin Khan sneezed as his rummaging disturbed a cloud of dust. After Guildmaster Heinrich had vanished a month previous, Tobin had been nominated as the new Guildmaster, despite his relative youth. It was a great honor, certainly no more than he deserved, but he hadn't counted on old Jim being such a pack rat. The office he was set to inherit was so full of useless debris that Tobin hadn't heard any news of the outside world in the full week since he'd started clearing and sorting. However, some sort of ruckus was happening out on the street and the dust really was getting insufferable. Waving a wand to open the window and let the office air out, Tobin stretched out his back and headed outside. And, apparently, into a madhouse. Witches and wizards were running up and down the street, laughing and dancing and drinking right out in public. The bookshop across the road seemed to have retained some sense of peace, so Tobin sought refuge and answers within its walls. The answers, however, came as he looked at the newspaper displayed proudly in the front window. Dark Lord defeated. Potter boy survives killing curse. The terrifying days are over. Peace has again graced Britain with her presence, and all thanks to a 1-year-old boy. On October 31st, late at night, you know who descended on the home of Lily and James Potter in Godric's Hollow. As he has so many times before, that fearsome dark wizard murdered the husband and wife, and then turned on their infant son, Harry. However, when you know who cast the deadly spell, an explosion rocked the cottage and, when the dust lifted, there was no sign of he who must not be named, and little Harry Potter still lived, unharmed save for a single wound, in the shape of a lightning bolt, on his forehead. Tobin nearly swallowed his tongue. Harry Potter. Lightning bolt scar. The words resounded in his head, arranging and rearranging in ways that made less and less sense. Deciding firmly that he needed to know what had happened in the 2 days since then, Tobin marched into the bookstore and bought a copy of the Daily Prophet to take to the back of the store and read. The front page was cluttered with more articles on Harry Potter, claiming him to be a descendant of Godric Gryffindor or Merlin himself, both of which Tobin knew to be patently untrue after his research into the Potter family tree. Counter-rumors were offered that only a more powerful dark wizard than even Voldemort could have turned a killing curse back on its caster, but that was even more ridiculous. How could a 1-year-old be a dark wizard? Inside the newspaper were more helpful articles, outlining recent events such as the capture of Sirius Black for mass murder and the release of Lucius Malfoy. On the 12th page was a list of captured suspected Death Eaters. Well over 60 names cluttered the space, some linked haphazardly with specific crimes. One name jumped out almost immediately. Ares Hisakazo. There was no crime listed, which meant no trial in the immediate future, perhaps no trial at all. Tobin felt his gut clench. He knew he shouldn't have had that week-old scone, and he quickly left the bookstore. It took another full week to arrange a visit to Azkaban. The wizarding prison, normally an impregnable fortress, was under even heavier security to prevent the surge of new prisoners from escaping. However, between the smothering atmosphere and the 12 miles of North Sea that lay between any captive and freedom, Tobin doubted that such measures as an Auror guard stationed at intervals around the island, let alone the probity probe gauntlet at the entrance, were really that great a deterrent. Finally, wand and hat confiscated, he was allowed into the main office of the warden. The head of Azkaban prison was a wasted, likely once portly man with a very long mustache and no beard. Tobin barely managed to keep from wrinkling his nose. Mr. Khan, is it?" Warden Umberson grunted in a deep, tired voice. "Master Khan, if you please, Warden," Tobin corrected as respectfully as he could manage, but Umberson waved away the new information like a pesky insect. "You're here to see who Agan. I am here to visit Ares Hisakazo. The Daily Prophet claimed he was being held here on suspicion of being a Death Eater." "Ain't no suspicion, Mr. Khan," Umberson grunted, summoning a folder from the file cabinet next to his desk. "Hisakazo there, he has the mark and all. Hardly even put up a fight, he did." "Hardly?" Tobin asked, one eyebrow raising involuntarily. Well, the Aurors get a bit jumpy in times like these. Here we go. Hisakazo, Ares, prisoner Ax 125690, cell D235. Ivers'll take you." Tobin was returned his wand and hat, and one of the guards, presumably Ivers, the guildmaster had no way of knowing, led the way at a swift pace down a dank, dark hallway to cell block D. Ares hadn't moved in 3 days except to keep himself alive by taking sips of the rusty water he was provided. His hip protested with every breath and shift in weight, and the Dementors beeped out any will to overcome the pain and do something useful. Not that there was anything useful to be done in Azkaban. Somehow, in all his planning for the future, Ares hadn't quite managed to predict that he might end up in Azkaban for his crimes. And how was he to get out? Dumbledore was under strict orders to keep his involvement a secret, so he wasn't likely to be busted out like Sev had been. Acquittal was absolutely out of the question, as he was guilty of every crime of which he had so far been accused. His guilt was scrawled across his back for the world to see, if they only knew how to look. A stony, measured beat filled Ares' ears, so soft at first that he almost mistook it for his own heartbeat. However, as the Dementors retreated, he recognized the sound as approaching footsteps. Intrigued at the very thought of visitors, the brunette raised his head, catching his breath as his legs spasmed. 2 men entered his field of vision, one of them wore the familiar guard uniform. Ares didn't waste time looking at him. The feeble torchlight that deepened the shadows within the cells caught on the clasp of the visitor's cloak. Ares blinked. Surely he hadn't seen right. Lumos Macero, the man incanted, causing a soft light to bloom from his wand tip. "Master Tobin," Ares gasped, hoarse voice barely audible over the sudden clank of the lock. He entered the cell in the same manner he had long ago entered Ares' study room, as though what he were about to face could be no worse than a lazy student. "Despicable," the spellsmith uttered, and Ares flinched, then gasped in pain again. "Absolutely deplorable." Master Tobin turned to the guard. "Get a healer here, now." Ares and the guard both looked at the man in shock and disbelief. "Are you deaf, Mr. Ivers?" Tobin sighed short-temperedly. "I told you to go fetch a healer for Mr. Hisakazo." Begging your pardon, Guildmaster, sir," Ivers stammered. "First rule of Azkaban is never leave a prisoner while the door's unlocked." "Then lock me in with him, you simpleton," ordered Master Tobin. "He's hardly in any fit state to attack, wandless and crippled." Right." Ivers hesitated one more moment, then seemed to decide that Tobin could handle himself well enough and locked the door, leaving the cell block at a jog. Master Tobin sniffed dismissively and turned to examine the rest of the cell. Ares flushed as his teacher's discerning eye traveled over his water bucket, loo bucket, and wooden slab suspended from the wall that was meant to serve as a bed. The injured young man had yet to lever himself onto it, though he had once gotten close enough to lean against the side. "Not exactly a first-class inn," the older wizard muttered. Ares hung his head. "I'm sorry, Master Tobin," he whispered. "As well you should be," the older spellsmith reprimanded. "Imagine leaving like that and never even telling me about Harry Potter or that lightning bolt scar. Absolute foolishness, and here I thought I'd taught you something." It took Ares a moment to wrap his mind around the fact that this, from a man like Tobin Khan, counted as an apology. A comfortable silence fell between them for the next few minutes, until pounding footsteps announced the arrival of the healer. Ares sat perfectly still, hands displayed above his head and the guard's wand trained on him, as the graying, middle-aged man examined his leg. "Well, what's the damage?" Master Tobin demanded, leaning against the filthy stone wall. "It's not good, not good at all." The healer seemed to take a perverse relish in the words, making Master Tobin narrow his eyes. Along with dislocating his femur, the impact caused fractures in both the femur and pelvis. To make matters worse, he has been left in this state for several days and the bones have attempted to knit together as they are. I will have to re-break the bones in order to set the leg back in place. With such shifting, though, it will be a delicate matter to heal the bones correctly. It is quite likely Mr. Hisakazo will be left with a significant limp. Master Tobin straightened up, stepped up very close to the healer and stared him straight in the eye. "Do your best," he said simply. Tobin did not turn away as the healer cast 2 bone-breaking curses, wanting to be a sure witness that every step was followed in the correct order. It couldn't be plainer that this healer was not overly concerned about damage done to a Death Eater's body. In all honesty, Tobin couldn't blame him. Voldemort and his horde of lackeys had been ruining lives for a decade now. Still, the fact remained that this particular Death Eater did not deserve the same rough treatment as the rest. Ares' face went deathly pale when the healer wrenched his leg back into place, but he neither flinched nor cried out, showing either an unexpected strength or a built-up tolerance for pain. When the whole procedure was done and Ares was offered an undersized dose of pain potion, the idiot started to decline. Tobin put a stop to that right away. "Take it," he ordered. "You will need it." Ares glanced at him, then nodded and swallowed the potion. A little bit of color returned to his cheeks. Satisfied, Tobin turned to the guard. "I am claiming guild right," he declared. "According to the International Organizations Act of 1623, I have the right to have any member of the guild tried in a court of his peers. I will be removing Hisakazo from Azkaban today." The guildmaster just couldn't decide whose expression was more amusing, Ares or the guards. The former was looking at him like he'd grown 3 heads, 2 of which were singing in French, while the latter was looking at him as though he were an emperor who had just stepped out of his carriage without any clothes on. Sir, you can't do that." The guard stammered. "I think you'll find that, according to the ministry's own laws, I can." "But, he's a Death Eater," Ivers protested again. "That's a crime against all of magical Britain, not against the Spellsmiths Guild." Tobin looked at Ivers again. His first estimation of the rather small, mousy-haired young man hadn't been very good, but it seemed the boy had brains. "It does not matter," he insisted, nonetheless. "Any criminal act by a member of the guild can be tried within the guild, at the discretion of the guildmaster. In this case, that would be me, so I would appreciate it if you would be so kind as to stop holding my defendant prisoner." The doctor, looking awkward and uncomfortable, beat a hasty retreat. Ivers ran a shaky hand through his hair, eyes flicking around in deep thought, likely trying to remember everything he knew about guild laws. Finally, looking halfway between resignation and anger, the guard nodded. "Wait, I'm really going to walk out, just like that?" Ares questioned dumbly. "It is hardly a simple matter to evoke century-old laws," Tobin corrected him firmly. "Besides, I doubt you will be walking anywhere soon." Ares blinked in confusion, and Tobin could feel his eyes narrowing in wicked delight. Minutes later they emerged back into the front atrium, if it could be called that. Ivers had taken the 4 of their little procession to ensure that none of the other guards stopped them. Tobin followed, his wand trained behind him, levitating a sulking Ares. The warden stormed out of his office, looking like he was going to cause problems. Ivers seemed to think so, too, and made an effort to blend in with the crowd of other guards who had come to see the sight. "What is the meaning of this?" Umberson demanded, the skin of his neck jiggling obscenely. With a sigh, Tobin again explained the laws governing guild rights to exclusive trial of members. He almost wished that all members of law enforcement were required to take classes in magical law. Almost. Because, had all the guards taken such a class, it would be far more likely that one of them would point out that he needed the signatures of at least 10 masters of the guild to actually remove a guild member from ministry control. As it was, however, the large vacuum of intelligence among the guards of Azkaban would work in his favor, even if it gave him a headache at the same time. Fine, fine, take him. Warden Umberson bellowed. We have far too many criminals on our hands anyway. One less just means one less greedy, slimy mouth to feed. Tobin sneered, but held in each of the many comments he could make in response. Why did the general populace have to make it so easy? Took most of the fun out of it, really. Just an hour later they had traveled far enough into the North Sea for Tobin to side along Aries back to Edinburgh. They arrived in the center of the maelstrom that was the Guildmaster's office, and Tobin let his former apprentice drop unceremoniously on the olive-green couch opposite the desk. The brunette let out an undignified, oomph, noise and worked on sitting up. So, instead of being tried by the Wizengamot, the brunette reasoned slowly. I'll be tried by the Guild. Don't be ridiculous, Tobin snorted. However would we convince the Guild of your innocence? We can't very well say, oh, he's not a real Death Eater, he's the grown-up boy who lived sent back in time. And how did you manage to survive Hogwarts with a nickname like that? Got well acquainted with the secret passages, Aries responded with a smile. Tobin knew there was a reason he didn't hate that boy. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.